Translator's Preface of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. A Vital Question, or What is to be Done? By Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. Translator's Preface. In the present translation, the American public has an opportunity of studying what the paternal Russian government regards as revolutionary literature. In the Russian cities it is possible, by offering guarantees, by depositing 15 or 20 rubles, and by paying 15 or 20 kopecks a day, to borrow Chernyshevsky's novel from the libraries. It is dangerous property, however, and the person caught with it in his possession may make unpleasant acquaintance with the police. It was published first in the columns of the Sovremennik (Contemporary). It was written with all the enthusiasm which an ardent soul could feel at the first breath of liberty, blowing on a land long ground down under the heel of oppression. It made an immense sensation throughout Russia. It is said that hundreds of young girls, living in disagreeable circumstances, started to follow Vera Pavlovna's example, and hundreds of young men to live honorable, lofty, philosophical lives in the fashion of the types represented by Lopukhov and Kirsanov. The tendency of the story was quite too liberal, and it was hardly brought out in book form before it was ruthlessly suppressed. Even now, however, it works like a leaven, and though it is dead, it lives. It is not a novel in the strict sense of the word. The characters are all drawn from life. Kirsanov is understood to be a picture of the distinguished Professor Shevich of St. Petersburg, and Vera Pavlovna still lives. The extraordinary man, so singularly introduced in the third part, is regarded in Russia as an ideal picture of the famous Karakasov. In the present unsettled state of the labor question, this novel of the crushed Russian reformer has a most vital interest. It ought to come to every poor working girl like a breath from heaven, like an inspiration. There is no reason why Vera Pavlovna's industrial experiment, which is no chimerical dream, should not be put into practice in every town where the English language is spoken. Are not the signs as certain as fate, that cooperation is to be the great system of the future? And how reasonably it is presented in A Vital Question. Then there will be no more strikes for 8 hours of work, no more quarrels between employers and the employed, for the employed will be themselves their own employers. As regards the still more vital question upon which the book touches, it is evident what the author teaches and with what a master hand. The present marriage system is in many instances a failure. Witness the proportion of divorces to marriages in every state, not only in this country, but in countries where divorce is allowed, and the immorality everywhere. How is it to be stopped? Not by free love, but by education and the joining of those who were meant to be joined. Marriage is a fact, and how is it to be purified and made sacred? Chernyshevsky offers his theory of its practical solution, not in the philosophically absurd and weak conduct of Lopukhov, which perhaps was unavoidable in a country like Russia, but in the suggestions of Rakhmetov, which, however, are only to be realized when people have attained a higher state of morality and education than is to be found, except among a very few, in whom the animal nature is absolutely tamed. Cases have been known where man and wife, growing apart by natural development, have again established love through what we call Christian grace. How many such cases are there? It takes a miracle to mix oil and water. This is a question which forces itself home to every man and woman. What is to be done about it? Whatever may be thought about Chernyshevsky's solution, whatever may be thought about the morality of the business agreement theory, whatever may be thought of the conduct of Lopukhov, there can be no doubt of the intense moral purpose of the author. He may be mistaken, but his virtue is Spartan. It is as heroic as though it were ideally Christian. Such is the motif of the story. But even more important than this special motif is the general theory of the equality of women, the development of which makes the real greatness of the book. Such an ideal of womanhood is offered as can scarcely be found anywhere else in literature. Even those who, possibly misunderstanding what Tchernyshevsky really proposes, think his ideas in respect to freedom of divorce unsound and immoral, cannot fail to recognize the magnificence of the prospect which he opens before the softer sex in Vera Pavlovna's Fourth Vision. It ought to be read and taken to heart by every woman in the world. It lies with the women themselves to determine their treatment by men, and the terrible social state from which now so many unfortunate creatures, both married and single, are suffering, might be cured, as malaria is cured by the wind of the sea, if this theory were only brought into practice. A vital question should especially be grateful to the women of this land, which is popularly supposed to be the land of freedom. A few words about the author himself may be interesting. Nikolai Gavrilovitch Tchernyshevsky was born in 1829 in the city of Saratov. His father, a man of remarkable intellect and character, was an archpriest of the cathedral, who was revered and loved by all who knew him. The young Nikolai was placed in the theological school at Saratov, where he devoted himself with remarkable assiduity to the study of the ancient languages, and particularly of the Bible. At this time he was an unquestioning believer, but as his mind developed he found that the atmosphere of the Greek Church suffocated him. His old father made no opposition, and sent him to the University of Petersburg, where he entered the philological faculty, and devoted himself to the mastery of the ancient languages, and especially the Slavonic. He was an indefatigable reader, and having been introduced to the study of sociology, he locked himself in his room and read everything that he could find in Russian, French, and German on the subject, and the training he had received in the seminary quickly enabled him to become a master of it. After his graduation in 1850, he was engaged as instructor of literature in the School of Cadets. But at the end of a year, at the request of his mother, who was very dear to him, he gave up the pleasant circle of acquaintances and the delightful life in Petersburg, and became a teacher in the gymnasium of his native town. It was a particularly trying position for a man of his liberal views, but he had the satisfaction of exerting an immense influence in the circle in which he moved. It is said that through his silent example and personal popularity, many of the petty officials who hitherto had wasted their time and energies became interested in self-culture, and, what was more for Russian tchinovniks, refused to accept bribes. Nikolai met a young girl belonging to this circle, and fell in love with her. His mother died in 1853, and shortly after, with his father's blessing, he married, and moved to Petersburg, where he earned a precarious existence by various literary work. Finding that English translations were becoming fashionable, he learned English in 2 months, and translated a novel. Meantime he was working for his degree of magister. His dissertation on the aesthetic relation of art to reality was so radical in its ideas that it caused his rejection. He got into difficulty with the director of the Corps of Cadets, and resigned his position as teacher, and thenceforth devoted himself to literature. His dissertation gave him a place in the office of the Sovremennik as critical and political writer. After the accession of Alexander II, while the Emperor was still enjoying his prestige as Tsar Liberator, Tchernyshevsky, through the journal, energetically devoted himself to the instruction of the people in the science of political economy. That involved him in a controversy with the conservative political economists of Russia. He was charged with revolutionary sentiments. At first the government tried to buy him off by offering him the office of editor of certain government publications. He accepted the position of editor of the military magazine under certain conditions, but he could not hold the position. From this time began a systematic effort to ruin him. Anonymous articles and pamphlets were attributed to him, and finally he was arrested. Though nothing was really found against him, he was kept in prison for 2 years. A spy was introduced into his cell, but the worst that he could be charged with was that he said, "Now is the time not to think, but to act." But there were rumors of a Polish insurrection, and of risings among the serfs, and such a man was dangerous. Therefore he was tried and condemned on forged documents. The reading of the sentence took place on the morning of the 25th of June, 1864, 2 years and 2 months after his incarceration. A great throng gathered in spite of the rain, and just as the sentence was finished and the saber was broken, according to the custom when a well-born person is condemned, and while the executioner was fastening Tchernyshevsky's hands to the rings on the scaffold, a great bouquet fell at his feet. Footnote: the disgraceful post, as it is called, stands upon the scaffold provided with rings and chains. The convict's hands are thrust through the rings, and he is fastened so that he cannot move. Tchernyshevsky was sent to the mines. At this time there were upwards of 3,000 people imprisoned in Central Russia alone. 2 years later occurred the attempt of Karakozov on the Emperor's life. It happened on the 4th of April, Old Style, and by a singular coincidence Tchernyshevsky's novel was dated April 4th, 1863. It was proposed to bring him back to trial as an accomplice. This absurdity was not carried out, but after Tchernyshevsky had served 7 years, Count Shuvaloff, the head of the police, had him accepted from the usual respite. Afterwards he was sent to Yakutsk, and imprisoned under the close guard of 2 gendarmes and 2 Cossacks. In the words of the historian, thus Nikolai Gavrilovitch Tchernyshevsky was cut off from society and science. The story of Tchernyshevsky's imprisonment is heartrending. Even before he was sentenced, he was allowed to see his sick wife only after he had starved himself almost to death, and even then only in the presence of others. Afterwards he was allowed to write her once a year, but this privilege was taken away from him when some spies reported that there was a plot to have him rescued. He was not allowed to have books or writing material, and in sheer desperation he punctured a vein in his arm and wrote in letters of blood on the wall of his cell. It was not strange that his mind, one of the brightest minds that Russia ever produced, was broken by such tortures. Tchernyshevsky, at last accounts, was still living under police supervision in Astrakhan. A reporter of an English daily interviewed him a year or two ago, and found him still intelligent but a mental wreck. Such action is worthy of the Austrian government towards dangerous Silvio Pellicos. But is it not incredible that a country in the 19th century should employ such means to deprive itself of a man who would have reflected more glory on the realm of its emperors than the emperors themselves? The present translation has been made with great care, and it is hoped that it may be forgiven even by that school of critics which lays down the commandment, "Thou shalt not commit translations." One single change has been made, which it is right to mention, for the sake of those who believe that a ready-made coat must be worn without alteration, even if it does not fit. In one single scene, Kirsanov's character has been slightly mended, better to suit the American ideal of man. A very few Russian words have been retained in cases where there was nothing corresponding to them in English. Such are sufficiently explained in the text. Tchernyshevsky's style is often exceedingly awkward. He sometimes strove after originality at the expense of wisdom. But it cannot fail to be recognized that A Vital Question deserves a high rank among modern novels. Those who begin it will not be likely to lay it down unfinished. Nathan Haskell Dole, S.S. SKIDELSKY, Philadelphia, June 4th, 1886. End of Translator's Preface, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Introduction, Part 1, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai Tchernyshevsky, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Introduction, Part 1. A Fool. On the morning of the 23rd of July, 1856, the servants of one of the largest hotels of Petersburg, near the Moscow railroad station, were in perplexity, and even partly in fear. On the previous evening, about 9 o'clock, a gentleman arrived with a valise, took a room, gave his passport to be registered, asked for tea and a small cutlet, gave orders that they should not disturb him during the evening, because he was tired and wanted to sleep, but that they should wake him without fail at 8 o'clock in the morning, because he had important business. Then he locked the door, and after rattling his knife and fork and jingling the tea things for a time, nothing more was heard of him. He was apparently asleep. Morning came. At 8 o'clock a servant knocked at the stranger's door. The stranger did not answer. The servant knocked louder, very loud. Still the stranger did not reply. Apparently he was very tired. The servant waited a quarter of an hour, again tried to arouse him, again was unsuccessful. He consulted with the other servants, with the butler. "Can anything have happened to him?" "We must break in the door." "No, that won't do. If we break in the door, we must have a policeman." It was decided to try once more, still louder. If it failed this time, to send for the police. They made their last endeavor; they could not arouse him. They sent for the police, and now they are waiting to see what the result will be. About 10 o'clock a policeman came. He himself knocked at the door, ordered the servants to knock, result the same as before. "There is nothing to be done. Burst in the door, children." They broke open the door. The room was empty. "Look under the bed." But there was no one under the bed. The policeman went to the table. On the table lay a sheet of paper, and written in large letters were these words: "I shall go away at 11 o'clock this evening, and I shall not return. You will hear of me on the Liteinaya Bridge between 2 and 3 o'clock to night. Let no one be suspected." "Now I see, the matter is plain. Nobody could make anything out of it," said the policeman. "What do you mean, Ivan Afanasьevitch?" asked the butler. "Give me some tea, I will tell you." The policeman's narration long served as a subject for lively discussions and arguments in the hotel. The story was of this sort. At 3:30 last night — the night was cloudy, dark — on the centre of the Liteinaya Bridge a fire flashed, and the report of a pistol was heard. The guards rushed to the spot; a few people quickly collected. Not a person or a thing was to be seen where the pistol shot was fired. It was evidently not a murder, but a suicide. Volunteers wanted to dive. In a few moments boat hooks were brought, a fishing net was brought. They dived, they grappled, they dragged the river. They brought up about 50 large chips, but they could neither catch nor discover the body. Yes, and how could it be found? The night was dark. In those 2 hours the body was already far down towards the sea. Go, find it there. Therefore advanced thinkers arose, discrediting the former supposition. Maybe there was no corpse whatsoever. Maybe some drunken man, or simply some mischievous fellow, played a joke, fired off a pistol, and ran. Or perhaps the very fellow is standing here among the excited crowd, yes, and laughing at the trouble which he has made. But the majority, as is usual when a case is argued reasonably, proved to be conservative, and defended the former supposition. "What kind of a joke is that? Of course he put a bullet into his brain, and that is the end of it." The Progressive Party were outruled. But the victorious party, as usual, having won the victory, was itself immediately divided. "Let us suppose that he committed suicide. But what did he do it for?" "He was drunk," was the opinion of some of the conservatives. "A ruined spendthrift," asserted others. "Only a fool," said someone. And this expression, "only a fool," was accepted by all, even by those who discredited the fact of a suicide. Indeed, whether it was a drunkard or a spendthrift committed suicide, or whether some mischievous fellow did not commit suicide at all, but simply played a trick, at all events it was an absurd trick of a fool. And this put an end to the matter that night on the bridge. In the morning, at the hotel of the Moscow Railroad, it was decided that the fool did not play a joke, but committed suicide. But there still remained, after all this story, an element in regard to which even the vanquished party were in agreement. It was this: if it was not a trick, but a case of suicide, nevertheless it was a fool. This conclusion, so satisfactory to all parties, was particularly strong from the very fact that the conservatives were victorious. If he had only played a trick by firing his pistol on the bridge, it would have been really doubtful whether he were a fool or a mischievous fellow. But he shot himself on the bridge. Who shot himself on the bridge? How on the bridge? Why on the bridge? Ridiculous to do it on the bridge. And therefore he was doubtless a fool. Again a doubt arose among some of them. He shot himself on the bridge, but people don't go to a bridge to shoot themselves. Consequently he did not commit suicide. Towards evening, however, the servants of the hotel were summoned to the station to identify a cap pierced with a bullet hole which had been taken out of the water. All recognized that it was the very same cap that the stranger had worn. Thus indubitably he must have shot himself, and the spirit of denial and progress was entirely defeated. All were agreed that it was a fool, and suddenly all began to chatter, "On the bridge! A clever dodge!" It was done evidently so as to save suffering, for if the shot did not kill, he reasoned wisely, no matter how slight the wound was, he would jump into the water and so drown before he knew what had happened. Yes, on the bridge. Wisely done. At this stage it was utterly impossible to come to any decision. Both a fool and wise. End of introduction, part 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Introduction, part 2 of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Introduction, Part 2. The First Consequences of the Fool's Deed. On that very same morning, about 12 o'clock, a young woman was sitting in one of the 3 rooms of a small datcha on the Kamennof Ostrov Stone Island. She was sewing and singing in an undertone a little French song full of spirit and courage. "We are poor," said the song, "but we are working people. We have strong hands. We are obscure, but we are not dull, and we want light. Let us learn. Knowledge will give us freedom. Let us be industrious. Industry will give us wealth. This will go on. If we live, we shall see it. Ça ira qui vivra verra. We are wrong, but from our roughness 'tis only we ourselves who are the losers. We are full of prejudices, but we ourselves suffer from them. This we feel. Let us look for happiness. Let us find humanity. We shall be good. This will go on. If we live, we shall see it. Industry without knowledge is fruitless. Our own happiness is impossible without the happiness of others. As soon as we become enlightened, we shall become rich. We shall be happy. We shall form one brotherhood and sisterhood. This will go on. If we live, we shall see it. Let us learn and be industrious. Let us sing and love. We shall have a heaven on earth. Let us be happy while we live. This will go on. It will soon come to pass. We shall all see it. Donc vivons, ça bien vite ira, ça viendra, nous tous le verrons. Courageous spirited was the song, and its melody was joyous. There were 2 or 3 melancholy notes in it, but they were concealed by the generally light character of the motif. They vanished in the refrain, they vanished in the conclusion of the couplet. At least they ought to have vanished and to have been concealed, and they would have vanished had the lady been in a different frame of mind. But now these few melancholy notes are made more prominent than the others. She almost trembles as she perceives it. She lowers her voice as she sings them and tries to sing the joyful notes louder. But again her mind is drawn away from her song by her own thoughts, and then again the melancholy notes become prominent. Evidently the young woman does not like to give in to melancholy, and it is no less evident that the melancholy is loath to leave her, no matter how hard she tries to drive it away. But whether melancholy or joyful, whether or no it becomes joyful in the spirit of the song, the young woman sews very industriously. She is a good seamstress. A young servant girl comes into the room. "Do you see, Masha, how I am sewing? I have almost finished the cuffs, which I am getting ready to wear at your wedding." "Ach, there is much less work in them than in those which you made for me." "That's of no matter. A bride ought to be dressed better than anybody else at her own wedding." "And I have brought you a letter, Vera Pavlovna." Vera Pavlovna's face expressed perplexity as she began to break open the letter. The envelope bore the city postmark. "How is this? Isn't he in Moscow?" She hastily unfolded the letter and grew pale. Her hand holding the letter fell to her side. "No, it is not so. I have scarcely had a chance to read the letter. There is nothing in it at all." And again she lifted her hand with the letter. All this took place in 2 seconds. But at the second reading her eyes looked long and immovably at the few lines of the letter, and the brightness of their expression grew dimmer and dimmer. The sheet fell from her nerveless hands to the work table. She hid her face in her hands. She began to weep. "What have I done? What have I done?" And again sobs. "Vierotchka, little Vera, what is the matter with you? Are you so fond of weeping? How often does this happen? What is the matter with you?" A young man came into the room with quick but gentle, careful steps. "Read it, it is on the table." She was now no longer weeping, but was sitting motionless, scarcely breathing. The young man took the letter. He also grew pale, and his hands trembled, and long he looked at the letter, short though it was, not more than a score of words all told. "I have disturbed your peace of mind. I leave these scenes. Don't grieve. I love you both so much that I am very happy at my decision. Farewell." The young man stood long, rubbing his forehead. Then he began to twirl his moustache. Then he looked at the sleeve of his coat. Finally he collected his thoughts. He made a step forward towards the young woman, who was still sitting motionless, hardly breathing, as if in a lethargy. He took her hand. "Vierotchka!" But as his hand touched hers, she jumped up with a cry of terror, as though she had been roused by an electric shock, impetuously drew off from the young man, convulsively pushed him from her. "Go away! Don't touch me! You are stained with blood. His blood is on you. I cannot bear to see you. I shall go away from you. I am going away. Leave me!" And she kept pushing, pushing the empty air, motioning him away, and suddenly she tottered, fell into the armchair, and covered her face with her hands. "On me too is his blood, on me! Thou art not to blame. I alone, I alone! What have I done?" Her sobs choked her. "Vierotchka," said he, gently and timidly, "my friend." She drew a painful sigh, and with a restrained and still trembling voice said, though it was hard to say, "My love, leave me alone for now. Come again in an hour. Then I shall be calm. Give me a drink of water and go." He obeyed her silently. He went to his room, sat down at his writing table where he had been sitting so calm, so content but a quarter of an hour before. He took his pen again. At such moments one should have perfect control over himself. "I have a will, and all will be well, will be well." And his pen, without his control, all the time went on writing some article or other. Can it be borne? It is horrible. Happiness is over. "My love, I am ready. Let us talk," was heard from the adjoining room. The young woman's voice was low but firm. "My love, we must part. I have decided. It is hard, but it would be still harder for us to see each other. I am his murderer. I killed him for thy sake." "Vierotchka, why art thou to blame?" "Don't say a word, do not justify me, else I shall despise thee. I am to blame for all. Forgive me, my love, for coming to a decision which will be very hard for thee, and for me, my love, also. But I cannot do otherwise. Thou thyself wilt shortly see that it was best to do so. This is unalterable, my friend. Only listen, I shall leave Petersburg. It will be easier at a distance from the places which would remind me of the past. I shall sell my things. On the money I get I shall be able to live some time. Where? In Tver? In Nizhny Novgorod? I don't know, it is all the same. I shall try to give singing lessons. In all probability I shall find pupils, because I shall settle in some large city. If I don't find them I shall go out as governess. I think that I shall not come to want, but if I should I will let you know. At any rate, be sure to have some money ready for me. You know very well that I have a good many necessities, heavy expenses, stingy though I am. I cannot help it. Dost thou hear? I do not refuse thy help. Let this be a proof to thee that thou art still dear to me. And now let us part forever. Go back to town, right away, right away. It will be easier for me when I am alone. To-morrow I shall not be here. Then come back. I shall leave for Moscow. There I will see, I will find out in which of the provincial cities I can easiest find singing pupils. I forbid you coming to the station to see me off. Good‐bye, my friend. Give me thy hand in token of farewell. I shall press it for the last time." He wanted to kiss her. She stopped his motion. No, it must not be, it is impossible. This would be an insult to him. Give me thy hand. I press it, thou seest how warmly. But forgive me." He did not let go her hand. "That is enough. Go." She withdrew her hand. He did not dare to resist. "Forgive me." She looked at him so tenderly, and with firm steps she went to her room, and not once did she look at him as she went. It was long before he could find his hat. Though half a dozen times he took it into his hand, he did not see that he had it. He was like a drunken man. At last he realized that what he was looking for was the hat in his hand. He went to the entry, put on his overcoat, and now he is near the gate. Who is running after me? Surely Masha. Surely something bad has happened to her. He turned around. Vera Pavlovna threw herself on his neck, embraced him, kissed him passionately. "No, I could not endure it, my love. Farewell forever." She hurried back, threw herself on the bed, and let the tears flow which she had so long restrained. End of introduction, part 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Introduction, Part 3, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852-1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Introduction, Part 3. Preface. The motif of this story is love. The principal character is a woman. So far, so good, although the story itself may be poor enough, says my lady reader. This is true, say I. The man who reads is not limited to such weak conclusions. Apparently a man's thinking faculties are naturally stronger and better developed than a woman's. He says, very likely, however, woman also thinks the same thing, but does not deem it necessary to say it, and therefore I have no cause to argue with her. The man who reads says, "I know that the gentleman who fired the pistol did not commit suicide." I catch that word "know" and say, "You do not know it, because you have not yet been told, and all you know is that which is told you. You don't know anything. You do not even know that, by the way in which I began this story, I insulted, I humiliated you. You did not know that, did you? Well, then, let me tell you. Yes, the first pages of this story show that I have a very low opinion of the public. I have used the ordinary shrewdness of novelists. I began my story with effective scenes, clipped out from the middle or the end of it. I covered them with a fog. Thou, O public, art clever, very clever, and therefore thou hast neither discernment nor wit. Thou canst not depend upon thyself to tell by the first pages whether the story is worth reading through. Thy sense of smell is wretched. It needs aid, and there are two ways of giving aid, either the name of the author or effectiveness of style. I am going to relate to thee my first story. Thou hast not acquired a critical faculty, so as to judge whether or no the author is endowed with an artistic talent. Yet thou hast so many writers to whom thou hast attributed an artistic talent. But my name has not yet attracted thee, and I am compelled to throw a hook to thee, baited with an attraction of effectiveness. Condemn me not for it. Thou thyself art to blame. Thy simple-minded innocence compels me to lower myself to such trivial business. But now thou art caught in my hands, and I can prolong my story according to my own judgment without any tricks. Henceforth there shall be no mysteries. Thou shalt always be able to look forward 20 pages at a time and see the result of every situation. And now, at the very beginning, I will tell thee the conclusion of my story. The thing will end joyfully, with wine cups, with song. There will be no theatrical effects nor embellishments. The author does not like embellishments, gentle public, because he always thinks what a chaos there is in thy head. How many, many needless sufferings are caused, inflicted upon every man by the wild confusion of thy ideas. It is to me both pitiful and ridiculous to look at thee. Thou art so helpless and so piqued at the superabundant amount of absurdities in thy head. I am vexed with thee because thou art so spiteful to people, and yet thou thyself art the people. Why art thou so spiteful to thyself? That is the reason that I am scolding thee. But thou art spiteful on account of thy mental helplessness, and therefore, while I am scolding thee, I am compelled to help thee. What shall be the first step toward helping thee? By touching upon the very thing that now thou art thinking about. What sort of an author is this who speaks so impudently to me? I will tell thee what kind of an author I am. I do not possess the slightest sign of an artistic talent. My skill in using good language is small, but that is not of the least consequence. Read, my dear public, not without profit shalt thou read. Truth is a good thing. Truth compensates for the faults of that author who serves her. And therefore I will tell thee that if I had not warned thee, thou wouldst probably have the idea my story was written artistically, that the author possessed a great poetic talent. But I have warned thee that I have no talent, and thou shalt now know that all the good qualities of this story lie in its truthfulness. In the first place, my kind public, as I am hitting thee under the ribs, I must speak out to the end. Although thou art fond of guessing, thou hast no skill to unriddle what has been begun and now ended. When I say that I have not a sign of an artistic talent, and that my story has very little style, don't make up thy mind that I am very much worse than all thy novelists whom thou callest great, and that my novel is worse than theirs. I do not say that. I say that my story has less style than the works of other people who are endowed with talent. But as far as merit goes, thou canst boldly place my story in the same rank as the famous writings of thy favorite authors. Thou wilt not be mistaken if thou place it still higher. There is more art in it than in theirs, thou mayest rest assured of it. Thank me now. Thou art obsequious to those who despise thee. Bow also to me. But there is in thee, O public, a certain class of people, and at the present time a considerable number, whom I esteem. To thee as a whole, to the majority I am impertinent, and it is only about the majority that I have been speaking. As regards those whom I have just mentioned, I should have spoken humbly to them, even with some fear, but I had no need of making explanations to them. I prize their opinions, but I know beforehand that they are on my side. The good and the strong, the honest, the wise, ye have begun to arise among us. Ye are not few in number, and ye are growing more and more. If ye were the public, I should not have to write any more. If ye did not exist, it would be impossible for me to write. But ye are not yet the public, but ye are a part of the public. Therefore I must and I can write. End of introduction. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Section 1a of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part First. The Life of Vera Pavlovna in Her Parents' Family. Section 1a. Vera Pavlovna's training was very ordinary. Her life, up to the time when she made the acquaintance of the medical student Lopukhov, was rather remarkable, although it was not singular. But in her actions even then could be seen something singular. Vera Pavlovna grew up in a many-storied house on Gorokhovaia Street, between Sadovia Street and the Semyonovsky Bridge. At the present day this house is marked with its appropriate number, but in 1852, when as yet the streets were not numbered, it bore the inscription, "The house of the actual State Councillor Ivan Zakharovitch Storeshnikof." Such was the inscription, but Ivan Zakharovitch Storeshnikof had died as long ago as 1837, and since that time the proprietor of the house was his son Mikhail Ivanovitch, thus said the documents. But the tenants knew that Mikhail Ivanovitch was merely the son of his father, and that the real proprietor was Anna Petrovna. The house was at that time just as it is now, large, with 2 gates and 4 entrances on the streets, and with 3 yards in the rear. At the principal entrance on the street there were living in 1852, just the same as at the present time, 1860, the khozydika and her son. Anna Petrovna is now, and she was then, a lady of distinction. Mikhail Ivanovitch is now an army officer of distinction, as he was then a distinguished and handsome officer. I do not know who is now living on the fourth floor apartment on the right hand as you enter from one of the innumerable dirty back entrances of the first floor, but in 1852 there were living there the manager of the house, Pavel Kostyanovitch Rozalsky, a hearty and representative man, his wife Marya Alexeyevna, a lean, strong, tall woman, with their daughter, a grown-up girl, the very same Vera Pavlovna, and their little 9-year-old son, Fyodor. Pavel Konstantinuitch, besides having the management of the house, held the office of assistant in a government department. His office gave him no salary, but at home he had a small income. Any one else would have had much more, but Pavel Konstantinuitch, as he himself said, had a conscience. Consequently, the khozydika of the house was very well satisfied with him, and during the 14 years of his management he had accumulated a capital of about 10,000 roubles. Of this money only 3,000 and no more came out of the khozydika's pocket. The balance was gained by being turned over and not to the detriment of the khozydika. Pavel Konstantinuitch was in the habit of loaning money on pawn of personal property. Marya Alexeyevna had also a little capital, as she told her gossipy friends, but in reality she had more. The foundation of this capital had been laid about 15 years before by the sale of a raccoon-skin shuba, a little dress, and some furniture which had been left Marya Alexeyevna by her brother, a tchinovnik. Having thus obtained about 150 roubles, she also began to turn them over and over by loaning on personal security. She took greater risks than her husband did, and many times she got caught on the hooks. Some rogue borrowed 5 roubles from her on the security of a passport. The passport happened to be a stolen one, and it cost Marya Alexeyevna about 15 roubles more to free herself from the entanglement. Another rascal pawned to her a gold watch for 20 roubles. The watch proved to have been taken from a murdered man, and Marya Alexeyevna was compelled to spend a good round sum to get out of this entanglement. But if she suffered losses which her husband by his careful scrutiny of securities avoided, still her capital grew with greater rapidity. Singular instances of her way of money-getting were detected. Once upon a time (Vera Pavlovna was then small), if her daughter had been older, Marya Alexeyevna would not have done it, but at that time, why not do it? The child does not understand. And indeed, Vi^rotchka by herself would not have understood it. But she did learn of it thanks to the cook, who explained it to her with very great detail. Yes, and the cook would not have spoken of it, because the child ought not to have known about it. But it happened so that her soul was impatient after Marya Alexeyevna had given her one of her tremendous thrashings because she had taken a walk with her lover. By the way, Matryona's eye was always black and blue, not because of Marya Alexeyevna's fist, but her lover's. And this had its good side, since a cook with discoloured eyes did not get such high wages. But as I started to say, once upon a time there came to Marya Alexeyevna a lady of her acquaintance whom she had not seen for a long time, well dressed, magnificent, handsome. She came and made quite a visit. She stayed quietly for a week, but all the time a certain civilian came to see her, a handsome man, who gave Vi^rotchka candy and presented her with beautiful dolls, and gave her also 2 little books. Both had pictures, but in one of the books were pretty little pictures, animals in cities. But the other little book Marya Alexeyevna took away from Vi^rotchka after the gentleman had left, so that she saw the pictures only once, and that was while he was there; he himself showed them to her. About a week this lady stayed with them, and everything was quiet in the house. Marya Alexeyevna all the week did not once go to the cupboard, where a decanter of vodka was standing, the key of which she always kept in her own possession. She did not beat Matryona, did not beat Vi^rotchka, and she did not scold as loud as usual. Then one night Vi^rotchka was constantly disturbed by their guest's terrible shrieks, by the coming and going, and the uproar in the house. In the morning Marya Alexeyevna went to the cupboard and stood in front of it longer than usual, and kept saying, "Glory to God! All went well! Glory to God!" She even called Matryona to the cupboard and said, "To your health, Matryonushka, you too worked hard." but instead of doubling her fist, as she used to do in old times after visiting the cupboard, she kissed Vi6rotchka and took a nap. After this the house was quiet for about a week, and the guests did not shriek any more, but she never left the room until she went away altogether. 2 days after she left, a civilian came, not the one who had been there before, but another civilian, who brought with him the police, and gave Marya Aleks6yevna a round berating, but Marya Aleks6yevna did not yield to him, but kept asseverating, "I know nothing whatsoever of your business. You can find out by the register who has been staying with me. Mrs. Savastyanova, the wife of a merchant of Pskov, and a friend of mine has been here, and that's all there is of it." Finally, after using his whole battery of words, the civilian departed and never appeared again. Vi6rotchka witnessed this when she was 8 years old, and when she was 9 years old Matryona explained to her what the occurrence really was. However, such an occurrence happened only once. There were various others, but nothing like this. When Vi6rotchka was a little girl of 10 years old, as she was going one day with her mother to the Tolkutchy, or Pushing Market, and was turning from Gorokhovaya, or Bean Street, to Sadovaya, Garden Street, she received an unexpected slap on the head with the words, "What are you looking at the church for, you fool, without crossing yourself? What? Don't you see that all good people make the sign of the cross?" When Vi6rotchka was 12 years old she began to go to school, and a piano teacher came to give her lessons, a German who was a drunkard, but was otherwise a very good man and an excellent musician. Owing to his habits his turns were very low. When she was 14 years old she used to sew for the whole family; the family, however, was not large. When Vi6rotchka was going on to her 16th year her mother began to scold her in this way: "Wash your face, 'tis like a gypsy's. You could not get it clean if you tried. You're such a scarecrow. I'd like to know whose child you are, anyhow." She was always ridiculed on account of the tawny complexion of her face, and she got accustomed to look upon herself as extremely ugly. Hitherto her mother had dressed her almost in rags, but now she began to give her fine clothes, and Vi6rotchka used to go to church in her fine clothes with her mother and say to herself, "These fine clothes would suit somebody else, but no matter how I'm dressed I'm always a gypsy, a scarecrow. I might as well be in calico as in silk, but it is good to be pretty. How I should like to be pretty!" When Vi6rotchka had completed her 16th year, she stopped taking piano lessons and no longer went to school, but began to teach in the very same school. Afterwards her mother got other teaching for her. At the end of 6 months her mother ceased calling her gypsy and scarecrow, and dressed her even more elegantly than before, and Matryona this was the third Matryona since the one whose eye had been black and blue, but she had oftentimes a scratched cheek, but not always, Matryona told Vi6rotchka that her father's natchalnik was going to pay her his addresses, and that still another natchalnik of great importance, with an order around his neck, had the same intention. And in fact the little tchinovniks of the department gossiped among themselves that the natchalnik of Pavel Konstantinuitch's office was getting very affable to the latter, and the office natchalnik began to confide to his cronies that he must have a beautiful wife even though she had no dowry, and he would add that Pavel Konstantinuitch was an excellent tchinovnik. How this would have ended cannot be conjectured, but the natchalnik of the office deliberated a long time, and while he was taking his own time another opportunity arose. The khozydika's son came to the manager to say that his matushka wanted Pavel Konstantinuitch to get specimens of wallpapers, because she was going to repaper the rooms in which she was living. Hitherto all such orders had been given through the janitor. Certainly such a case as this could be comprehended even by people who were not as shrewd as Marya Aleks6yevna and her husband. The landlady's son sat for more than half an hour and did them the honour of drinking tea with them. It was flower tea. Marya Aleks6yevna on the very next day gave her daughter a necklace which had been taken as a pledge and had never been redeemed, and ordered for her daughter 2 new and very fine dresses, one of a material costing 40 roubles and the other 52. With ruchings and ribbons and everything in style, these 2 garments cost 174 roubles, at least so Marya Aleks6yevna said to her husband. But Vi6rotchka knew that the real cost was less than 100 roubles, for the purchases were made in her presence, and for 100 roubles 2 very fine dresses could be made. Vi6rotchka was delighted with the dresses, was delighted with the necklace, and was still more delighted because her mother at last consented to buy her shoes for her at Korolyof's, because the shoes that one gets at the Pushing Market are shapeless, while those sold by Korolyof fit the feet so beautifully. The dresses were not bought in vain. The khozydika's son got into the habit of coming to the manager's rooms, and naturally used to talk with the daughter more than with the manager or the manager's wife, and naturally enough they gave him every opportunity. Nu, the mother gave her daughter plenty of advice which need not be repeated, as its tenor can be easily imagined. One day after dinner the mother said, "Vi6rotchka, put on your dress, your best dress. I have got up a surprise for you. We are going to the opera. I have got tickets for the second tier, where all the generals' wives go. This is all for your sake, little goose. This is the last money that I am going to waste on you. Your father has spent so much on you that it has gone to his stomach. How much did it cost to send you to school and to give you piano lessons? You don't appreciate it in the least, you ungrateful hussy. No, you haven't any soul in you, you unfeeling minx." That was all that Marya Aleks6yevna said. She no longer scolded her daughter, and that could scarcely be called a scolding. Marya Aleks6yevna now only spoke to Vi6rotchka, and had never really scolded her or beaten her since the rumor about the office natchalnik had been spread abroad. End of Part 1, Section 1a. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Section 1b, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, The Life of Vera Pavlovna in Her Parents' Family, Section 1b. They went to the opera. After the first act, the khozydika's son came into their box with two of his friends. One was a civilian, thin and rather elegant. The other was an army man, fat and freer from affectation. They took seats and sat down, and they whispered among themselves for a time. The khozydika's son and the civilian said a good deal. The officer said less. Marya Aleks6yevna tried to listen, and though she distinguished almost every word, she understood very little because they spoke in French. She caught some half a dozen words in their conversation: belle, charmante, amour, bonheur. But what good was it to know so few words, belle, charmante? Marya Aleks6yevna knew long ago that her gypsy was belle and charmante. Amour? Marya Aleks6yevna could see that he was over head and ears in love. And when there is amour, of course there must be bonheur. What good did these words do? The main question is, will he offer himself before long? "Vi6rotchka, you ungrateful thing," whispers Marya Aleks6yevna to her daughter. "Why do you turn your head away from them? Do you feel offended because they came in? They do you honor, you fool. What is the French for wedding? Mariage, eh, Vi6rotchka? And what is bridegroom and bride? What is to get married?" Vi6rotchka told her. "No, I did not hear any such words. Vi^ra, are you sure that you told me right? You be careful." "No, no, you will never hear any such words from them. Let us go home. I cannot remain here any longer." "What's that you say, you nasty thing?" Marya Aleks6yevna's eyes grew bloodshot. "Let us go home. Do with me as you please afterwards, but I will not stay here. I will tell you why when we go. Mamenka," this word was said loud enough for all to hear, "I have a very bad headache. I cannot remain here. I beg of you." Vi6rotchka stood up. The young men were confused. "It will pass away, Vi6rotchka," said Marya Aleks6yevna, sternly but decorously. "Just take a walk through the corridor with Mikhail Ivanovitch, and your headache will go off." "No, it will not go off. I feel very bad. Quick, mamenka." The gentlemen opened the door; each wanted to offer Vi6rotchka his arm, but the detestable young girl refused. They handed the ladies the cloaks; they escorted them down to the carriage. Marya Aleks6yevna looked haughtily at the waiters. "Look you, serfs, what cavaliers these are! And this one here is going to be my son in law. I myself will have such serfs. And you put on airs if you dare, you nasty thing, you. I will put them on for you. But wait, the son-in-law is saying something to her ugly but proud little girl while he is putting her into the carriage. Santé, that must mean health. Savoir, that's I know. Visite, the same as in Russian. Permettez, I beg your pardon. Marya Alexeyevna's anger was not less diminished by these words, but she had to take them into consideration. The carriage drove away. "What did he say to you when he put you in?" "He said that he would call to morrow morning to learn about my health." "Ain't you lying? Do you mean to morrow?" Vi^rotchka was silent. "You are a lucky girl." Marya Aleks6yevna could not resist pulling her daughter's hair only once, and not violently. "Nu, I will not lay my finger on you if you will only behave to morrow. Sleep to night, you fool. Don't you dare to weep. Look out, if I see to morrow morning that you are pale, or that your eyes are red with crying, I have let things go so far, I shall not stand it any longer. I shall not take pity on your pretty little face. If you lose this chance, I will teach you how to act." "I ceased to weep long, long ago. You know it." "That is all right. But try to be a little more sociable with him." "Yes, I will speak with him to morrow." "That's all right. It's time you came to your senses. Fear God, and have pity on your mother, you shameless thing." 10 minutes passed. "Vi^rotchka, don't be angry with me. I scold you because I love you. I want to be good to you. You have no idea how dear children are to their mothers. I brought you forth with pain. Vi^rotchka, be grateful, be obedient. You yourself will see that it is for your own good. Behave as I tell you. To morrow he will offer himself." "Mamenka, you are mistaken. He has no thought of offering himself. Mamenka, if you had heard what they said." "I know. If they were not talking about a wedding, then it was about something else." "Da! Let them try it. They'll find they've got the wrong ones to deal with. We'll bend him into a ram's horn. I'll bring him into church in a bag. I'll drag him around the chancel by the whiskers, and he will be glad of it. Nu, but I have said enough. A young girl should not know about these things. It's the mother's business. But a young girl must be obedient. She don't know anything yet. Now will you speak with him as I tell you?" "Yes, I will speak with him." "And you, Pavel Konstantinuitch, what are you sitting up for like a stump? Tell her yourself that you, as her father, command her to obey her mother, and that her mother will certainly teach her no evil." "Marya Aleks6yevna, you are a clever woman, but this is rather a dangerous step. If you don't look out, you will carry things too far." "Fool! That's nice kind of talk. And in Vi^rotchka's presence, too. I am sorry that I let you speak. The proverb tells the truth, 'Don't touch filth if you don't want to smell.' Perfect nonsense. Don't argue, but answer. Must a daughter obey her mother or not?" "Of course she must. What's the use of speaking, Marya Aleks6yevna?" "Nu, give her your orders then, since you are her father. Vi^rotchka, obey your mother in everything. Your mother is a clever woman, a woman of experience. She will tell you nothing bad. I command you as your father." The carriage stopped at the gate. "That's enough, mamenka. I told you that I would speak with him. I am very tired. I must rest. Go to bed, get some sleep. I shall not disturb you. You must be fresh for to-morrow. Sleep well." In fact, all the time that they were climbing the stairs, Marya Aleks6yevna held her peace. And it was a great effort for her. And what an effort it was for her to be pleasant when Vi^rotchka went directly to her room, saying that she did not care for tea. And what an effort it was for her to say in a pleasant voice, "Vi^rotchka, come to me." The daughter obeyed. "I want to give you my blessing before you go to sleep, Vi^rotchka. Bend your little head." The daughter bent her head. "May God bless you, Vi^rotchka, as I bless you." She repeated the blessing thrice, and gave her her hand to kiss. "No, mamenka, I told you long ago that I would not kiss your hand, and now let me go. I tell you the truth, I feel very bad." "Akh!" How angry grew Marya Aleks6yevna's eyes once again ! But she controlled herself and said gently, "Go on, go to bed." It took Vi^rotchka a long time to undress, because she was lost in thought. First she took off her bracelet, and sat long with it in her hand. Then she removed her ear rings, and forgot herself again. At last she remembered that she was very tired. She could not even stand before the looking glass, but threw herself into the chair in utter weariness. She sat there some time before it came over her that she must undress as quickly as possible. But she had hardly taken off her dress and laid down before Marya Aleks6yevna came into the room with a waiter, whereon stood her father's great cup and a pile of toasted bread. " Take some, Vi^rotchka ; here, take some, for health's sake. I myself have brought it to you. You see, your mother looks out for you. I was sitting and thinking, how is it that Vi^rotchka went to bed without tea? While I was drinking, I was full of thought. And here I have brought it. Take it, my dear daughter." Her mother's voice sounded strange to Vi^rotchka. But in reality it was soft and kind. It had never been so before. She looked at her mother with amazement. Marya Aleks6yevna's cheeks were fiery red, and her eyes were unsteady. " Take it. I'll sit down and look at you. When you have finished this cup, I will bring you another." The tea, which was half filled with delicious thick cream, awakened Vi^rotchka's appetite. She lifted herself on her elbow and began to drink. How delicious tea is when it is fresh and strong, and when it has lots of sugar and cream ! Perfectly delicious. It is not like tea that has been drawn once, and is made with one little mean bit of sugar, and tastes like medicine. When I have money of my own, I shall always drink such tea as this is. Thank you, mamenka." " Don't go to sleep yet ; I will bring you another one." She came back with a second cup of the same excellent tea. " Drink it, and I will stay with you." She said nothing for a moment, and then suddenly she began to speak in a strange way, sometimes so fast that her words could not be understood, and the next minute drawling. " Now, Vi^rotchka, you have thanked me. It's a long time since I have had any thanks from you. You think that I am cross. Yes, I am cross. But it is impossible not to be cross. But I am weak, Vi^rotchka. After 3 punches, of course I feel weak. And think how old I am. Da! And you have shaken my nerves, Vi^rotchka. You pained me greatly. And so I felt weak. And my life is a hard one, Vi^rotchka. I don't want you to live such a life. Be a rich woman. Think of the suffering that I have gone through, Vi^rotchka. And just think of it. You cannot remember how me and your father used to live before he was manager. Poor, and oh, how poor! And then I was honest, Vi^rotchka. Now I am not honest. No, I shall not take a sin on my soul. I will not tell you a lie. I will not say that I am honest now. But what's the use? That time is all past. Vi^rotchka, you are educated, and I am not educated. But I know everything that is wrote in your books. There it is wrote that one ought not to treat anybody as I was treated. You, they say, are dishonest. Now here's your father, for example. He's your father, but he was not Nadinka's father. Yet he dared then to pick my eyes, to reproach me. Nu, then the ill temper got the best of me, and I say that, judged by your standard, I ain't a good woman. But then I be as I be. Nadinka was born. Nu, what of that? Supposing she was born, who taught me to do such things? How did your father get his place? My sin was much less than his. And they took her away from me, and they put her into the foundling house, and it was impossible to find out what became of her, and so I never saw her, and I don't know whether she is among the living or not. Faith, how could she be alive? Nu, at the present time I should not have cared so much, but then it wa'n't so easy, and my temper got the best of me. Nu, and so I became cross, and since then everything has gone all right. Who got the situation for your father, fool that he is? I got it for him. And who got him promoted to be a manager? I did. And so we began to live comfortably. And why? Because I lost my temper and my good name. This I know. It's written in your books, Vi^rotchka, and it's only the wicked and ill-tempered who get along in this world, and that is gospel truth, Vi^rotchka. Now your father has lots of money, Vi^rotchka, and it was through me that he got it. And I too have money, and probably more than he has, all through my exertions. I shall have bread enough for my last years. And your father, fool that he is, has begun to respect me, and he has to toe the line. I scold him well, but before, he used to treat me mean. And why was it? I didn't deserve it then. It must have been because I wasn't ill-tempered. And it's written in your books, Vi^rotchka, that such a life is bad, and don't you suppose I know it? Yes, and it is written in your books, too, that to live otherwise one must reform things. But according to the present way of the world, one can't live as the books say. But why don't they reform the world? Vi^rotchka, you think that I don't know what kind of rules are in your books.
I know they are fine. But we shan't live to see 'em, you and me. Folks is too stupid. How can you make reforms with such folks? Let's live in the old way. You too had better live in the old way. What are the old rules? In your books it is written, 'The old rule bids you to rob and cheat.' It is true, Vi6rotchka. Well then, since there is no new order, live in the old way. Steal and cheat. I give you my advice because I love you." Marya Aleks6yevna was snoring. She was fast asleep. End of Part 1, Section 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Part One, Chapter 5, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One: The Life of Vera Pavlovna in Her Parents' Family. Chapter 5. Storeshnikoff's plan was not so murderous as Marya Aleks6yevna supposed. She, in her own style, put it in a too brutal form, but the spirit of the thing she interpreted aright. Storeshnikoff's idea was to bring the two ladies a little later in the evening to the restaurant where the supper was going to be. Of course they would be hungry and cold, and it would be necessary for them to get warm and have a cup of tea. He would have a little opium put into Marya Aleks6yevna's teacup or wine glass. Vi^rotchka would be frightened to see her mother lose consciousness. He would take Vi^rotchka into the room where the supper was going on, and then his bet would be won. What the final result would be he would leave to chance. Maybe Vi^rotchka in her perplexity would not understand the matter, and would agree to remain in the strange company. But even if she remained but a little while, it would not make any difference ; it would be excused, because she had only just entered upon that adventurous course of life, and naturally felt a bit of awkwardness at first. Then afterwards he would buy Marya Aleks6yevna off with a little money, after which he would have nothing more to do with her. But now what was he to do? He cursed his boastfulness before his friends, his faint-heartedness when met by Vi^rotchka's unexpected and abrupt resistance. He wished that the earth would open and swallow him. Now what was he to do? While his mind was in such disorder and despair, a letter from Julie brought healing balm to his wound. A ray of hope shone into the impenetrable darkness. A solid road opened through the quagmire under the feet of the sinking man. Oh, she can ! She is the cleverest woman ! She can bring anything about ! She is the noblest of women ! At 10 minutes before 7 he was standing before her door. " She is waiting for you, and gave orders to have you admitted." How majestically she is sitting ! How stern she looks ! She scarcely bends her head in reply to his bow. " I am very glad to see you. Take a seat." Not a muscle moved in her face. " It will be a good scolding, I suppose ; no matter, scold away, only save me." " Monsieur Storeshnik," she began in a cold, slow way, " you know my opinion of the matter in regard to which we have come together now, and which, of course, I see no need of characterizing again. I have seen that young lady whom you were talking about last night. I have heard about your visit to them to day ; consequently, I know all about everything, and I am very glad, because it saves me from asking you any questions. Your position is perfectly clear not only to you, but to me." Lord, I'd rather she would scold, thought the victim. " It seems to me," she went on, " that you cannot get out of it without somebody's help, and that you cannot expect anybody to help you successfully but me. If you have anything to say in your defense, I will listen." "And so," after a pause, "you, as well as I, suppose that no one else is able to help you. Just listen to what I am able and willing to do for you. If my supposititious help is going to be of any use to you, I will tell you the terms on which I agree to accomplish it." And in the long, long style of an official explanation, she told him that she could send a letter to Jean in which she would say that after last night's caprice she had thought things over, that she wanted to take part in the supper, but that she was engaged for this evening, and therefore she asked Jean to persuade Storeshnikof to postpone the supper till some time that should be agreed upon with Jean. She read the letter over. The letter expressed a conviction that Storeshnikof would win the wager, and that it would be disagreeable to him to put off his triumph. Would this letter be sufficient? Indeed it would. In such a case, continued Julie, in the very same style of official notes, she would send off the letter on 2 conditions. You can accept them or not. If you accept them, I will send off the letter. If you refuse them, I shall burn the letter. And all this was said in the everlasting manner that seemed to draw out the soul of the rescued man. At last came the conditions. There were 2. First, that you cease persecuting the young person of whom we were speaking. Second, that you cease mentioning her name in your conversations. Is that all? The rescued man wonders. I thought she would ask the deuce knows what, and I should have been willing to grant anything. He agrees, and his face shows a triumph at the easiness of her conditions.
But Julie is not in the least softened, and she keeps on with her explanations. The first is necessary for her sake, the second also for her sake, but still more for yours. I shall postpone the supper for a week, and then for another week, and then the thing will be forgotten. But you must understand that the others will forget about it only unless you do not any longer say a single word about the young lady among whom, etc. And at the same time she keeps on explaining and assuring him that the letter will be received by Jean in ample time. I have made inquiries, and he will dine with Berthe, etc. He will call on you as soon as he has finished his cigar, etc. And this too was said as before. Then she said, "And so the letter will be sent, and I am very glad. Please read it over. I have no confidence in others, and I do not expect others to have confidence in me. You have read it over, please seal it yourself. Here is an envelope. I will ring the bell. Pauline, have the goodness to post this letter, etc. Pauline, I have not seen Monsieur Storeshnikof today. Do you understand? He has not been here." This tormenting salvation lasted about an hour. Finally the letter was sent off, and the rescued man breathes more freely, but the perspiration runs down his face, and Julie continues, "In a quarter of an hour you must hurry home, so that Jean may find you there. But this quarter of an hour is still at your disposal, and I am going to avail myself of it to say a few words to you. You will follow, or you will not follow, the advice which they contain, but you will at least think it over seriously. I shall not say a word about the obligations that an honorable man feels toward a young girl whose good name he has compromised. I know too well our aristocratic young men to expect any advantage from going over this side of the question. But I find that if you should marry the young person about whom we have been speaking, it would be a good thing for you. As a straightforward woman, I shall lay down before you explicitly the foundations of my belief, though some of them may be ticklish in your ears. However, your least word will be sufficient for me to stop. You are a man of weak character, and you run the risk of falling into the hands of some bad woman who will torment you and make you her mere plaything. But she is kind and noble, and therefore she would not treat you shabbily. To marry her, notwithstanding the lowness of her birth compared to yours, notwithstanding her poverty, would help you along in your career. She, when once introduced into the great world with all the money that you have, with all her beauty, good sense, and strength of character, would occupy a brilliant place. The advantage of this can be understood by every husband. But aside from these advantages, which every other husband would receive from such a wife, you, through the peculiarities of your nature, more than any one else, need an assistant. I will speak still plainer. You need some one to lead you. Every word that I have spoken has been weighed. Every word has been based on my observation of her. I do not ask you to believe me, but I recommend that you think over my advice. I doubt very much whether she would accept your offer, but if she should accept it, it would be a good thing for you. I shall not detain you any longer. Now you must hurry home. End of Part 1, Chapter 5. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Chapter 6 of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, The Life of Vera Pavlovna in Her Parents' Family. Chapter 6. Marya Aleks6yevna, of course, did not even complain of Vi^rotchka's refusal of the sleigh ride after she found out that that Mishka Durak was not at all such a Durak as she thought, and that he had almost got ahead of her. Vi^rotchka was left in peace, and on the next morning, without meeting with any hindrance, she started for the Gostinui Dvor. "It is freezing here. I do not like cold weather," said Julie. "We must go somewhere else. But where? Wait, I'll be right back from this shop." She bought a thick veil for Vi^rotchka. "Put it on, then you can go with me without any fear. But don't lift your veil until we are alone. Pauline is very modest, but I don't want that even she should see you. I am too careful of you, my child." In fact, she herself wore her maid's cloak and bonnet and a thick veil. When Julie got warm, she listened to all the news that Vi^rotchka had to tell her.
Then she told her in turn about her interview with Storeshnikof. "Now, my dear child, there is no doubt that he will make you an offer. These young men are always getting over ears in love when their flirting meets no response. Do you know, my dear child, that you have treated him quite like an experienced coquette? Coquetry, I am speaking about genuine coquetry, not about foolish, stupid imitations of it, for they are disgusting like any other imitation of a good thing. Coquetry, I say, means sense and tact in the way that a woman treats a man. Therefore absolutely innocent girls act without meaning it, exactly like experienced coquettes, if only they have sense and tact. Maybe my motives will partly influence him, but the main thing is your resistance. However, he will make you an offer, and I advise you to accept it." "You who told me only yesterday that it was better to die than give a kiss without love?" "My dear child, that was said in excitement. In moments of excitement it is true and good, but life is prose and calculation." "No, never, never! He is contemptible. This is abominable. I shall not lower myself. Let him devour me. I'd sooner jump out of the window, sooner go out and beg for bread. But to give my hand to a contemptible, low man! No, it is better to die." Julie began to explain the advantages. "You will get rid of your mother's persecutions. You stand in danger of being sold. He is not bad, but only a little off. A narrow man who is not bad is better than any other husband for a woman of strong character. You would be mistress of the house." She depicted the position of actresses, dancers who do not love their husbands but reign over them. "This is the freest situation in the world for a woman, except that situation of independence and power which society might grant to a legally married woman. That is, it might give her as much independence as an actress has towards the admirer of an actress." She spoke much. Vi6rotchka spoke much. They both got excited. Vi6rotchka finally became pathetic. "You call me fanciful, you ask me what I want from life. I want neither to reign nor to be subjected. I do not want to deceive or to make pretence. I do not want to regard the opinions of others, to strive for what other people recommend to me, without I feel the need of it. I am not used to riches; for myself they are not necessary. Why then should I seek them? Only because others think that they are pleasant for all people, and consequently must be pleasant for me? I have never gone into society. I have not known what it was to shine, and as yet I have no desire to do so. Why, then, should I sacrifice anything for a brilliant situation, only because according to the ideas of others it is pleasant? For what I do not feel the slightest need of, I am not going to sacrifice, I do not say myself, but even my slightest caprice. I want to be independent and live in my own way. I am prepared for whatever is needful for myself, whatever is not needful I do not want. What will be necessary for me I do not know. You say I am young and inexperienced, that I shall change as time goes on. Well, so be it. When the time comes I shall change. But now I do not want, do not want, do not want anything that I do not want. But what do I want now, you ask? Well, I am sure I do not know. Do I want to love a man? I do not know. It was only yesterday morning I did not know when I got up that I was going to want to love you, and several hours before I began to love you I did not know that I could love any one. And I did not know how I should feel when I felt love for you, and so now I do not know how I should feel to love a man. I only know that I do not want to be anybody's slave. I want to be free. I do not want to be under obligations to anyone, so that anyone should dare to say to me, 'You must do something for me.' I want to do only what I have it in my heart to do, and let others do the same. I do not want to ask anything of anybody. I do not want to curtail anybody's freedom. I want to be free myself." Julie listened and was lost in thought, and her face grew red. But then she could not help her face growing red when she sat near a fire. She leaped to her feet and said in a broken voice, "Well, well, my child, I myself should have felt that way if I had not been ruined. But I am not corrupted by those deeds that are generally thought to ruin a woman, not by what happened to me in the past, what I endured and suffered. Not because of those things was my body given over to insult, but because I was used to idleness, to luxury, because I am not strong enough to live by myself, because I need other people, because I try to please. Therefore I am doing what I do not like to do, and this is wretchedness. Don't listen to what I said, my child. I have been trying to ruin you. This is torment. I cannot teach the pure without polluting it. Avoid me, my child. I am a bad woman.
Don't think about society. They are all bad there, worse than I am. Where idleness is, there is abomination. Where grandeur is, there is abomination. Run, run!" End of Part One, Chapter 6. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Chapter 7 of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One: The Life of Vera Pavlovna in Her Parents' Family. Chapter 7. Storeshnikof kept thinking more and more frequently, "Well, now, suppose I should take and marry her." What happened to him was a very common thing, not only with people of weak character of his stamp, but also not seldom with people of more independent character. In the histories of the nations such cases as his fill the volumes of Hume and Gibbon, Ranke and Thierry. Men crowd only to one side simply because they do not hear the words, "Now strive, brethren, to take the other side." And if by chance they hear and turn to the other side of the circle, then they go to crowding just as bad on the other side. Storeshnikof had heard and seen that rich young men were in the habit of taking poor and pretty young girls as mistresses. Well, and so he tried to make Vi^rotchka his mistress. No other word had entered his head. He heard the other word, "You might marry her." Well, now he begins to think about the word wife, just as before he thought about the word mistress. This is a universal characteristic, and Storeshnikof illustrates very clearly in his own case 9/10 of the motives in the history of the human race. But historians and psychologists say that in every special fact the universal cause is individualized, according to their expression, by local, temporary, national, and personal elements, although they, that is, these elements, are important. For example, all spoons, albeit they are spoons, yet whoever gobbles soup or shy with the spoon in his hand must examine that special spoon. Therefore let us examine Storeshnikof. The principal thing that Julie had said, as though she had been reading all the Russian novels that treat of such things, was this: "Resistance strengthens desire." The thought about Vi^rotchka took possession of Storeshnikof after the theatre with more power than ever before. After exhibiting to his friends the mistress of his fancy, it seemed to him that she was much more beautiful than he had imagined. Beauty, just like intellect or any other valuable thing, is treasured by the majority of people exactly according as it is reckoned by the general opinion. Everybody sees that a handsome face is handsome, but to what degree it is handsome, how can that be expressed unless its rank takes a diploma? Vi^rotchka, sitting in the gallery or in the back row of the theatre, would not have been noticed. But when she appeared in a box in the second tier, a good many opera glasses were directed towards her. And how many encomiums of her beauty did not Storeshnikof hear when, after seeing her to her carriage, he returned to the foyer? And Serge, oh, what a refined taste he has! And Julie! Well, when such good fortune is hatched, there is no need of making a choice as to the way of possessing it. His self-love was stirred at the same time as his passion, but it was touched also on the other side. "It is hardly likely that she will accept you." "What? Not accept him with such a uniform and such an estate? No, you are mistaken, Frenchwoman. She will take it, of course she will. She will." There was still another reason of the same stamp. Storeshnikof*s mother, of course, would oppose his choice. His mother is a representative of the world, and Storeshnikof hitherto has stood in awe of his mother, and of course he has been burdened by his dependence on her. For people who have no strength of character, it is very charming to think, "I am not afraid. I have a strong character." Of course there was also a desire to advance in his worldly career through his wife. And to all this there was added the fact that Storeshnikof did not dare to show himself to Vi^rotchka in his former role, and meantime he could not resist looking at her. In a word, Storeshnikof each day thought more seriously of getting married, and at the end of a week, when Marya Aleks^yevna, after returning from a late service, was sitting down and thinking how she might catch him, he himself appeared and made an offer of marriage.
Vi^rotchka did not come out of her room, and so he could only speak with Marya Aleks^yevna. Marya Aleks^yevna of course said that she on her part looked upon it as a great honor, but as a loving mother she must know her daughter's mind, and asked him to call for his answer on the next morning. "Nu, she's a trump, my girl Vi^ra," said Marya Aleks^yevna to her husband, surprised at such an abrupt turning of the case. " Just see how she has got the young lad under her thumb. And I was thinking and thinking, and did not know how to put my wits to work. I was thinking how much bother it would cost me to catch him again. I was thinking how the whole affair was ruined, while she, my golubushka, my darling (literally, little pigeon), did not spoil it at all, but brought it round all right. She knew how it was necessary to act. Nu, she is cunning. It's no use talking." " The Lord inspires infants with wisdom," said Pavel Konstantinuitch. He seldom played any part in domestic life, but Marya Aleks^yevna was a stern observer of the good old traditions, and on such a solemn occasion as the telling her daughter about the offer, she allowed her husband to take the roll of honor, which by right belongs to the head and ruler of the family. Pavel Konstantinuitch and Marya Aleks^yevna seated themselves on the sofa as on the most solemn place, and sent Matri6na to ask the bariushna to come to them. " Vi^ra," Pavel Konstantinuitch began, " Mikhail Ivanuitch has done us the honor of asking your hand." We answered like loving parents that we would not compel you, but we said that on our side we were glad. You, as a good and dutiful daughter, such as you have always appeared to be, will depend on our experience that we have not dared to ask God for such a husband for you. Do you agree, Vi^ra?" " No," said Vi^rotchka. " What is that you say, Vi^ra?" cried Pavel Konstantinuitch. The thing was so plain that even he could cry out, not asking his wife how to act. " Have you lost your senses, you fool? Repeat that, if you dare, you disobedient thing !" cried Marya Aleks^yevna, doubling her fists against her daughter. " Forgive me, mdmenka," said Vi^ra, rising. " If you touch me, I will leave the house ; if you lock me up, I will jump out of the window. I knew how you would take my refusal, and I have resolved how to act. Take a seat and sit down, or I shall go." Marya Aleks^yevna sat down again. " What a piece of stupidity ! That front door is not under lock and key ; she would push away the bolt in a second ; we could not catch her ; she would run away ; she is crazy." " I shall not marry him. Without my consent they can't marry me." " Vi^ra, you are losing your senses," said Marya Aleks^yevna in a choking voice. " How can that be? What answer can we give him to morrow?" exclaimed her father. " You are not to blame towards him, but I will not consent." This scene lasted about 2 hours. Marya Aleks^yevna was in a stew. 20 times she began to cry out and clench her fists, but Vi^rotchka said, " Don't get up, or I shall leave." They kept beating about the bush, but they could not do anything. It ended when Matri6na came in to ask whether they would put on the dinner. The pirog, or pie, was overdone. " Think till evening, Vi^ra. Come to your senses, you fool," said Marya Aleks^yevna, and whispered something to Matri6na. " Mdmenka, you are going to do something to me? To take out the key from my bedroom, or something else? Don't you do it, or it will be worse." Marya Aleks^yevna said to the cook, " No matter ; what a beast she is, this Vi^rka. If it were not that he wanted her on account of her face, I would beat her till she bled. But now, how can I touch her? She will disfigure herself, the confounded fool." They went in to dinner ; they dined quietly. After dinner, Vi^rotchka went to her room. Pavel Konstantinuitch lay down, as he usually did, to take a nap, but this time the nap was a failure. As soon as he closed his eyes, Matri6na came in and said that the khozydXka's manservant was there ; that the landlady asked Pavel Konstantinuitch to call upon her immediately. Matri6na was trembling like an aspen leaf. Why should she tremble? End of Part 1, Chapter 7. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Chapter 8, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, The Life of Vi^ra Pavlovna in Her Parents' Family, Chapter 8. How could Matri6na help trembling when the whole trouble arose through her? As soon as she called Vi^rotchka to her papenka and mamenka, she immediately ran off to tell the wife of the khozydika's cook how your barin is courting our bariushna. They called the youngest of her khozydika's chambermaids, and began to blame her for her unfriendliness in not having told them anything about it before. The youngest chambermaid could not understand what the secret was that they blamed her for not telling; she had never concealed anything. They told her when she said, "I have not concealed anything," that they were sorry for reproaching her for concealing anything. She ran off to tell the news to the oldest of the chambermaids. The oldest of the chambermaids said, "Of course, he has done this without his mother's knowledge, because I have not heard anything, and I must know everything that Anna Petrovna knows." And she went off to tell the whole story to the bariuna. Such was the mischief caused by Matri6na. "My confounded little tongue has made me a great deal of bother," she thought. "Marya Aleks6yevna will find out who let the cat out of the bag." But it happened that Marya Aleks6yevna forgot to ask who told of it. Anna Petrovna could not say anything else but "Ach" and "Och." Twice she fell in a swoon, even while she was alone with the senior chambermaid. Of course she was greatly shocked, and she summoned her son. The son appeared. "Mikhail, is it true what I have heard?" in a tone of indignant suffering. "What have you heard, maman?" "That you have offered yourself to to the daughter of our manager?" "I have, maman." "Without asking your mother's consent?" "I intended to ask your consent after I had obtained hers." "I presume that you were surer of her consent than of mine." "Maman, it is the fashion nowadays to get the girl's consent first, and to speak to relations afterwards." "Is that your fashion? Maybe it is also your fashion for the sons of good families to marry God knows whom, and for the mothers to consent to it?" "But, maman, she is not a God knows whom. When you come to know her, you will approve of my choice." "When I know her? I shall never know her. I approve of your choice? I forbid any thought of this choice. Do you hear? I forbid it." "Maman, this is not the fashion nowadays. I am not a little boy to be led around by the hand by you. I know myself where I am going." "Akh!" Anna Petrovna shut her eyes. Mikhail Ivanovitch had to yield before Marya Aleks6yevna, to Julie, to Vi^rotchka, because they were women of sense and strong character. But here, as far as sense was concerned, the battle was drawn, and if the mother was stronger by reason of her character, still the son felt solid ground under his feet. He had stood in awe of his mother hitherto through habit, but they both remembered very well that in reality the khozydXka was not the khozydXka, but only the mother of the khozydXn, and again that the khozydXka's son is in reality not the khozydXka's son, but the khozydXn. And therefore the khozydXka hesitated to use the decided word "forbid." She prolonged the conversation, hoping to defeat her son and get him tired out before a genuine battle was fought. But the son had gone to such lengths that it was impossible to withdraw, and he was compelled by the necessity of the case to fight it out. "Maman, I assure you that a better daughter you could not have." "You torment! Your mother's murderer!" "Maman, let us reason about it coolly. Sooner or later I shall have to get married, and a married man must have greater expenses than a bachelor. I could, of course, marry such a woman that all the income of the estate would have to be spent on my establishment. But she will be a dutiful daughter, and we could live with you just as I always have." "Torment! My murderer! Get out of my sight!" "Maman, don't be angry. I am not in the least to blame." "Marry such a wench, and not to blame?" "Now, maman, I am going to leave you. I do not want you to call her such names in my presence." "My murderer!" Anna Petrovna fell in a swoon, and Michel went off, satisfied with the courageous way in which he had carried out the first scene, which was the most important of all. Seeing that her son was gone, Anna Petrovna recovered from her swoon. "Her son has absolutely escaped from her power. In response to her 'I forbid,' he explains that the house is his." Anna Petrovna thought and thought. She poured out her grief before the senior chambermaid, who in these circumstances shared absolutely in the khozydXka's feeling of contempt for the manager's daughter. She consulted with her and sent for the manager. "Hitherto I have been very well satisfied with you, Pavel Konstantinuitch, but now these intrigues, in which possibly you have had no share, may compel me to quarrel with you." "Your ladyship, I am not to blame in the slightest degree, 'fore God."
I knew long ago that Michel was hanging around your daughter. I did not put a stop to it, because a young man cannot live without recreation. I am willing to make allowances for the mischief of young men, but I cannot endure that my family should be degraded. How did your daughter dare to think of entertaining such an ambition? Your ladyship, she has not dared to entertain any such ambition. She is a modest girl. We have brought her up respectably. What do you mean by that? Your ladyship, she would never dare to do anything against your will. Anna Petrovna did not believe her ears. Can it be possible that this good news is true? You must be aware what my will is. I cannot consent to such an unnatural and, I may say, disreputable marriage. We are sensible of that, your ladyship, and Vi6rotchka feels it also. She said so. I do not dare to offend her ladyship, were her very words. How could that be? It happened, your ladyship, that Mikhail Ivanovitch named his intentions to my wife, and my wife told him that she could not give him an answer till to-morrow morning, and my wife and me intended, your ladyship, to call on you and tell you all about it, because, bein' as it was late, we did not dare to disturb your ladyship. And when Mikhail Ivanovitch went, we told Vi6rotchka, and she said, 'I perfectly agree with you, papenka and mamenka, that it is not to be dreamed of.' Is she such a sensible and honest girl?" "Certainly, your ladyship, she is a virtuous girl." "Well, I am very glad that we can remain friends with you. I will pay you for this. I am even now ready to pay you for this. On the front stairs where the tailor lives, the apartment on the second floor is vacant, isn't it?" "It will be vacant in 3 days, your ladyship." "Take it for yourself. You may spend 100 rubles to have it put in order, and I will add to your salary 240 rubles a year." "Allow me to kiss your ladyship's little hand." "Very well, that will do. Tatiana!" The senior chambermaid came in. "Find me my blue velvet cloak. I want to give this to your wife. It cost me 150 rubles (really 85). I have only worn it twice (in reality more than 20 times), and this I give to your daughter." Anna Petrovna handed the manager a lady's small watch. "I paid 300 rubles (in reality 120) for it. I can make presents, and I shall not forget you in the future either. I make allowances for the mischief of young men." After dismissing the manager, Anna Petrovna again summoned Tatiana. "Ask Mikhail Ivanovitch to come to me. Or no, it's better, I will go to him myself." She was afraid that her messenger would tell the news to her son's valet, and the valet would tell her son what news the manager brought, and the bouquet would vanish and not make the impression on her son's nose as if it were fresh from the wine of her own words. Mikhail Ivanovitch was lying down, and not without some satisfaction, was twisting his mustache. "Now what has brought her here? I have no smelling salts for fainting fits," he thought, getting up when his mother entered. But he saw in her face a scornful triumph. She sat down. She said, "Sit down, Mikhail Ivanovitch, and we will have a talk." And she looked at him for a long time with a smile. At last she continued, "I am very well content, Mikhail Ivanovitch. Guess why I am content." "I do not know what to guess, maman. You are so strange." "You will see that there is nothing strange at all. Think away, and perhaps you will guess." Again a long pause. He is lost in perplexity. She is enjoying her triumph. "You cannot guess, I will tell you. It is very simple and natural. If you had a spark of noble feeling, you would have guessed it. Your mistress" in the former talk Anna Petrovna had to tack ship, but now she had no reason to tack. The means of defeating her was taken away from her opponent. "Your mistress, don't you answer me back, Mikhail Ivanovitch, you yourself have boasted everywhere that she was your mistress, this creature of low origin, of low training, of low behavior, even this contemptible creature" "Maman, I am not willing to hear such expressions about the girl who is to be my wife." "I should not have used them if I had thought that she was going to be your wife. And I began with the intention of explaining to you that this was not to be, and why it was not to be. Allow me to finish. Then you may freely reproach me for these expressions, which will then be out of place according to your idea. But now allow me to finish. I wish to say that your mistress, this nameless creature, untrained, mannerless, feelingless, even she puts you to shame. Even she understands all the shamelessness of your intentions." "What? What is that? Speak, maman." "You yourself are hindering me. I was going to say that even she, do you hear, even she could understand and appreciate my feelings. Even she, when she learned from her mother about your offer, sent her father to tell me that she would not put herself in opposition to my will, and would not degrade our family by her polluted name." "Maman, you are deceiving me." "Fortunately for me and you, no. She says that," but Mikhail Ivanovitch was no longer in the room. He had already put on his army coat. "Hold him, Pyotr, hold him!" cried Anna Petrovna. Pyotr opened wide his mouth at such an extraordinary command, but Mikhail Ivanovitch was already running down the front doorsteps. End of Part 1, Chapter 8. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Chapter 9 of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, The Life of Vera Pavlovna in Her Parents' Family, Chapter 9. "Nu, how was it?" asked Marya Aleks6yevna as her husband came back. "Elegant, matushka. She knew all about it, and she says, 'How did you dare?' And I says, 'We don't dare, your ladyship,' and Vi6rotchka has already refused him." "What? What? You said such nonsense as that, you ass?" "Marya Aleks6yevna!" "You ass! You villain! You have killed me! You have cut my throat! Take that!" The husband received a slap. "And take that!" Another slap. "That's the way to teach you, dурак!" She seized him by the hair and began to drag him about the room. The lesson continued for some time, for Storeshnikof, after his mother's long lecture and pauses, came running into the room, and found Marya Aleks6yevna still in the full heat of instruction. "You ass! You did not even fasten the door! And what a state strangers find us in! You ought to be ashamed to be such a hog!" That was all that Marya Aleks6yevna found to say. "Where is Vi6ra Pavlovna? I must see Vi6ra Pavlovna! Immediately! Is it true that she refuses me?" The circumstances were so embarrassing that Marya Aleks6yevna could only motion with her hand. The very same thing happened to Napoleon after the battle of Waterloo, when Marshal Grouchy proved to be stupid like Pavel Konstantinuitch, and Lafayette was bold like Vi6rotchka. Napoleon was fighting, fighting, doing, accomplishing all the miracles in his art, but it was without avail, and he could only motion with his hand and say, "I give it all up. Let every one do as he pleases with himself and with me." "Vi6ra Pavlovna, do you refuse my hand?" "Judge for yourself. How can I not refuse it?" "Vi6ra Pavlovna, I have cruelly offended you." "I am to blame. I am worthy of being hung. But I cannot bear your refusal," etc., etc. Vi6rotchka listened to him for several minutes. Finally — it was time to put an end to it; this was hard — "No, Mikhail Ivanovitch, this is enough. Stop! I cannot consent." "Well, if that must be so, I beg one favor. You feel just now too keenly how I offended you. Don't give me your answer yet. Allow me time to win your forgiveness. I seem to you low, vile, but look, maybe I shall grow to be better. I will use all my strength to become a better man. Help me. Don't push me away now. Give me time. I will obey you in everything that you may ask. You shall see how humble I am. Maybe you will see that there is some good in me. Only give me time." "I am sorry for you," said Vi6rotchka. "I see the sincerity of your love." "Vi6rotchka, this is not love at all. It is only a mixture of different grades of depravity and meanness. Love is something quite different. Because a man finds it disagreeable to be refused by a woman, that man is not necessarily in love with her. That is not love at all. But Vi6rotchka does not know this yet, and she is touched." "You want me not to give my answer yet. Very good. But I warn you that the postponement will lead to nothing. I shall never give you any other answer than the one that you have just received." "I shall deserve another answer. You will be my salvation." He grasped her hand and began to kiss it. Marya Aleks6yevna came into the room, and in the stress of her emotion was going to bless her dear children without further formality, that is, without Pavel Konstantinuitch, then to call him and have them solemnly blessed. Storeshnikof demolished one half of her joy by explaining to her that Vi6ra Pavlovna, although she had not as yet consented, did not absolutely refuse, but merely postponed the answer. This was bad, but still it was good compared to what she had expected. Storeshnikof went home in triumph. Again the threat about the estate came upon the scene, and again Anna Petrovna fell in a swoon. Marya Aleks6yevna was absolutely at a loss to know what to think about Vi^rotchka. Her daughter spoke as though she were entirely opposed to her intentions, but the result proved that her daughter put an end to all the embarrassment, which had seemed too much for Marya Aleks6yevna to manage. If one judged by the course of the affair, then it would look as though Vi^rotchka wanted the same thing that Marya Aleks6yevna wanted. But, as an educated and wily creature, she elaborates her material in a different way. But if this is so, why should she not say to Marya Aleks6yevna, " Matushka, I desire the same thing that you do. Be at ease." Or else she must be so angry at her mother that she wants to do the very same thing that they are both anxious to bring about by herself, without her mother's cooperation. But her willingness to postpone the answer is perfectly comprehensible to Marya Aleks6yevna. She wants to give her future husband a thoroughly good schooling, so that he should not dare to breathe without her, and so as to extort Anna Petrovna's submission. Apparently she is even more cunning than Marya Aleks6yevna herself. Whenever Marya Aleks6yevna thought about this, her thoughts brought her to this view. But her eyes and ears always testified against it. And meantime, how to act if this view is false, if her daughter is not really going to marry Storeshnikof? She is such a wild creature that it is impossible to know how to tame her. But in all probability the good-for-nothing Vi^rka does not want to marry. Such is doubtless the case. Marya Aleks6yevna's common sense was really too strong to be deceived by her own wily reasoning about Vi^rotchka being a cunning intriguer. But this vile young girl is managing everything in such a way that, when she does marry, and the deuce knows what she has in mind, maybe this very thing, at all events she will evidently be the complete mistress over her husband and his mother, and over the whole household. And so what is left for her? Only to wait and see ; nothing else is possible. Just now Vi^rka does not want to do this, but she will make up her mind for the joke of the thing, and she will want it. Well, besides, we can use moral suasion. Only leave it to time. But now we must wait till that time shall come. Marya Aleks6yevna waited. But how charming to her was the thought, refuted by her common sense, that Vi^rka was bringing the affair to a marriage. Everything but Vi^rotchka's words and actions corroborated this thought. The future husband was a silken one. The future husband's mother struggled about 3 weeks, but her son defeated her by using his threat in regard to the estate, and she began to grow more reasonable. She expressed the desire to make Vi^rotchka's acquaintance. Vi^rotchka did not go to see her. At the first moment Marya Aleks6yevna thought that if she were in Vi^rotchka's place she should have acted more wisely, that she should have gone. But on thinking the matter over, she came to the conclusion that not to go was the wiser course. Oh, what a cunning creature ! And in fact, in a couple of weeks Anna Petrovna herself called, under the pretext that she wanted to look at the arrangement of the new apartment. She was cool and caustically polite. Vi^rotchka, after listening to 2 or 3 of her biting remarks, went to her room. Before she left, it did not occur to Marya Aleks6yevna that it was necessary to leave. She thought it was necessary to answer biting remarks with biting remarks. But when Vi^rotchka left, Marya Aleks6yevna quickly reasoned, yes, that was the best move of all. Let her son pay her in her own coin ; that's the best way. At the end of 2 weeks, Anna Petrovna called again, and gave no excuses for her call. She simply said that she came to make them a call, and she said nothing sarcastic in Vi^rotchka's presence. Time passed on. The prospective husband made Vi^rotchka presents. They were made through Marya Aleks6yevna, and of course remained in her possession, like Anna Petrovna's watch. However, not all of them remained with her. Some of the cheapest of them she gave to Vi^rotchka, saying that they were things that had remained in pawn unredeemed. It was necessary for the prospective husband to see some of his gifts worn by the bride. He saw them, and grew more confident that he should get Vi^rotchka's consent ; otherwise she would not have accepted his presents. But why does she put off her answer? He himself perceived, and Marya Aleks6yevna told him, the reason. She is waiting till Anna Petrovna gets entirely reconciled. And he, with redoubled energy, pulled on the line whereto his mother was hooked, an occupation that gave him much satisfaction. Thus Vi^rotchka was left in peace. They looked into her eyes. This canine deference was detestable to her. She tried to be with her mother as little as possible. Her mother ceased to have the courage to enter her room, and when Vi^rotchka was sitting there, and this was the larger part of the day, she was not disturbed. Mikhail Ivanovitch was occasionally allowed to enter her room. He was as obedient to her as a child. She told him to read ; he read with great energy, as though to get ready for an examination. He derived very little instruction from his reading, but still he got some good from it. She tried to help him shine in conversation. Conversations came easier to him than books, and he made some progress, very slow, very trifling, but all the same he progressed. He began to treat his mother with more respect than before, began to prefer keeping her under the bridle than on the hook. Thus passed 3 or 4 months. There was a reconciliation, there was peace ; but every day a storm threatened, and Vi^rotchka's heart was dying within her at the horrible anticipation: if not to day, then to morrow Mikhail Ivanovitch or Marya Aleks^yevna would demand of her the answer. They will not wait a whole century. If I were to want to make an effective collision, I should give to this situation a crackling conclusion. But such did not occur. If I wanted to allure by uncertainty, I should not say now that nothing of the kind happened ; but I am writing without any subterfuges, and I therefore will anticipate and say there will be no crackling collision. The situation will be untied without storms, without thunder or lightning. End of Part One: The Life of Vi^ra Pavlovna in Her Parents' Family. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part Two, Chapter One of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part Two: First Love and Legal Marriage. Chapter One. It is well known how situations like the above would end in former times. A fine young girl belonging to a low family, an insignificant man who is to become her husband under compulsion, who is detestable to her, who, when left to himself, being already a mean man, would constantly grow meaner, but joined to her, comes under her influence, and little by little begins to resemble a man of no especial account, to be sure, not very good, but on the other hand not very bad. The girl at first declares that she will not marry him, but gradually getting accustomed to having him under her command, and being convinced that out of two such evils as such a husband and such a family as her own, the husband would be the less evil, makes her admirer happy. At first it is detestable to her when she finds that she can make her husband happy without loving him, but her husband is obedient, patience makes love, and she becomes an ordinary fine lady, that is, a woman who, excellent naturally, gets reconciled to meanness, and living on the earth only vegetates, literally, obscures the heaven with smoke. Such used to be the way in old times with nice young girls ; such used to be the way with nice young men, all of whom became excellent people, but lived on earth in such a way as to obscure the heaven. Such used to be the way in former times, because excellent people were very few. The harvest of them apparently was so small in old times that there was not one to a 10-acre lot. Footnote: a Russian proverb says that the ear of corn is so far from its neighbor that the sound of the voice cannot reach from the one to the other. And no one can live a century as a single man or a single woman without fading away. And thus they either used to fade away or reconcile themselves to meanness. But nowadays it happens more and more frequently that things take a different turn. Respectable people get acquainted with each other. Yes, and how can this help happening more and more often when the number of respectable people increases with every new year? And in time this will be a very ordinary occurrence, and indeed the time will come when nothing else will happen, because all people will be decent. Then it will be very good. Good it was for Vi^rotchka also. Therefore, with her permission, I will relate to you the story of her life,
since, so far as I know, she is one of the first women whose life was established in this good way. First occurrences have a historical interest. The first swallow is regarded with great interest by the natives of the North. The occurrences by means of which Vi^rotchka's life began to improve were somewhat in this order. It was necessary to get Vi^rotchka's little brother ready for the gymnasium. Her father asked his colleagues if they knew of a cheap tutor. One of his colleagues recommended to him the medical student Lopukhov. Lopukh6f gave 5 or 6 lessons to his new pupil before he and Vi^rotchka met. He used to sit with Fyodor in one room of the apartment, she in another in her own room. It was getting time for the examinations at the medical school, and so he changed the lesson hours from morning till the evening, because in the morning he had to do his own studying, and when it came evening he found the whole family at tea. On the sofa were sitting his acquaintances, the father, the mother of the pupil; behind the mother on a chair the pupil was sitting, and somewhat farther a person whom he did not know, a tall, well-proportioned young girl, rather slender, with black hair, thick, handsome hair, with black eyes (her eyes are handsome, yes, very handsome), with the southern type of face, as though she were a Malo-Russian, or rather even a Caucasian type. That's nothing, a very handsome face, but somewhat reserved, but that's not southern. Her health is good; there would not be as many of us doctors if people were like her. Yes, healthy red cheeks and a good broad chest, she'll never make the acquaintance of the stethoscope. When she enters society she will create a great effect. However, it does not interest me. And she looked up at the tutor as he came in. The student was no longer young, a man of medium size or possibly taller than the average, with dark auburn hair, with regular and even handsome features, with a proud and courageous expression. Not bad looking. He must be kind, but he's too solemn. She did not add to her thoughts the epilogue, "It does not interest me," because it did not occur to her to ask herself whether she would be interested in him or not. Why should she be, when Fyodor told her so much about him that she was weary of hearing? "He is kind, sister, but he is not sociable. And I told him, sister, that you were a beauty, and, sister," he said, "what of that? And I told him, sister, that everybody falls in love with pretty girls, and he said, 'All stupid people fall in love.' And I said, 'Don't you like them?' And he said, 'I have no time.' And, sister, I said to him, 'Don't you want to get acquainted with Vi^rotchka?' And he said, 'I have a good many acquaintances beside her.'" All this Fyodor rattled off immediately after the first lessons, and afterwards he kept saying much the same thing, with various additions. "And I told him today, sister, that everybody looks at you whenever you go anywhere, and, sister," he said, "well, that's good.' And I said to him, 'Don't you want to see her?' And he said, 'I shall have time enough to see her.' And then again I told him, sister, what little hands you had, and, sister, he said, 'You want to chatter. Haven't you got anything better to chatter about?'" And the tutor learned from Fyodor everything that was worth knowing about his sister. He tried to stop Fyodor's chattering about family affairs, but how can you stop a 9-year-old child from chattering to you about everything unless you threaten him? After he has said 5 words you succeed in stopping him, but then it is too late, because children begin without any preface, getting the very essence of the thing, and among all sorts of disclosures relating to his family affairs, the tutor heard such disjointed sentences as these: "My sister is going to marry a rich man," and "Mamenka says that the bridegroom is a stupid," and "How Mamenka flatters him," and "Mamenka says sister caught him cute," and "Mamenka says, 'I am cute, but Vi^rotchka is cuter,' and Mamenka says, 'We are going to fire the bridegroom's mother out of the house,' and so forth." Naturally, when the young people got such ideas of each other, they had no great desire to become acquainted. However, so far we know only this much, that it was natural on Vi^rotchka's part. She had not reached that stage of development that she had any desire of defeating savages or of taming such a bear. Nay, she was still far from it. She was glad that she was left in peace. She was like a crushed and tortured man who has the good fortune to fall in such a way that the broken arm is undisturbed and the pain in the side is not felt, and who fears to move lest the pain in all his joints should return. Why should she care to form new acquaintances, and especially with young men? Yes, such is Vi^rotchka. Nu, but he?
He is like a savage, to judge him by Fyodor's description, and his head is full of books and anatomical preparations, such as fill the soul of a medical student with the keenest delight, and furnish him the richest pabulum. Or perhaps Fyodor misrepresented him? End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 2 of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, First Love and Legal Marriage, Chapter 2. No, Fyodor did not misrepresent him. Lopukhov was in fact a student whose head was full of books. What books we shall learn from Marya Alexeyevna's bibliographical investigations, and with anatomical preparations. For unless a man fills his head with anatomical preparations, he cannot become a professor, and that was Lopukhov's ambition. But as we see, if we depend upon Fyodor's descriptions of Vierotchka, made for Lopukhov's benefit, Lopukhov did not learn very accurately about her, and for the same reason we must correct Fyodor's description of his teacher if we would know Lopukhov better. As regarded pecuniary matters, Lopukhov belonged to that very small minority of special medical students who are not supported by government, and yet who just escape starvation and freezing. How and in what way the great majority of them live is known, of course, only to God, not to mortals. But our story does not intend to deal with people who are in need of victuals, and therefore it will devote only 2 or 3 words to the period in Lopukhov's life when he suffered such hardships. And it was not very long that he was in such a condition, only 3 years and even less. Before he entered the medical school he had plenty of food. His father, a Meshanin or commoner of the town of Ryazan, lived in the style of the Meshanin, comfortably. That is, his family had shy (cabbage soup) and meat, not on Sundays only, and even had tea every day. He was able to keep his son at the gymnasium after a fashion. But, after his son reached the age of 15, he made it easier for him by doing some teaching. The father's means were not sufficient for the support of his son in Petersburg. However, during the first 2 years, Lopukhov received from home the sum of 35 rubles a year, and he obtained almost as much more by copying papers as unattached clerk in one of the districts of the Vuiborgsky ward. It was only during this time that he was hard up, and that was his own fault. He was accepted as a governmental scholar, but he managed to quarrel with someone and was compelled to take to his own fodder. When he was in the 3rd class, his affairs began to improve. The assistant district supervisor engaged him as a private tutor. Then he found other pupils, and now for 2 years he has not been in need. For a year and more he has been living in one house, not in one, but in 2 different rooms, and that is proof that he is not poor. He has for a roommate another student as lucky as himself. His name is Kirsanov. They are the closest friends. Both of them were used from early life to push their own way without depending upon others, and in other respects there was a great resemblance between them, so that if one were to meet either of them separately, they would both seem like people of the same character, and when they were seen together, it was observable that though both of them were very reliable and honest people, Lopukhov was rather more reserved, while his chum was more effusive. So far we have seen only Lopukhov. Kirsanov will appear later on. Apart from Kirsanov, it may be remarked in regard to Lopukhov exactly the same thing that we shall have to remark about Kirsanov. For instance, Lopukhov was at the present time occupied more than with anything else with the question how to establish his life after his graduation, which would occur now in a few months, and the same is true of Kirsanov's, and both had the same plan for the future. Lopukhov knew for a certainty that he was going to be a surgeon in one of the army hospitals of Petersburg, and this is looked upon as a great piece of good fortune, and that he was going to get a professorship in the medical school. He had no desire to practice. It is a very peculiar thing that during the past 10 years there has appeared among some of the best of the medical students a resolution not to practice medicine after graduation, though that is the only way by which a medical man can gain a livelihood. At the first opportunity they give up medicine for some of its subsidiary sciences, physiology, chemistry, or something of the sort, and every one of these young men knows that if they practiced until they were 30 years old, they might gain a reputation; at 35, a competency for life, and at 45, wealth. But they argue in a different way. You see, don't you, that medicine is in such a state of infancy that one should not as yet try to cure, but to collect the materials, so that the doctors of the future may know how to cure. And here, for the advantage of the well-beloved science, they are great hands to curse medicine, but nevertheless they are devoting all their energies for its advantage. They refuse riches, they refuse pleasure, for the sake of sitting in the hospitals, and they are making, don't you know, observations that are interesting to science. They cut up frogs, they dissect 100 subjects every year, and at the first chance they establish chemical laboratories. With what severity they follow out this lofty resolution depends, of course, on the way in which their domestic life is established. If it is not necessary for those dependent upon them, they do not even begin to practice, and they are willing to live almost in poverty. But if their domestic circumstances compel them to do so, they practice, but only just so long as it is necessary to for their family. That is, on a very limited scale, and they cure only those people who are really sick, and who can really be cured by the present pitiful state of the science, that is, the sick who bring them no advantage at all. To this class Lopukh6f and Kirsdnof belonged. They expected to graduate this year, and they have announced that they will take, or, as they say at the medical school, do, their examinations merely for the degree of M.D. They have both been hard at work on their medical theses, and they have made way with a huge quantity of frogs. Both have adopted as a specialty the nervous system, and properly speaking, they were working in cooperation. But for the formal dissertation the work was divided. One has gathered for his materials the facts that they both observed on one question, the other did the same thing for another. However, it is now time to speak about Lopukh6f alone. There was a time when he drank too much. This happened when he was without tea, and sometimes even without boots. Such circumstances are extremely conducive to drinking, not only as regards willingness, but also possibility. To buy drink is cheaper than to buy food and clothes. But this habit of drinking arose from grief at intolerable poverty, and nothing more. Now there was not to be found a man who led a sterner life, and not in regard to wine alone. In other days Lopukh6f had a good many love adventures. Once, for example, it happened that he fell in love with a foreign ballet dancer. What was to be done? He thought the matter over, and went to call upon her. "What do you want?" "I was sent by Count So and So with a note." His student's uniform was easily mistaken by the servant to be that of a clerk or some officer's denshchik. "Give me the note. Will you wait for an answer?" "The count told me to wait." The servant returned in surprise. "She bade me ask you in." "Here he is, here he is! This is the man who shouts so loud for me that I can distinguish his voice from the green room. How many times have you been carried off to the police station for such a demonstration in my honor?" "Twice." "That isn't much. Well, why are you here?" "To see you." "Capital! What else?" "I do not know. What would you like?" "Well, I know what I would like. I would like some breakfast. You see, the things are on the table. Sit down with me." Another plate was placed on the table. She laughed at him, he laughed at himself. He is young, not bad looking, not stupid, and besides it's a novelty. Why not have some fun out of him? She fooled him about 2 weeks, and then she said, "Get thee hence." Well, that is just what I wanted to do, but I did not know how. "Then we will part good friends." They gave each other a parting kiss, and that was the end of it. But this was some time before, 3 years ago, and now it is 2 years since he has renounced all such follies. Besides his comrades and 2 or 3 professors, who recognized in him a good worker in the cause of science, his only acquaintances were in the families where he gave lessons. But he did not know the families at all. He avoided familiarity as he would fire, and he held proudly aloof from all the members of these families except the little boys and girls who were his pupils. End of Part 2, Chapter 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 3, of A Vital Question, or
What is to be Done? By Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, First Love and Legal Marriage. Chapter 3. And so Lopukhov entered the room, saw the company sitting at the tea-table, and in their number was Vi6rotchka. New! Of course the company, including also Vi6rotchka, saw that the tutor entered the room. "Please take a seat," said Marya Aleks6yevna. "Matryona, bring another glass." "If it is meant for me, then I thank you. I don't drink tea." "Matryona, no matter about the glass." "A well-bred young man. Why shouldn't you drink some? You ought to drink some." He looked at Marya Aleks6yevna and at Vi6rotchka willingly, as it were, and maybe it was really willingly. Maybe he noticed that she slightly shrugged her shoulders. And he must have seen that I blushed. "Thank you. I drink tea only at home." After all, he is not such a savage. He came in and he bowed easily and gracefully. Such was the observation made at one end of the table. After all, if she is a trifle spoiled, then at least she blushes for her mother's meanness, was the observation at the other end of the table. But Fyodor soon finished his tea and went to take his lesson. The most important result of the evening was that Marya Aleks6yevna formed a most favorable opinion of the tutor, because she saw that her sugar bowl would, in all probability, not suffer great loss by changing the hour of the lessons from morning to evening. 2 days later the teacher again found the family at table, and again he refused to take tea, and thus he absolutely calmed Marya Aleks6yevna's fears. But this time he saw at the table a new face, an officer upon whom Marya Aleks6yevna was assiduously fawning. Ah, the bridegroom! But the bridegroom, owing to the importance of his uniform and family, felt that it was incumbent upon him not simply to look at the tutor, but after looking at him to measure him from head to foot with the impertinent, steady stare which is adopted in fashionable society. But he had no sooner taken his measure than he began to feel that the tutor was likewise taking his measure, and even worse, was looking straight into his eyes, and so keenly that instead of keeping up the stare, the bridegroom said, "Your work must be hard, Monsieur Lopukhov. I mean your medical work." "Yes, it is," and he continues to look him straight in the eyes. The bridegroom was conscious that he was fumbling with his left hand at the upper 3 buttons of his uniform, but he did not know the reason. Nu! When the awkwardness gets as far as the buttons, there is no other salvation than to make haste to drink his tea, and ask Marya Aleks6yevna for some more. "Your uniform, if I am not mistaken, belonged to such and such a regiment?" "Yes, I serve in that regiment," is Mikhail Ivanovitch's reply. "Have you been long in the service?" "9 years." "Did you begin in that regiment?" "I did." "Have you a company or not?" "No, I have none as yet." He cross-examines me as though I were a private. "Do you expect to get one soon?" "Not very soon." "Hm." The tutor was satisfied and ceased his examination, though he still looked straight into the imaginary private's eyes. And yet," thinks Vi6rotchka. And what does she mean by "and yet"? Finally she makes up her mind what she means by "and yet." And yet he conducts himself just as Serge did when he came with the kind Julie. How is he a savage? Why does he speak so strangely about girls, that pretty girls are loved only by stupid people? And why does she repeat "and"? At last she knows. And why didn't he want to know anything about me? Why did he say that it was not interesting? "Vi6rotchka, will you play something on the piano for Mikhail Ivanovitch and I?" said Marya Aleks6yevna, when Vi6rotchka had set down her second cup. "Certainly." "And if you would sing something," adds Mikhail Ivanovitch in a flattering tone. "Certainly." This certainly sounded as though she had said, "I am ready to do anything to get rid of you," thinks the tutor. And now he had been sitting down with them fully 5 minutes, and though he had not been looking at her, yet he knows that she has not looked once at the bridegroom except when she answered him just now. And even now she looks at him as though she were looking at her father and mother, coolly and without the least trace of affection. There must be something quite different from what Fyodor told me. However, more than anything else she must be in reality a proud, calculating girl, who wants to enter the upper 10 in order to rule and shine. It is disagreeable to her that she cannot find a better bridegroom for that purpose, but, despising the bridegroom, she yet accepts his hand because there is no other hand to lead her where she wants to go. Well, after all, this is rather interesting." "Fyodor, hurry up and finish your tea," remarked the mother. "Don't hurry him, Marya Aleks6yevna. I want to listen, if Vi6ra Pavlovna will allow me." Vi6rotchka picked up the first music that came to hand, without looking at what it was, opened it at haphazard, and began to play mechanically. No matter, only so as to get done with it the sooner. But the piece happened to be of a good order; it was from an excellent opera, and soon the girl's playing grew animated. After she was done, she started to get up. "But you promised to sing, Vi6ra Pavlovna. If I were there, I would ask you to sing something from Rigoletto." This winter La Donna e Mobile was the fashionable aria. "If you like." Vi6rotchka sang La Donna e Mobile, then she got up and went to her room. No, she is not a heartless, cold girl without any soul. This is interesting. "Isn't that good?" asked Mikhail Ivanovitch in a simple voice, without this time taking the tutor's measure. There is no need of being in strained relations with people who can examine privates. Why not speak without any pretentiousness, so as not to get his ill will? "Yes, very good." "Do you understand music?" "Just a little." "Are you a musician?" "Somewhat." Marya Aleks6yevna overheard this talk, and a happy thought struck her. "What do you play on, Dmitri Serg6itch?" she asked. "The piano. May we ask you to give us a tune?" "Very willingly." He played a certain piece. He played passably, not badly at all. After he had finished the lesson, Marya Aleks6yevna came to him and said that they were going to have a little party the next evening, that it was her daughter's birthday, and asked him to come round. Of course there is always a dearth of young men, according to the style of all such parties, but no matter. He looked closer at the girl. With her or about her there is something interesting. "I thank you heartily." But the tutor was mistaken. Marya Aleks6yevna had something more important in view than in finding a partner for her dancing girls. Reader, you of course have anticipated that on this evening some explanation would take place, that Vi6rotchka and Lopukhov will fall in love with each other? Of course they will. End of Part 2, Chapter 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 4, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 4. Part 2, First Love and Legal Marriage, Chapter 4. Marya Aleks6yevna wanted to give a great party on Vi6rotchka's birthday, but Vi6rotchka begged to have no guests invited. The one wanted to show off the bridegroom, the other found such an exhibition distasteful. They compromised by having the smallest possible party, inviting only a few of their most intimate friends. They invited Pavel Konstantinuitch's colleagues, those, of course, who had been longer in the service and were higher in position than himself, two of Marya Aleks6yevna's friends, three young girls who were more intimate with Vi6rotchka than any others. As Lopukh6f looked over the assembling guests, he noticed that there was no lack of partners. Every one of the young girls had a young man, either as candidate for bridegroom or bridegroom already. Therefore Lopukh6f was not invited in the capacity of a partner. Why, then? As he thought the matter over, he remembered that his playing on the piano preceded his invitation. Of course he was invited so as to save expense, to take the place of an accompanist. "All right," he thought. "Excuse me, Marya Aleks6yevna," and he went to Pavel Konstantinuitch. "How now, Pavel Konstantinuitch? It's time to have a game of cards. You see, it's rather tiresome for us old people." "What do you want to play?" "Anything." Soon a party was made up, and Lopukh6f sat down to play. The medical school on Vyborgskaya Street is a classical establishment for card playing. It is not a rare occurrence in some of the rooms, that is, in the governmental students' apartments, for a game of cards to be kept up for a day and a half without stopping.
It must be admitted that the sums that change hands at the students' card tables are much smaller than those at the English club, but the standard of the gamester's art is much higher. Even Lopukh6f used to play a great deal in his day, that is, when he had no money. "Mesdames, what shall we do? We must play by cutting in, that's a fact. But there'll be only 7 of us left. Either a gentleman or a lady will be lacking for the quadrille." The first rubber was drawing to an end when one of the girls, the liveliest of all, came flying up to Lopukh6f. "Monsieur Lopukh6f, you must dance." "On one condition," he said, rising and bowing. "What?" "That you give me the first quadrille." "Ach, Bozhe moi! I am engaged for the first one. You are welcome to the next, though." Lopukh6f again made a profound bow. 2 of the gentlemen took their turn in cutting in. At the third quadrille Lopukh6f asked Vi6rotchka. The first she had danced with Mikhail Ivanovitch; the second he danced with the lively girl. Lopukh6f had been watching Vi6rotchka, and was now absolutely convinced of the mistake in his former idea of her being a heartless girl, coolly marrying for money a man whom she despised. He saw before him an ordinary young girl who dances and laughs with her whole soul. Yes, to Vi6rotchka's shame be it said that she was an ordinary girl who loved to dance. At first she set her face firmly against the party, but when the party was arranged, small, without any show, and consequently not a trial to her, even she, in a way that she would never have believed, forgot her melancholy. At her time of life one does not like to be melancholy, but liveliness and gaiety are so natural that the least chance of self-forgetfulness brings also for a time forgetfulness of sorrow. Lopukh6f was now inclined in her favor, but as yet there were a good many things not clear to him. He was getting interested in Vi6rotchka's anomalous position. "Monsieur Lopukh6f, I never expected to see you dancing," she began. "Why not? Is it so hard to dance?" "For most people certainly it is not. But for you, why, yes, of course it is." "Why for me?" "Because I know your secret, yours and Fyodor's. You despise women." Fyodor did not in the least understand my secret. I don't despise women, but I avoid them. And do you know why? I have a bride, a very jealous one, who, in order to compel me to avoid them, told me their secret." "You have a bride?" "Yes." "How surprising! A student and already engaged. Is she pretty? Are you in love with her?" "Yes, she is a beauty, and I love her very dearly." "Is she a brunetka or a blondinka?" "I cannot tell you that. It is a secret." "Well, God be with her if it is a secret. But what was the secret about women that she revealed to you that makes you avoid their society?" "She saw that I did not like to be in a melancholy state of mind, and she whispered in my ear such a secret about them that I cannot see a woman without getting into a melancholy mood, and so I avoid women." "You cannot see a woman without getting into a melancholy mood? At all events, you are a master in the art of making compliments. What else can I say? To pity is the same thing as being in a melancholy state of mind." "Do we need pity so much as all that?" "Yes. Aren't you a woman? I have only to repeat to you your dearest wish, and you will agree with me. It is the universal desire of all women." "Do tell me, tell me." "It is this: Ach, how I should like to be a man!" I never met a woman who did not secretly wish this with all her heart. And in the majority of cases it is not necessary to search for it. It is expressed spontaneously without any need of drawing it out. If a woman has any trouble whatsoever, you will soon hear something like this: "We are poor miserable creatures, we women," or "Men are so different from women," or, even without any circumlocution, "Ach, why was I not a man?" Vi6rotchka smiled. "True, every woman has said that." "And now you see how women are to be pitied. For if their dearest wish were to be fulfilled, there would not be any women in the world." "Yes, it seems as if it were so," said Vi6rotchka. "It is exactly the same way. If the eager desires of every poor man were fulfilled, there would not be a single poor man in the world. Don't you see how pitiable women are? They are just as much to be pitied as the poor are. Who likes to see poor people? Just the same way, it is painful for me to see women, since I have learned their secret. And it was revealed to me by my jealous bride on the very day of our engagement. Till that time I was very fond of being in the society of women. After that it was snatched away from me. My bride cured me." "Your bride must be a kind and sensible young lady. Yes, we women are pitiable creatures, we are poor," said Vi6rotchka. "But who is your bride? You speak so mysteriously." "That is one of my secrets, which Fyodor does not tell you. I entirely share the wish of the poor that there should not be any in existence, and some time this wish is going to be realized. Sooner or later we shall be able to lay out our lives in such a way that there'll be no poor. But " "What? No more poor?" interrupted Vi6rotchka. "I myself have thought that the time might come when there would not be any more poverty, but how it would come about I could not tell. Tell me how." "I myself cannot tell this. Only my bride can tell. I am alone here. I can only say this much, that she is looking out for that, and she is very strong. She is stronger than any one else in the world. But let us not talk about her, but about women. I perfectly agree with the wish of the poor that there should not be any more poor, and my bride is going to bring this about. But I do not agree with the wish of women that there shouldn't be more women in the world, because this wish cannot be realized, and I never agree with what cannot be realized. But I have a different kind of a wish. I should like all women to get acquainted with my bride. She takes as much care of them as she does of everything else. If they would make friends with her, I should have no reason to pity them, and their wish, 'Ach, why wasn't I born a man?' would vanish. For if women get acquainted with her, then they would not be worse off than men are." "Monsieur Lopukh6f, one more quadrille without fail." "I shall be very much pleased." He pressed her hand as calmly and gravely as though he were an old friend, or she his comrade. "Which one?" "The last one." "Very well." Marya Aleks6yevna several times passed near them while they were dancing the quadrille. What would Marya Aleks6yevna have thought had she heard this conversation? We who have heard every word of it from beginning to end, all of us will say that such a conversation during a quadrille is very unnatural. The last quadrille came. "We spoke all the time about myself," said Lopukh6f, "and that is very bad manners on my part, to be speaking all the time about myself. Now I want to make up for my impoliteness by speaking about you, Vi6ra Pavlovna. Did you know that I had a far worse opinion of you than you did of me? And now well, we'll speak about this afterwards. Now, first of all, there is one question that I cannot answer. Please answer it for me. Will your marriage take place soon?" "Never." "I thought so for the last 3 hours, ever since I left the card table to come in here. But why is he considered to be your bridegroom?" "Why is he considered to be my bridegroom? Why, indeed? There's one reason I cannot tell you, it is too hard for me, but there's another I can. I pity him, he loves me so. You will say, 'I must tell him frankly what I think about our marriage.' I did tell him, but he replied, 'Don't speak, it kills me, be silent.' That is the second reason, but the first one which you find hard to tell me, I can tell you. It's because your position in your family is terrible. At the present time it is tolerable. Now no one torments me, they are waiting for me to decide, and they leave me almost entirely alone. But this may not last very long, they will begin to bring pressure upon you. What then?" "Nothing. I have thought about it and made up my mind what to do. I shall not stay here any longer. I can be an actress. What an enviable life it is! Liberty! Liberty!" "And applause." "Yes, that's also pleasant. But the main thing is liberty, to do what I please, to live as I please, not asking anybody for anything, not be dependent on anybody. That's the way I want to live." "That is true. That is good. Now I want to ask you something. I will find out how this can be done, to whom application must be made. Shall I?" "Thank you." Vi6rotchka pressed his hand. "Do it very soon. I want to tear myself away as quick as I can from this miserable, intolerable, and degrading situation. I say, I am calm, I can bear it, but is it so in reality? Don't I see what is done with my good name? Don't I know what all those who are here think of me? They say, 'She's a schemer, she's cunning, she wants to be rich, she wants to get into fine society, to shine. She will keep her husband under the shoe, twist him around her little finger, deceive him.' Don't I know that they think this about me? I don't want to live so, no indeed." Suddenly she fell into deep thought. "Don't laugh because I said I pity him, he loves me so." "Does he love you? Does he look at you the same way that I do, or not? Has he such a look?" Your eyes are frank, honest. No, your look does not offend me. You see, Vi^ra Pavlovna, it is because — but no matter. Does he look so?" Vi^rotchka blushed and made no reply. " Then he does not love you. That is not love, Vi^ra Pavlovna." " But —" Vi^rotchka did not finish her sentence, but stopped. " You were going to say, what is it then, if it is not love? Let that go. But you yourself say that is not love. Whom do you love best of all? I am not speaking of this kind of love, but of your relations, your friends." " It seems to me no one in particular. None of them very much. But no, not long ago, I met a very peculiar woman. She spoke very badly to me, called herself very hard names. She forbade me to keep up my acquaintance with her. We met in a very extraordinary way. She said that if ever I found myself in such need that I was in danger of dying, then only I might come to her, but not otherwise. I loved her very much." " Would you want her to do anything for you that would be disagreeable or injurious for her?" Vi^rotchka smiled. " But how could it be so?" " But no. Now imagine that you were very, very much in need of her help, and that she said to you, ' If I do this for you, it would torment me.' Would you repeat your request? Would you insist on it?" " I would sooner die." " Now you just told me that you loved her. But this love is only feeling, not a passion. And what is love? Passion. And how can you distinguish passion from simple feeling? By its strength. Consequently, if when one is moved by simple feeling, which is weak, very weak compared to passion, love places you in such relations to a man that you say, ' I would rather die than be the cause of torment to him.' If a simple feeling speaks so, what will passion say, which is 1,000-fold stronger? It will say, ' I will sooner die than '— not ask, not demand, but even admit that any man should do anything for me except what is agreeable to himself. I would sooner die than admit the possibility of his doing anything for my sake under compulsion or at inconvenience to himself. Such a passion, speaking this way, is love. But passion that speaks otherwise is passion, and not love. I am going home now. I have told you everything, Vi^ra Pavlovna." Vi^rotchka pressed his hand. " Au revoir, but why don't you congratulate me? To day is my birthday." Lopukh6f looked at her. " Maybe, maybe. If you have not made this mistake, then I am glad." End of Part 2, Chapter 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 5. Of a Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2. First Love and Legal Marriage. Chapter 5. How soon this came, how unexpected, thinks Vi^rotchka alone in her room at the close of the evening. We spoke for the first time, and yet we became such good friends. Half an hour before not to know each other, and in an hour's time to become such good friends. How strange !" No, it is not strange at all, Vi^rotchka. People like Lopukh6f have magical words, which attract to them every abused and persecuted creature. It is their bride that whispers such words into their ears. But here is something that is indeed strange, Vi^rotchka, but not for you and me, that you are so calm. Here people think that love is an exciting feeling, and you will fall asleep as gently as a child, and you will be neither frightened nor disturbed by dreams. You may dream of happy childish games, forfeits, tag, or maybe dances, also gay and unconcerned. It seems strange to some people, but you do not know that it is strange, and I know that it is not strange. Agitation in love does not point to love. Agitation in it is something that should not exist, for love in itself is joyous and unconcerned. How strange this is, thinks Vi^rotchka. Here I myself again and again have thought and felt all that he said about the poor and about women and how one should love. Where could I have got my ideas, or was it in the books which I have read? No, there is nothing of the sort there. What I found in books was either doubts or reservations, and everything like this seemed extraordinary, incredible, like ideals that are good but are impossible to be realized. And all this seems to me so simple,
simpler than anything else, a perfectly ordinary thing. It cannot help being; it must be so surely, more surely than anything else. And I used to think that those were the best books. Now here is George Sand, such a good and noble woman, and yet she thinks that these ideas are only visionary. And our own writers, but no, our writers have nothing of the kind at all. Or take Dickens. He has something of the sort, but it seems as though he did not hope for it at all, as though he only wished that it might be, for he is kind-hearted, but he is sure that it cannot be. But how is it that they don't know that this cannot help being, that this state of things must actually come about, that it will be accomplished without fail, that no one will be poor or unfortunate? But don't they say this? No. They only feel pity, but they think that in reality things will remain as they are at present, possibly a trifle better, but not much. And these thoughts of mine, they don't express them. If they did, I should have known that kind and sensible people also think so. But here I have been imagining that it is only I who had such thoughts. It's because I am a dull young girl. How absurd to think that besides my stupid self no one else has had such thoughts, that no one else expects this new order of things. But he says that his bride explains to every one who loves her that all these things will come about, as it seems to me they will. And she explains it to them so plainly that all of them have begun to strive to have it realized as soon as possible. What a sensible bride he has! But who is she? I must find out. Surely I shall find out. Yes, it will be a good thing when there shall be no more poor. People won't oppress each other then. All will be joyous, kind, and happy. And hereupon Vi^rotchka fell asleep and slept soundly, and saw nothing in her dreams. No, Vi^rotchka, it is not strange that you have thought over and taken all this to heart. You who are a simple-hearted young girl, and have not even heard the names of those men who have begun to teach this, and prove that this must be so, that this must come about without fail, that this cannot help being. It is not strange that you have understood and taken to heart the thoughts which your books have failed to present plainly to you. Your books were written by men who were only beginning to learn these ideas when they were only ideas. These ideas seemed wonderful and fascinating and — nothing more. Now, Vi^rotchka, these ideas are plainly seen to be realizable. And other books are written by other people, who find that these ideas are excellent, that there is nothing wonderful in them. And, Vi^rotchka, these ideas are floating in the air like a perfume from the fields in flower time. They penetrate everywhere. You have heard them even from your tipsy mother, who told you that it was necessary to live, and why it was necessary to live, by deceit and theft. She wanted to speak against your ideas, but she herself gave them greater development. You heard them from the cynical, ruined French girl, who drags her lover after her like a chambermaid, does whatever she pleases with him, yet as soon as she comes to her senses, she finds that she has no will of her own, that she must please, compel herself, though it is very hard for her, and yet it would seem, would it not, that her life with the kind, refined, and complacent Sergei is easy and pleasant? And yet she says, even for me, bad woman as I am, such relations are detestable. Nowadays it is not difficult to adopt such ideas as you have, but others do not take them to heart as you have. This is good, but there is nothing strange about it. Is there anything strange in the fact that you want to be free and happy? Now such a desire, God knows what a head-splitting discovery this is, God knows what a step forward it is towards heroism. But here is something strange, Vi^rotchka, that there are some people who have no such desire, who have other desires, and it may probably seem strange to such people that on the first evening of your love you fell asleep with such thoughts ; that from the thought of yourself, of your sweetheart, of your love, you turn to the thoughts that all people must be happy, and that it is necessary to bring about its accomplishment as soon as possible. And do you not know that it is strange, and I do know that it is not strange, that it is both natural and human? I feel joy and happiness ; consequently, I want all people to feel joyful and happy. But humanely speaking, both thoughts are the same. You are a good girl ; you are not a stupid girl. But excuse me if I do not find anything wonderful in you. Maybe half the girls whom I have known and whom I know, and maybe more than half, I have not counted them, they are too many to count, are not worse than you, and some of them are even better. Excuse me. It seems to Lopukh6f that you are a wonderful girl. So it is. But it is not wonderful that it seems to him so, because he has fallen in love with you. And there is nothing wonderful in the fact that he loves you. It is quite possible to love you. And if he loves you, then it must seem to him that you are wonderful. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 6 of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, First Love and Legal Marriage, Chapter 6. During the time of the first quadrille, Marya Aleks6yevna was continually dogging her daughter and the tutor. But during the second quadrille she did not show herself near them, but was busy in her capacity as hostess in the preparation of the supper. After her preparations were made, she asked for the tutor, but the tutor was gone. 2 days later the tutor came to give his lesson. The samovar was placed on the table, and Matri6na came to call Fe6dor. While he was giving the boy his lesson, he was interrupted by Marya Aleks6yevna entering the room. The tutor preferred to remain in his place because it was not his custom to drink tea with them, and besides, he was going to look over Fe6dor's copybook. But Marya Aleks6yevna asked him to come in because she wanted to have a talk with him, so he went and sat down at the tea table. Marya Aleks6yevna began to ask him about Fe6dor's capacity, about the best gymnasium for him, and whether it would not be better to place the boy in the gymnasium boarding house. These questions were very natural, but were they not made too soon? During this conversation she so sincerely and politely begged the tutor to take tea with them that Lopukh6f concluded to break his rule. He took the glass. Vi6rotchka did not make her appearance for some time. At last she came in. She and the tutor bowed to each other as though there were nothing between them, and Marya Aleks6yevna continued to speak about Fe6dor. Then abruptly she turned the conversation to the tutor himself. She asked him who he was, what relations he had, whether they were rich, how he lived, and how he intended to live. The tutor answered laconically and indefinitely, that he had relatives, that they lived in the provinces, that they were not very well to do, that he supported himself by giving lessons, that he intended to practice medicine in Petersburg. In a word, Marya Aleks6yevna gained very little information from what he said. Determining to break through his reserve, Marya Aleks6yevna went at the matter more directly. Now you say that you intend to practice medicine here, and thank God the city doctors are able to make a living. Have you thought yet of setting up a family? I mean, have you found a girl yet? What does she mean? The tutor had almost forgotten about his ideal bride, and he had it on his lips to say, "I have no one in view as yet." But he suddenly remembered. Akh! Of course she overheard. It put him into a ridiculous dilemma. What a piece of work I made of it! Why did I make up such an allegory when it wasn't in the least necessary? Nu vot, go to! They say that it's dangerous to take part in a propaganda. Now hear how my propaganda influenced Vi6ra Pavlovna, though her heart is pure and disposed to no ill. Nu! She must have overheard and understood. But what business is that of mine? Yes, I have a girl in view. Are you engaged to her yet? I am. Are you formally engaged, or is it only a tacit understanding between you? We are formally engaged. Poor Marya Aleks6yevna! She had caught the words, "My bride, your bride, I love her very much, she is a beauty," and her solicitude lest the tutor were flirting with her daughter was allayed. And so, during the second quadrille, she was able entirely to put her mind on the care of preparing the supper. But she wanted to hear the details of this reassuring story more circumstantially and particularly. She kept on with her cross-examination. All people like such reassuring conversation. At all events, it satisfies curiosity, and one likes to know everything. The tutor gave satisfactory answers, though, according to his wont, they were very brief. "Is your bride pretty?" "Uncommonly." "Has she a dowry?" "A very large one." "How large?" "Very large." "As much as 100,000?" Well, much more than that." "How much more?" "There's no use telling that; it is large enough." "In cash?" "Some of it in money." "Some of it in estates also?" "Yes, there is landed property." "Soon?" "Soon." "You mean you are going to be married soon?" "Yes." "That is right, Dmitri Serg^itch. Get married before she comes into her property, and so get rid of the crowd of men that'll be after her money." "Perfectly right." "How it is that God sent you such good luck, while other men have no such luck at all?" "It's so, but almost nobody knows that she is such an heiress." "And you found out?" "I did." "How was it you did?" "To tell the truth, I had long been on the lookout for such a chance, and at last I found it." "And you haven't made any mistake?" "Certainly not. I've seen the documents." "Seen 'em yourself?" "Aye, myself. That was the first step I took." "Was that the way you set about it?" "Of course. A man who is in his right mind does not take any risks without proofs." "That's true, Dmitri Serg^itch. No one does. What good luck! It must have been in answer to your parents' prayers." "It must be so." Marya Aleks6yevna had taken a fancy to the tutor from the time when she found out that he did not drink up her tea. It was apparent from everything that he was a man of solid character, with a firm basis of sense. He had little to say; so much the better, he was not empty headed, and whatever he said was to the point, especially in regard to money. But since the evening of the party, she saw that the tutor was a godsend, on account of his absolute disinclination to flirt with the girls in the families where he gave lessons. Such an absolute disinclination can rarely be found among young men. But now she was at the height of her satisfaction with him. Indeed, what a splendid man he is! And he had never boasted that he was going to marry a rich bride. It was necessary to draw out every word with pincers. And what keen scent he had! Apparently he must have made up his mind long ago that he would find a rich bride. And how he must have flattered her! Nu! This young man, I may say, knows how to manage his affairs. And he set to work by getting hold of the documents. How sensibly he talks about it. He says that no one in his right mind can do such things without documents. He's a young man of rare good sense." Vi^rotchka could hardly restrain herself from smiling too frankly. But gradually it seemed to her — but how did it seem to her? No, it can't be so. Yes, it must be. He must be speaking not to Marya Aleks6yevna, though he answers her questions, but to her, Vi^rotchka. That he is making fun of Marya Aleks6yevna, that the seriousness and the truth which underlies what he says is meant only for her, Vi^rotchka. Whether it only seemed so to Vi^rotchka, or whether it was really so, who can say? He knew, and she afterwards found out. But for the rest of us, perhaps there is no need of knowing, for we want only facts. And the fact was that Vi^rotchka, as she listened to Lopukh6f, at first smiled, but afterwards became serious, and imagined that he was speaking not with Marya Aleks6yevna, but with her, not in jest, but in earnest. And Marya Aleks6yevna, who had taken in solemn earnest all that Lopukh6f said from the beginning, turned to Vi^rotchka and said, " Vi^rotchka, my dear, what's become of your thoughts? You are acquainted now with Dmitri Serg^itch. You'd better ask him to play your accompaniment for you and give us a song." By this she meant to intimate, " We have great respect for you, Dmitri Serg^itch, and we want you to be a good friend in our family. And you, Vi^rotchka, don't be coy to Dmitri Serg^itch. I'm going to tell Mikhail Ivanovitch that he's got a bride of his own, and Mikhail Ivanovitch will not be jealous of him." This was what was meant to be understood by Vi^rotchka and Dmitri Serg^itch. He was now in Marya Aleks6yevna's thoughts not the tutor, but Dmitri Serg^itch. But for Marya Aleks6yevna herself, these words had a third interpretation, which was very natural and real. We must flatter him a little. His acquaintance may be of some use to us by and by, when he is to be rich, the rascal. This was the general signification of Marya Aleks6yevna's word for herself. But beside the general signification, there was also a special thought. When I have flattered him a little, I will tell him that we are poor people, that it is hard for me to pay him a silver ruble a lesson. So many different meanings were in Marya Aleks6yevna's words. Dmitri Serg^itch said that he would finish his lesson first, and then it would give him pleasure to play on the piano. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part Two, Chapter 7 of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, First Love and Legal Marriage, Chapter 7. Marya Alexeyevna's words had many interpretations, and they were not less fecund in results. On the side of the special signification, that is, as regarded the reduction in the price of the lessons, Marya Alexeyevna attained greater success than she anticipated. When, after 2 more lessons, she insinuated that they were poor people, Dmitri Sergeyitch at first stuck to his price, stuck to it strenuously, for a long time he did not yield, long insisted on his 3 paper rubles. It must be remembered that at this time the 3-ruble note was worth only 70 kopecks. Marya Alexeyevna did not expect to beat down his price, but, contrary to all her expectations, succeeded in reducing the price to 60 kopecks a lesson. Apparently the special signification of her words, the hope of beating down the price, contradicted her high opinion of Dmitri Sergeyitch, not of Lopukhov, but of Dmitri Sergeyitch, as of a man shrewd in money matters. What would make a man, who was a keen financier, give in about money on account of our poverty? And if Dmitri Sergeyitch did yield, then, consequently, one would be disappointed in him, and find in him a short-sighted man, and therefore a man to be avoided. Of course she would judge that way in the case of a stranger, but human beings are so created that it is hard for them to judge of their own affairs according to the general rule. A man is extremely apt to make exceptions in his own favor. What can be done with this peculiarity of the human heart? It is bad, it is injurious, but Marya Alexeyevna was unfortunately not exempted from this fault, which is the almost universal affliction of the penurious, of the sneaks, and of the wicked. There is salvation from it in only 2 extreme and opposite kinds of moral right. A man may reach such a lofty plane of transcendental rascality that he becomes the 8th wonder of the world for his virtuosity in crime, like Ali Pasha Yaninska, Jezar Pasha of Syria, Muhammad Ali of Egypt, all of whom deceived the European diplomats, and Jezar deceived Napoleon the Great as though they were children. When rascality has enclosed a man around with such an absolutely impregnable armor, that it is absolutely impossible to reach any human weakness, ambition, love of honors, love of command, love of self, or anything else, he is safe. But such heroes of rascality are very rare. You can scarcely find them in the countries of Europe, where virtuosity in wickedness is destroyed by a good many weak points. Therefore, if they show you a wily fellow and say, "This fellow cannot be deceived by any one," boldly put up 10 rubles against one that you, although not so wily, will mislead this wily fellow, if you only make up your mind to do so, and still more boldly put up 100 rubles against one that he himself is leading himself by the nose in some direction or other, because it is the most ordinary and characteristic feature in the wily to be led in some direction or other by the nose. How artful in all appearance were Louis Philippe and Metternich, and how nicely they led themselves by the nose out of Paris and Vienna into golden and lovely places of bucolic calmness, and enjoyed the picture of Makar driving his calves. And Napoleon I, what a wily rascal he was, wilier than Louis Philippe and Metternich taken together, and yet they say that with all his wiliness he had a genial temper. And thus how masterly he led himself by the nose to Elba. Nay, he even wanted to go further, and dragged himself by the nose to St. Helena. How unlikely it seemed at first, almost impossible, but he succeeded at last in overthrowing all the obstacles in the way of reaching the island of St. Helena. Just read over the history of the campaign of 1815, and you will see with what energy and skill he dragged himself by the nose. Alas! And even Marya Alexeyevna was not exempted from this injurious tendency. There are few people for whom the armor against temptation serves as an absolute protection from the deception of others. But on the other hand, there are a good many people for whom simple honesty of heart serves as a protection against such deception. According to the testimony of Vidocq and Johnny Keynes, there is nothing harder than to deceive an honest, sincere man if he has some common sense and knowledge of the world. Bright, honest men, who have their wits about them, are not liable to temptation individually. But they have in one respect a weakness that is injurious. When taken all together, they are subject to deception. A rascal is not able to lead any one of them by the nose, but the noses of them taken collectively are always ready for use. But the rascals whose noses individually are weak cannot be led by the nose. In this consists the whole mystery of the history of the world. But to branch off into the history of the world is not necessary. When you are writing a novel, go ahead with your novel. The first result of Marya Aleks6yevna's words was the cheapening of the lessons. The second result was that by getting the tutor cheaper, that is, not the tutor, but Dmitri Serg6itch, Marya Aleks6yevna was still more confirmed in her good opinion of him as a man of solidity. She even came to the conviction that conversation with him would be profitable for Vi^rotchka. His influence will dispose Vi^rotchka to marry Mikhail Ivanovitch. This conclusion was extremely brilliant, and Marya Aleks6yevna would probably not have reached it by her own wit, but she met with such plain proof that she could not help noticing Dmitri Serg6itch's good influence over Vi^rotchka. How this was proved to her we shall soon see. The third result of Marya Aleks6yevna's words was that Vi^rotchka and Dmitri Serg6itch began, under her encouragement and permission, to spend considerable time together. After he had finished giving his lessons, towards 8 o'clock, Lopukhov used to stay for 2 or 3 hours longer at the Rozalskys'. He played cards with the mother of the family and the bridegroom. He talked with them. He played on the piano, and Vi^rotchka would sing, or Vi^rotchka played and he would listen. Sometimes he spoke with Vi^rotchka, and Marya Aleks6yevna did not interfere, was not angry, although, of course, she did not leave them without her supervision. Oh, of course, she did not leave them absolutely to themselves, because although Dmitri Serg6itch was a very proper young man, still the proverb does not say in vain, "Don't hide things carelessly, and you won't lead a thief into sin." Dmitri Serg6itch is a thief, there is no doubt about it, but it is not said by way of blame, but on the contrary. Otherwise there wouldn't be any reason for respecting him and making him a friend of the family, would there? Is there any sense of making the acquaintance of fools? Of course it is well to make the acquaintance of fools sometimes, when you can take advantage of them. But Dmitri Serg6itch has nothing to his name as yet. It must be, therefore, that they are friendly with him only because of his good qualities, that is, for his sense, solidity, prudence, and skill in managing his own affairs. And if every one has, the deuce knows what in his mind, then such a clever man must have more than others. Consequently, we must look and look at Dmitri Serg6itch. And Marya Aleks6yevna studied him very industriously and energetically. But all her observations only corroborated her opinion of Dmitri Serg6itch's solidity and good character. For instance, how can one tell amorous intentions? By noticing the way in which a young man looks at a girl. Here Vi^rotchka is playing, and Dmitri Serg6itch is standing and listening, and Marya Aleks6yevna is watching the direction in which he turns his eyes. But sometimes he does not even look at Vi^rotchka ; he looks anywhere else, or sometimes when he is looking at her, he looks so innocently, so indifferently into her face, that it can quickly be seen that he is looking at her only out of politeness, and is thinking of his bride's dowry. His eyes do not burn like Mikhail Ivanovitch's. Again, how can the existence of love be detected? By caressing words. But in this case no caressing words are heard, and they really speak very little together. He talks by preference with Marya Aleks6yevna, or, here for instance, he began to bring Vi^rotchka books. Once Vi^rotchka went to see a friend, and Mikhail Ivanovitch was at the Rozalskys'. Marya Aleks6yevna took the books that the tutor brought and handed them to Mikhail Ivanovitch. "Just look here, Mikhail Ivanovitch, this French I almost understand by myself. This word gostinaya, meaning drawing room, of course, it must be a book about manners, ain't it? But the German one I don't understand." "No, Marya Aleks6yevna, that word is not gostinaya, but destinee, fate." "What kind of a fate? Is it a novel that's called so, or is it a sort of oracle or fortune book?" "We will quickly find out, Marya Aleks6yevna, from the book itself." Mikhail Ivanovitch turned several of the leaves. It seems to speak mostly about series and things. I guess it is a scientific book." "About serious things? That is good." "No, series." "What? Series? Oh, yes, bank notes. Then it's something about managing money?" "Yes, that's it, Marya Aleks6yevna." "Nu! What's the German one?" Mikhail Ivanovitch read slowly. "Concerning religion, works of Ludwig." "Oh, yes, Ludwig XIV, Marya Aleks6yevna. This is the work of Louis XIV. He was a French king, Marya Aleks6yevna, the father of the king in whose place Napoleon is reigning now." "Then it must be a theological work?" "Yes, I think so." "That is good, Mikhail Ivanovitch. Yes, indeed, I knew it. Dmitri Serg6itch is a reliable young man. Still, one must keep his eyes sharp on any young man." "Of course he has no bad intentions in his mind, but, for all that, I am extremely grateful to you, Marya Aleks6yevna, for keeping your eyes open." "One's got to do so. I am on the watch, Mikhail Ivanovitch. It is a mother's duty to keep her daughters straight, and I pledge you my honor as far as Vi6rotchka is concerned. But there's one thing occurs to me, Mikhail Ivanovitch. What belief did that French king hold?" "Catholic, naturally." "Then don't he try to convert folks into the papistry?" "I don't think so, Marya Aleks6yevna. If he had been a Catholic bishop, then of course he would have tried to make converts. But a king would not spend his time that way. As a wise ruler and politician, he'd simply teach virtue." "What else?" Marya Aleks6yevna could not help seeing that Mikhail Ivanovitch, with all his narrow mind, argued the case very skilfully. But for all that she cleared up the matter with perfect satisfaction. 2 or 3 days later she suddenly said to Lopukh6f, while playing with him rather than with Mikhail Ivanovitch, "Tell me, Dmitri Serg6itch, I want to ask you something. The father of the last French king, the very man in whose shoes the present Napoleon is reigning, did he make folks get converted into the religion of the Pope?" "No, he did not, Marya Aleks6yevna." "Is the Pope's religion good, Dmitri Serg6itch?" "No, it is not, Marya Aleks6yevna." "I play 7 of diamonds." "I just asked out of curiosity, Dmitri Serg6itch, being as I'm an ignorant woman, and it is interesting to know. You are taking a good many tricks, Dmitri Serg6itch." "It can't be helped, Marya Aleks6yevna. We are taught at the medical school to play cards well. A doctor must know how to take tricks." Lopukh6f is puzzled to this day to know why Marya Aleks6yevna wanted to know whether Philippe Egalite ordered folks to be baptized in the religion of the Pope. Well, how, after all this, could it be wondered at that Marya Aleks6yevna stopped wearying herself by perpetual supervision? He keeps his eyes where they should be, his face has shown no amorous susceptibilities, he gives her theological books to read — that ought to be enough. But no, Marya Aleks6yevna was not satisfied, but she even managed to put him to a test, as though she had studied the logic which I have learned by heart, and which says, "The observations of phenomena must be made by means of experiments, carried on in a skillful plan, if one would have the most thorough penetration into the secrets of such relations." And she so managed to bring about this trial, as though she had read Saxon's grammar, which tells how Hamlet was tempted by Ophelia in the grove. End of Part 2, Chapter 7. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 8, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, First Love and Legal Marriage. Chapter 8. The Temptation of Hamlet. One day at tea, Marya Aleks6yevna said that she had a headache. After serving the tea and locking up the sugar bowl, she went away and retired. Vera and Lopukhov remained sitting in the tea room, which adjoined the bedroom where Marya Aleks6yevna had gone. After a few minutes she sent a message by Fyodor: "Tell your sister that their talk keeps me from going to sleep. Let him go somewhere else, so as not to bother me. Say it politely, so as not to offend Dmitri Serg6itch. You see what good care he takes of you." Fyodor went and told what his mother wanted. "Let us go to my room, Dmitri Serg6itch. It is away from mother's bedroom, and we shall not be disturbed." Of course this was what Marya Aleks6yevna expected. At the end of a quarter of an hour she crept in her stocking feet
up to the door of Vi^rotchka's room. The door was ajar. Between the door and the jamb was a splendid crack. Marya Aleks6yevna applied her eyes to it, and strained her ears. This was the sight that she saw. In Vi^rotchka's rooms were two windows. Between them stood a writing table. Vi^rotchka was sitting near one window, knitting a woolen chest protector for her father, religiously fulfilling Marya Aleks6yevna's command. At the other window, at the other end of the table, Lopukh6f was sitting. He was leaning with one elbow on the table. He had a cigar in his hand ; his other hand was thrust in his pocket. The distance between Vi^rotchka and him was not less than 2 arshins. Vi^rotchka was looking most of the time at her knitting ; Lopukh6f was looking most of the time at his cigar. This was a gratifying state of things. The conversation that she overheard was as follows: — "Is it necessary to look at life in this way?" These were the first words that Marya Aleks6yevna caught. "Yes, Vi^ra Pavlovna, it is necessary." "Then cold, practical people must tell the truth when they say that men are governed only by selfish motives?" "They tell the truth. What are called the higher feelings, ideal aspirations, all these in the general course of life are absolutely nothing in comparison with the inspiration felt by every one to do things for his own interest. At bottom, the impulse even for the others is caused by selfishness." "Da! Are you, for example, of the same sort?" "What do you suppose, Vi^ra Pavlovna? Just listen and see what is the essential motive of all my life. The essence of my life, hitherto, has consisted in study and preparation to be a doctor. Excellent! Why did my father send me to school? He used constantly to repeat to me, ' Study, Mitya. When you have finished your course, you will be a tchinovnik. You will be able to support me and your mother, and it will be good for you too.' And that was the reason that I studied. Without that motive, my father would never have let me study. You see, my family was in need of a wage winner. Da! And I myself, though I am fond of study, would not have spent time on it, would I, if I had not thought that the expenditure would have been paid back with interest. After I got through school, I urged my father to send me to the medical academy, instead of making me a tchinovnik. How did that come about? Father and I saw that medical men live much better than civil tchinovniks and the heads of departments, and I could not get any higher rank than that. And that was why I got the means and went to the medical school. It stood for bread and butter. Without this in view, I should not have gone to the medical school, and should not have stayed in it." "But you loved to study while you were at school, and have you not liked medical science?" "Yes. It is an ornament, and it is also profitable. But success is generally won without this ornament, while without a motive, never. Love for science was only a result arising from a certain state of things. It was not the cause was just one thing, self-interest. Let us suppose that you are right. Yes, you are right. All actions that I can remember can be explained by self-interest. But this theory is cold." "Theory must by necessity be cold. The mind must judge of things coldly." "But it is merciless." "Yes, to fancies that are empty and injurious." "But it is prosaic." "Science does not care for a poetical form." "And so this theory, which I cannot help admitting, brings people into a cold, merciless, and prosaic life?" "No, Vi^ra Pavlovna. This theory is cold, but it teaches a man to bring out the warmth. A match is cold, the match box on which you scratch the match is also cold. But there is fire in them which gets a man warm food, and warms him also. This theory is merciless, but if it is followed, people will not become the wretched objects of idle charity. The lancet must not bend, otherwise it will be necessary to pity the patient, who will suffer none the less because of your sympathy. This theory is prosaic, but it reveals true motives of life and poetry in the truth of life." "Why is Shakespeare the greatest poet?" "Because he is true to life, and has less illusion than other poets." "So am I also going to be pitiless, Dmitri Serg^itch," said Vi^rotchka, smiling. "Don't be drawn away by the thought that you have in me an obstinate opponent of your self-interest theory, and that you have converted me to be a new disciple. I myself long ago felt the same thing, especially after I read your book and heard it from you. But I thought that these were my individual ideas, that clever and scientific men thought otherwise, and so I was in doubt. All that we used to read was written in a spirit of contrariety. It was full of adverse criticisms, of sarcastic attacks upon what we used to see in ourselves and others. Nature, life, reason, lead you one direction. Books drag you the other. They say, "This is mean, contemptible." Do you know, I myself saw the absurdity of the arguments which I myself brought up. Yes, so they were absurd, Vi^ra Pavlovna. Well, then," said she, laughing, "we are making each other wonderful compliments. I say to you, 'You, Dmitri Serg^itch, please don't lift your nose so high.' You say to me, 'You are ridiculous with your doubts, Vi^ra Pavlovna.' At any rate," said he, also laughing, "we have no selfish interest in making love to each other, and therefore we don't make love." "All right, Dmitri Serg^itch. People are egotistical, aren't they? You were speaking about yourself, and now I want to speak about myself." "Of course. Men think about themselves most of all." "Very good. Now let us see if you will put this into practice." "Let us see. A rich man wants to marry me. I don't like him. Must I accept his offer?" "Consider what is for your best advantage." "My best advantage? You know that I am very poor. On one side is my dislike of the man. On the other, I should have the upper hand of him, an enviable position in society, money, a crowd of worshippers." "Weigh everything. Choose what would be most advantageous." "And if I choose the husband's wealth and the crowd of worshippers?" "I shall say that you have chosen that which seemed more correspondent with your interests." "And what ought to be said about myself?" "If you have acted coolly, after mature deliberation, it will have to be said that you have done wisely, and probably you will not be sorry for it." "But would my choice deserve condemnation?" "People who talk all sorts of nonsense will speak about it as they please. But people who look upon life from a reasonable standpoint will say that you have done as you ought. If you have done so, it will show that such was your individuality that you could not have acted otherwise, circumstances being as they are. They will say that you have acted under the necessity of things, that, properly speaking, you could not have had any other choice." "And no condemnation whatever for my actions?" "Who has the right to condemn the results of a fact when the fact itself is in existence? Your individuality in the given circumstances is a fact. Your actions are the essential, unavoidable results of this fact, arising from the nature of things. You are not responsible for them, and to condemn them is absurd." "Well, I see you stick to your theory, and so I shall not deserve your condemnation if I accept the rich man's offer." "I should be a fool if I condemned it." "And so your permission, I might say your approval, I might even say your direct advice, is to do as I have said." "There is always one thing to advise: reason out what is for your best. If you do that, you have my approval." "Thank you. Now the personal case is decided. Let us return to the first, that is, the general question. We began by saying that a man acts from necessity. His actions are determined by the influence from which they take their rise, the stronger motives always predominating. Our arguments went thus: when an action has vital importance, the stimulus is called self-interest. Its interaction in man is the calculation of self-interest, and therefore a man must always act in accordance with the motive of self-interest. Do I express the thread of the thought?" "Perfectly." "You see what a good pupil I am. Now this private question about the actions that have an important bearing upon life is settled. But in the general question there remain some difficulties yet. Your book says that a man acts from necessity. But there are cases when it seems that it depends upon my will to act in this way or in that. For instance, I am playing, and I turn the leaves of the music. I turn them sometimes with my left hand, sometimes with my right hand. Let us suppose that I have turned them now with the right hand. Why could I not have done it with my left hand? Does it not depend upon my own will?" "No, Vi^ra Pavlovna. When you are turning the leaves, not thinking which hand you use, you turn them with the hand that is most convenient. There is no will about it. If you think, 'Let me turn them with my right hand,' you then turn them under the influence of this thought. But this thought itself was not a matter of your will, but was engendered unavoidably by others." At this word Marya Aleks6yevna ceased to listen. "Nu! They are spending their time over science; that ain't in my line. It ain't necessary, either. What a wise, intelligent, and, I may say, noble young man he is! What reasonable advice he gives Vi^rotchka! And that shows that he is a learned man. Now here I go and tells her the same things. She does not listen ; she gets offended. I can't suit her because I don't know how to speak scientific enough. But here when he speaks scientific, she listens, and sees that it is the truth, and she agrees with it. Da! It is said not in vain, ' Knowledge is light, ignorance darkness.' If I had been a well educated woman, would it have been with me as it is now? I'd have got my husband into favor with the generals. I would have got a place for him in the department of supplies, or somewhere else just as good. Nu! Of course I should have done the business myself with the contractors. The idea of his doing it ! Rubbish ! I'd have built a much better house than this. I'd have bought more than 1,000 souls. But now I cannot. It is necessary to get a recommendation first in the society of generals, and how can I do that? I can't speak French, nor any other language of theirs. They'll say, ' She ain't got any manners. All she's good for is to make an uproar on the Haymarket.' So I am no good. Ignorance is darkness. Indeed, knowledge is light. Ignorance is darkness." Now it was just this conversation that Marya Aleks6yevna had overheard that brought her to the conviction that Dmitri Serg6itch's conversation was not only not dangerous for Vi^rotchka — she had been inclined to think that before — but was even likely to do her good, to lighten her own labors in overcoming Vi^rotchka's foolish, inexperienced, girlish thoughts, and hasten the mystical benediction in the affair with Mikhail Ivanovitch. End of Part 2, Chapter 8, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 9, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, First Love and Legal Marriage, Chapter 9. The relations of Marya Aleks6yevna to Lopukh6f resemble a farce. Marya Aleks6yevna's character is exposed by them in a ridiculous way. Both these facts are quite against my will. If I had wanted to preserve a high standard of art, I should have concealed Marya Aleks6yevna's relations to Lopukh6f, the description of which gives this part of my story the nature of a vaudeville. To hide them would have been easy. The essential element of the matter could have been expressed without them. Would it have been at all surprising if the tutor, even if he had not entered into this friendship with Marya Aleks6yevna, had found occasion sometimes, though seldom, to say a few words with the daughter of a family where he is giving lessons? Does it take many words to engender love? There was no need of Marya Aleks6yevna putting in a hand to help along this result which was brought about by the meeting of Vi^rotchka with Lopukh6f. But I am telling this story, not as it would be necessary if I wanted to win an artistic reputation, but simply in accordance with the facts. As a novelist, I am very sorry, because I have written several pages which are on the low level of a vaudeville. My design of relating the case as it was, and not as it would have been if I had followed my inclinations, also causes me another unpleasantness. I am very much dissatisfied because Marya Aleks6yevna is represented in a ridiculous way, with her conceptions of Lopukh6f's bride as he described her, with her fantastic guessing about the contents of the books which Lopukh6f gave Vi^rotchka, with her reasoning about Philippe Egalite trying to convert folks to the faith of the Pope, and her ideas of the works written by King Louis XIV. Every one is liable to error. Mistakes may be stupid if a man judges of matters which are foreign to his experience. But it would be unjust to conclude from these stupid blunders made by Marya Aleks6yevna that her disposition to Lopukh6f was founded entirely on these blunders. Not at all. Not for a moment would any fantastic ideas of a rich bride or the goodness of Philippe Egalite have obscured her common sense, if in Lopukh6f's actual words and actions had anything suspicious been noticeable. But in point of fact, he behaved himself in such a way that, according to Marya Aleks6yevna's opinion, only a man after her own heart could behave himself. Now here was a brave young man who did not allow his eyes to gaze impudently at a very pretty young girl. He did not pay her ambiguous attentions. He was always willing to play cards with Marya Aleks6yevna. He never said that he would rather sit with Vi6ra Pavlovna. He discussed matters in a spirit that seemed to Marya Aleks6yevna in accordance with her own spirit. Like her, he said that everything in the world is done for self^interest, that when a cheat cheats, there is no need of getting excited and crying out about the principles of honesty which such a cheat is bound to observe, that a cheat is not a cheat without good reason, that he was made such by his environment, that not to be a cheat, leaving aside the impossibility of not being a cheat, would have been stupid, that is, simply foolish on his part. Yes, Marya Aleks6yevna was right when she found a resemblance between her and Lopukh6f. I appreciate how deeply Lopukh6f is compromised in the eyes of the civilized public by the sympathy shown by Marya Aleks6yevna in his way of thinking. But I do not want to flatter any one, and I don't conceal this circumstance, though it is so injurious to Lopukh6f's reputation, although I confess that it was in my power to conceal Lopukh6f's relations with the Rozalsky family. I will say even more. I myself will even undertake to explain that he even actually deserved Marya Aleks6yevna's good will. In point of fact, it appears from the conversation between Lopukh6f and Vi6rotchka that the style of his thinking would far more easily seem good to people of Marya Aleks6yevna's stamp than to eloquent partisans of various beautiful ideas. Lopukh6f saw things in exactly the same light as they appear to the great mass of the human race, with the exception of the partisans of beautiful ideas. If Marya Aleks6yevna could repeat with satisfaction what she herself had heard of Lopukh6f's advice to Vi6rotchka in regard to Storeshnikof*s offer, he likewise would take satisfaction in adding right to her drunken confession to Vi6rotchka. The resemblance between their conceptions was so striking that enlightened and noble novelists, journalists, and other instructors of our public would long ago have declared that people of Lopukh6f's stamp differ in no respect from people of Marya Aleks6yevna's stamp. If such enlightened and noble writers so understand Lopukh6f's stamp, could we really condemn Marya Aleks6yevna because she could find in Lopukh6f nothing but what our best writers, teachers, and philosophers find in people of his stamp? Of course, if Marya Aleks6yevna had known half of what these writers knew, she would have had sufficient cause to understand that Lopukh6f is bad company for her. But aside from the fact that she was an uneducated woman, she has still another excuse for mistake. Lopukh6f did not give her the full benefit of his ideas. He was a propagandist, but not such an one as the lovers of fine ideas who are always anxious to give Marya Aleks6yevna the benefit of the noble conceptions by which they themselves are enlightened. He had enough good sense not to try to straighten a 50-year-old tree. They both accepted facts in the same way, and so discussed them. Like a man with a theoretical education, he could draw from facts such conclusions as were impossible to Marya Aleks6yevna and her similars, who do not know anything beyond personal everyday cares and current aphorisms of popular wisdom, proverbs, sayings, and the folklore which is old, archaic, and even stale. But they could never reach his conclusions. If, for instance, he had begun to explain what he meant by the word self-interest, which he used when talking with Vi6rotchka, Marya Aleks6yevna would have made a grimace, seeing that self-interest, as he understood it, was not the same as self-interest as she understood it. But Lopukh6f did not explain this to Marya Aleks6yevna, and neither was there any explanation of it in his talk with Vi6rotchka, because Vi6rotchka knew the meaning of the word as she had seen it used in those books which started the conversation. Of course it is also true that while saying "You are right" to Marya Aleks6yevna's drunken confession, Lopukh6f would have added to the word "right" these words: "According to your own confession, Marya Aleks6yevna, the new order of things is much better than the old, and I have nothing against those who are trying to make the reform and get pleasure out of it. But as far as the stupidity of the people is concerned, which you regard as a hindrance against the new order, then of course I must agree with you. But you yourself will not deny, Marya Aleks6yevna, that people soon get educated, and they see that it is to their advantage to do what before they could not see any need of doing. You will also agree that hitherto they have had no way of learning sense and reason. But give them this possibility, and why, of course they will take advantage of it." But he never went as far as this in speaking with Marya Aleks6yevna. and that, too, not from carefulness, though he was very careful, but simply from the very good reason of his common sense and politeness, which also prevented him from talking to her in Latin, and from tiring her ears with arguments about the latest advances in medicine, though such subjects were interesting to him. He possessed so much politeness and delicacy that he would not torment a person with declamations which are not understood by that person. Now, while I say all this to justify Marya Aleks6yevna's oversight in not finding out in time what sort of man Lopukh6f really was, I don't say it to justify Lopukh6f himself. To justify Lopukh6f would not be the right thing, and why it would not be the right thing you will see as you go on. Those who could not justify him, but yet from their sense of humanity would forgive, could not forgive him. For instance, they might allege for his excuse that he was a medical man, and was occupied with natural sciences, and that disposes to a materialistic view. But such an excuse is very poor. There are very many sciences that lead to such a view, aren't there? Mathematical and historical and political and many others of all sorts. But are all geometricians, astronomers, all historians, political economists, lawyers, journalists, and all other scientific people materialists? Not by a long chalk. Consequently, Lopukh6f is not to be excused for his fault. Those who sympathize with him but do not justify him could also say for his excuse that he is not entirely lacking in praiseworthy characteristics. He made up his mind conscientiously and resolutely to renounce all material advantages and honors so as to work for the benefit of others, finding that the pleasure to be derived from such work was most beneficial for him. He looked at a girl who was so beautiful that he fell in love with her with purer eyes than if she had been his sister. But in reply to this excuse for his materialism, it must be said that it is universally true that there is no man so depraved as not to show some signs of good, and that materialists, of whatever character, remain materialists still. And this itself proves decidedly that they are immoral and degraded people, who cannot be excused because to excuse them would be to encourage materialism. And so, while not justifying Lopukh6f, it is also impossible to excuse him. And to justify him is also not the right thing, because the lovers of fine ideas and the defenders of higher aspirations, who have declared that materialists are low and immoral people, in these later days have so thoroughly recommended themselves in the matter of sense, and also in the matter of character, in the eyes of all respectable people, whether materialists or not, that to defend anybody from their censure has become a work of supererogation, and to pay heed to their words has become even unseemly. End of Part 2, Chapter 9. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 10 of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, First Love and Legal Marriage, Chapter 10. Of course, the main subject of the conversations between Lopukh6f and Vi6rotchka was not the question as to which fashion of ideas should be looked upon as the right one, but as a rule they spoke with each other very little, and their long talks, which rarely occurred, touched upon only outside matters, such as ways of thinking and kindred topics. They knew that two very vigilant eyes were on them. And, consequently, in regard to the main thing that interested them, they exchanged very few words, and this was generally at the time when they were getting the music ready for playing or singing. And this main topic, which occupied so small a place in their infrequent long talks, and even in their brief snatches of talk, occupied but a small place, this subject was not their feeling towards each other, not at all. They did not speak a word after the first indefinite words which were said at their first talk during the party. They had no time to speak about it. In the 2 or 3 minutes used for the exchange of thought, without the fear of being overheard, they had hardly time to speak about the other subject, which was more important to them than their own thoughts and feelings. and this was in regard to the ways and means by which Vi^rotchka could escape her terrible situation. On the morning that followed his first conversation with her, Lopukh6f took pains to find out how it would be possible for her to become an actress. He knew that there were a good many risks and trials standing in the way of a girl going on the stage, but he thought that with a firm character she might succeed all straight. But it proved to be otherwise. When he came to give his lesson, 2 days later, he was compelled to say to Vi^rotchka, " I advise you to give up the thought of becoming an actress." "Why?" " Because it would be much better for you to accept Storeshnikof*s offer." This ended the talk, which was said while he and Vi^rotchka were getting the music, he about to play, and she to sing. Vi^rotchka hung her head, and several times lost the beat, although the piece was very familiar to her. When the piece was finished, they began to consult what they should sing next, and Vi^rotchka found a chance to say, " It seemed to me that that was the very best, and it's hard for me to hear that it is impossible. It will be harder to live, but still I shall find some way of living. I will go out as governess." When he was there again 2 days later, she said, " I could not find any one through whom I could get the place of governess. Please keep your eyes open for me, Dmitri Serg^itch. There is no one but you." " I am sorry I have so few acquaintances who might help in this way. All the families where I am giving or have given lessons are poor people, and their acquaintances are about the same, but I will do the best I can." " My friend, I am wasting your time, but what else can I do?" " Vi^ra Pavlovna, there is no need of speaking about my time, since I am your friend." Vi^rotchka both smiled and blushed. She herself did not notice how instead of calling him Dmitri Serg^itch, she called him my friend. Lopukh6f also smiled. " You did not mean to say it, Vi^ra Pavlovna. Take it back if you are sorry that you gave it to me." Vi^rotchka smiled. " It is too late," and she blushed. " And I am not sorry," and she blushed still more. " When need comes, you will see that I am a true friend." They pressed each other's hands. You have here the 2 first conversations after that evening. 2 days later there was in the Police Gazette an advertisement to this effect: "A girl of good family, speaking French and German, etc., desires a place as governess. Inquiries can be made of the tchinovnik so and so, at Kolomus, N. N. Street, N. N. House." Now Lopukh6f was obliged to spend a great deal of his time in attending to Vi^rotchka's affairs. Every morning he had to go for the most part on foot from Vuiboi^sky ward to Kolomna to his friend, whose address was given in the advertisement. It was a long walk, but he could not find any other friend who lived near the Vuiborgsky ward. It was necessary that the friend at whose home inquiries could be made should be subject to several conditions: a respectable home, good family circumstances, a respectable appearance. A poor domicile might lead to the offer of unfavorable conditions as a governess. Without respectability and apparently good family circumstances, the girl's recommendation would not be looked upon favorably. And Lopukh6f could not place his own address in the advertisement. What would be thought of a girl who was cared for by no one besides a student? And so Lopukh6f had to take an unusual amount of exercise. After he had taken the addresses of those who came to inquire about the governess, he had to continue his walk still farther. The tchinovnik told the inquirers that he was a distant relative of the girl, and acted only as agent, but that she had a nephew who would come the next day and give further particulars. The nephew, instead of going in a carriage, went on foot, looked at the people, and, of course, as a general thing, was dissatisfied with the surroundings. In one family they put on too many airs ; in another, the mother of the family was a good woman, but the father was a fool ; and the third, the opposite was true, and so on. In some it would be comfortable to live, but the conditions would be impossible for Vi^rotchka. Either it was necessary to speak English, but English she does not speak, or they did not want a governess, but a nurse, or the people were well enough in their way, but they were themselves poor, and there was no place in their apartment for a governess where there were already 2 grown children, 2 little ones, a maid, and a nurse. But the advertisement continued to appear in the Police Gazette, and likewise the governess seekers and Lopukh6f did not lose hope. In such a manner 2 weeks passed by. On the 5th day of his hunt, when Lopukh6f had returned from his walk and was lying down on his sofa, Kirsdnof said, Dmitri, you are getting to be a bad assistant in my work. You spend all your mornings out, and the larger part of your afternoons and evenings. You must have got a good many lessons to give, haven't you? Can you spare the time to give them up just now? I want to give up those that I have. I have saved up 40 rubles or so, and that will be enough till I graduate. And you have more than I have, at least 100, haven't you? More, 150. I have no pupils, though. I have given them all up but one. I have something that I must attend to. If I accomplish it, you will not be sorry that I am behind you in the work. What is it? You see, the lesson which I have not given up is in a wretched family, but there is a nice girl there. She wants to be a governess so as to leave the family, and so I am looking up a place for her. A nice girl? Yes. Nu, this is good. Look out. And so the conversation ended. "Ech, Messrs. Kirsanov and Lopukhov, you are learned men, but you cannot imagine in what respect this is peculiarly good. Let us grant that what you have been talking about is good. Kirsanov did not think of asking whether the girl were pretty, and Lopukhov did not think to say that she was. Kirsanov did not think to say, 'Yes, brother, you must have fallen in love that you are so energetic in looking out for this girl.' Lopukh6f did not think of saying, 'And I, brother, am very much interested in her.' Or if he thought it, and did not care to say it, he certainly did not think to remark for the sake of turning aside suspicion, 'Don't imagine, Aleksandr, that I am in love.' Don't you see they both thought that when there was a chance to free a person from a bad situation, it made very little difference whether that person possessed a handsome face or not, even though the person were a young girl. But in such a case there could be no discussion of falling in love or not falling in love. They did not even think of thinking of it, and what is best of all, they did not notice that they were doing a noble action. But, however, doesn't this prove to the sagacious class of readers, it proves to the majority of literary men, and this is composed of the most sagacious people, doesn't it prove, I say, that Kirsdnof and Lopukh6f were cold and deprived of all aesthetic sense? This was not so very long ago a favorite expression among the aesthetic writers, who had lofty ideals. Aesthetic sense may be even now fashionable. I don't know how it is. I have not seen it used for some time. Is it natural that young men, who possess a spark of taste or a grain of heart, can fail to be interested in the face when speaking of a girl? Of course these people have no artistic feeling, that is, aesthetic sense, and according to the opinion of others who have learned human nature, in circles which are richer in aesthetic feelings than the company of our aesthetic literati, young men in such circumstances will invariably speak about young women from the plastic side. Gentlemen, it used to be so, but not now. It is now true in certain instances, but not with those young men who are alone regarded as the present generation. Gentlemen, this is a peculiar generation." End of Part 2, Chapter 10. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 11, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, First Love and Legal Marriage, Chapter 11. "Well, my dear, haven't you found any situation for me yet?" "Not yet, Vi6ra Pavlovna, but don't despair; we shall find one. Every day I go to see 2 or 3 families. It is impossible that a respectable place will be not found at last where you can live." "Ah, but if you only knew, my friend, how hard it is for me to remain here! When there was no near possibility for me to escape from this degradation, from this misery, I kept myself by main force in a deathly apathy. But now, my friend, it is too suffocating in this foul, wretched atmosphere." "Patience, patience, Vi6ra Pavlovna. We shall find something." Here is an example of their talk for a week. Tuesday. "Patience, patience, Vi6ra Pavlovna. We shall find something." "My friend, how much trouble this is causing you! What a waste of time! How can I repay you?" "You will repay me, my dear, by not getting vexed." Lopukh6f said this and became confused. Vi^rotchka looked at him. No, it was not that he did not finish his sentence. he did not intend to add to it, and he is waiting for her answer. What should I be vexed about? What have you done? Lopukh6f became still more confused, and seemed to be grieved. What is the matter, my friend? To think you did not notice it at all. He spoke so sorrowfully, and then he laughed so gaily. Akh, Bozhe moi, how stupid I am, how stupid ! Forgive me, my friend. Nu, what is the matter? Nothing. You have already given me my reward. Akh, what do you mean? What a jester you are! Well, all right, you may call me so. On Thursday came the trial of Hamlet according to Saxon's grammar. For several days after that Marya Aleks6yevna takes some little, though not much, rest from her inspection. Saturday. After tea, Marya Aleks6yevna goes out to count over the clothes which the laundress had brought. " My dear, I think the matter will be successful." " Really? If that is so, akh, bozhe moi! Akh, bozhe moi! Arrange it as soon as possible. It seems to me that I shall die if this is to go on much longer. When will it be, and how?" " It will be decided to morrow. The hope is almost, almost certain." " What is it? How is it?" " Keep calm, my friend ; you'll be noticed. Here you are almost dancing with joy. Marya Aleks6yevna will be back after something if you don't look out." " Well, you are a fine fellow. You came in so radiant that mdmenka looked at you a long time." " At any rate, I told her why I was happy. I saw that it was necessary to tell her, and so I said that I have found a splendid place." " You horrid, horrid man ! Here you keep cautioning me, and you have not told me as yet a single thing. What is it? Do tell me at last." "This morning Kirsdnof — you know, my dear, that my chum's name is Kirsdnof —"" I know, you horrid, horrid man, I know. Now speak quick, without any more nonsense." " You yourself are hindering me, my friend." " Akh, bozhe moi! And all these digressions without ever once coming to the point. I don't know how I could punish you. I will get you down on your knees yet. It cannot be done here. I command you to get down on your knees in your room as soon as you get home, and I want your Kirsdnof to look on, and then send me a note saying that you were down on your knees. Do you hear what I am going to do with you? Very good. I will get down on my knees, and now I shall hold my peace. After I have undergone my punishment and am forgiven, I will speak." " I forgive you ; only speak, you horrid man." " Thank you. You grant forgiveness when you yourself are to blame. You yourself have made all the interruptions." " Vi^ra Pavlovna, why do you call me so? I thought you were going to call me my friend." " Yes, I meant it as a reproach, my friend. I am a man easily offended, and very severe." " A reproach? How dare you make me reproaches? I do not want to hear you." " You don't? Certainly I don't. What is there for me to hear? You have told me everything already : that the matter will be arranged, that it will be decided to morrow. You see, my friend, you yourself don't know anything more to day. What is there to hear? Good by, my dear." " But listen to me, my friend, do listen." " I am not going to listen ; I am going away." She came back. " Speak quick ; I will not interrupt you. Akh, bozhe moi! If you only knew how happy you have made me. Give me your hand ; see how warmly, warmly I press it. But why are your eyes full of tears? I thank you, I thank you." This morning Kirsdnof gave me the address of a lady who made an appointment for me to call on her to morrow. I am not personally acquainted with her, but I have heard much about her from a mutual friend who acted as go between. I know her husband, though ; we have met at our friends' many times. Judging from all this, I am sure that one could get along well in her family ; and when she gave her address to her friend, she said that she was certain that we should agree about terms. Consequently, the matter can be looked upon as almost absolutely settled. " Akh, how good it will be ! What joy !" murmured Vi^rotchka. " But I want to have it settled soon as possible. Will you come from her directly to us?" " No, my dear, that would rouse suspicions. I never come here except during lesson hours. I'll do this way : I will send a letter to Marya Aleks6yevna by mail, saying that I shall not be able to give the lesson on Tuesday, and shall have to postpone it till Wednesday. If the letter says Wednesday morning, you will understand that the matter is arranged. If it says Wednesday evening, you will know that it has fallen through. But it is almost certain to read in the morning. Marya Aleks6yevna will tell it to Fe6dor, and to you and to Pavel Konstantinuitch." When will the letter get here?" "In the evening." "Ah, it's so long! No, I shall not have enough patience. And then what shall I learn from the letter? Only 'yes,' and then I shall have to wait till Wednesday. It is torturing. If it is 'yes,' I shall go and call on the lady as soon as I can. I shall want to know all about it. But how can it be managed? That is the way I'll do. I'll be waiting for you on the street when you leave that lady's." "My friend, that would be still more risky than for me to call on you. No, it would be much better for me to call on you." "No, perhaps it would be impossible for us to have a word together. At any rate, mamenka might become suspicious. No, it would be better as I suggested first. I have such a thick veil that no one would recognize me through it." "Well, I admit that your plan seems feasible. Let me think." "There's no time to think. Mamenka may be here any minute. Where does the lady live?" "On Galernaya Street, near the bridge." "What time shall you call on her?" "She appointed 12 o'clock." "At 12 I shall be sitting on the Konogvardaisky Boulevard on the last bench, and at the end nearest the bridge. I said that I would wear a thick veil, but here's a sign for you. I will carry a roll of music in my hand. If I am not there on time, you will know that I am detained. But you sit down on that bench and wait. I may be late, but I shall be there without fail. How well I have planned it! How grateful I am to you! How happy I shall be! How is your bride, Dmitri Serg^itch? See, I call you Dmitri Serg^itch instead of my friend. How glad I am!" Vi^rotchka ran to the piano and began to play. "My dear, what a degradation to art! How ruinous to your taste to give up operas for galops!" "Certainly, certainly." In a few minutes Marya Aleks6yevna returned. Dmitri Serg^itch played two-handed preference with her. At first he won, then he allowed her to win. He even lost 35 kopecks. This was the first time, and it filled her with victorious glory, and when he went away he left her greatly pleased, not so much on account of the money as on account of the victory. There are purely ideal pleasures even for hearts soiled with materialism, and this is proof positive that a materialistic explanation of life is unsatisfactory. End of Part 2, Chapter 11. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 12, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, First Love and Legal Marriage. Chapter 12. Vi^rotchka's First Dream. And Vi^rotchka dreamed a dream. She dreamed that she was locked up in a damp, gloomy cellar, and suddenly the door opened, and Vi^rotchka found herself in a field. She was running, frolicking, and she thinks, " How is it that I did not die in the cellar? It is because I had never seen the fields before. Had I seen them, I must have died in the cellar." And again she seemed to be running and frolicking. Then she dreamed that she was paralyzed, and she said to herself, " How is it that I have the paralysis? Old men, old women have the paralysis, but young girls never have it." "Oh, yes, they do, very often," an unknown voice seemed to reply, "and very soon you will be well. Let me only touch your hand. You see, you are well already. Now get up." Who was it that spoke? How relieved I am! All the pain has gone. And Vi^rotchka got up and began to walk, to run, and again she is in the field. Again she is running and frolicking, and she thinks, " How could I have endured the paralysis? It was because I was born with paralysis and did not know how to walk and to run. Had I known, I could not have endured it." And still she keeps on running and frolicking. And here comes a young girl across the field. How strange ! Her face and her gait, everything about her keeps changing, changing constantly. Now she is English, French, now she is already German, Polish, and now she has become Russian, again English, again German, again Russian. And how is it that she has only the one face? An English girl does not look like a French girl, a German girl does not look like a Russian, but her face keeps changing, and yet it is the very same face. What a strange person! And the expression of her face is constantly changing. How gentle she is, how angry, now she is melancholy, now she is gay. She is always changing, and she is always kind. How is that? Even when she is angry, is she always kind? But only see what a beauty she is ! No matter how her face changes, with every change she grows more and more beautiful. She approaches Vi^rotchka. " Who are you?" " He used to call me Vi^ra Pavlovna, but now he always calls me my dear." " Ah, so this is you, that Vi^rotchka who fell in love with me?" " Yes, I love you very much, but who are you?" " I am your bridegroom's bride." " What bridegroom?" " I do not know. I do not know my own bridegrooms. They know me, but it is impossible for me to know them, I have so many. You must choose one of them as a bridegroom for yourself, only from among them, from among my bridegrooms." " I have already chosen." " I do not need to know his name, and I do not know them ; but only choose from among them, from my bridegrooms. I want my sisters and my bridegrooms to select from amongst each other. Have you been locked up in a cellar? Have you been paralyzed?" " I have." " Are you free now?" " I am." " It is I who set you free. It is I who cured you. Remember that there are a good many not yet freed, many not yet cured. Free them, cure them. Will you?" " I will ; but what is your name? I am so anxious to know." " I have many names ; I have various names. According as it is necessary for any one to call me, an appropriate name I give. You may call me Philanthropy, Love for Humanity. This is my real name ; not many call me so, but you must call me so." And Vi^rotchka seems to be going about in the city. Here is a cellar ; in the cellar young girls are locked up. Vi^rotchka touches the lock is unfastened. " You are free !" Out they go. Here is a room ; in the room young girls are lying stricken with paralysis. " Arise !" They get up ; they go out, and here they are all in the field, running and frolicking. Akh! how gay! When there are so many together, it is far more lively than to be in solitude. Akh! how gay !" End of Part 2, Chapter 12. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 13, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, First Love and Legal Marriage. Chapter 13. Lopukh6f during these last weeks has had no time to spend with his acquaintances of the medical school. Kirsdnof, who has kept up his intercourse with them, has replied, when asked about Lopukh6f, that he has had, among other things, some business to attend to ; and one of their common friends, as we know, gave him the address of a lady, the lady to whose house Lopukh6f is now going. " How excellently the matter will be arranged if all turns out satisfactorily," thought Lopukh6f, on his way to the lady's house. " In 2 years, or certainly in 2 years and a half, I shall get a professorship ; then we shall have something to live on. And meantime she will be staying quietly at the B.'s, provided only Mrs. B. proves to be the right sort of woman, and there can hardly be a doubt of that." In fact, Lopukh6f found in Mrs. B. a clever, kind hearted woman, without pretense, though from her husband's position and from their wealth and connections she had a right to put on great style. The conditions were favorable, the family circumstances very propitious for Vi^rotchka. Everything proved to be entirely satisfactory, just as Lopukh6f expected. Mrs. B. also found Lopukh6f's replies in regard to Vi^rotchka's character perfectly satisfactory. The affair was rapidly drawing near a settlement, and after they had talked half an hour, Mrs. B. said, " If your young aunt should consent to my terms, I will ask her to remove to my house, and the sooner the better for me." She consents. She has authorized me to consent for her. But now that we have settled the matter, I must tell you what would have been wrong for me to tell you before. The young girl is no relation of mine. She is the daughter of a tchinovnik at whose house I give lessons. There is no one besides me to whom she can confide her troubles. But I am an absolute stranger to her." " I knew it, Monsieur Lopukh6f. You yourself, Professor N., naming the acquaintance through whom her address had been obtained, and your chum, who spoke to him about this matter of yours, know each other to be so honorable that you can speak among yourselves about the friendship one of you has for a young girl, and not compromise the young girl in the eyes of the others. and Professor N., having the same good opinion of me, and knowing that I was looking for a governess, felt that he was in the right to tell me that the young girl was no relation of yours. Don't blame him for indiscretion ; he knows me very well. I also am a person of honor, Monsieur Lopukh6f, and believe me, I understand who is worthy of respect. I have as much faith in N. as I have in myself, and N. has as much faith in you as he has in himself. But N. did not know her name, and now it seems to me that I may ask it, seeing that we have settled the matter, and to day or to morrow she may come into our family. Her name is Vi6ra Pavlovna Rozalskaya. Now there is another explanation that I owe you. It may seem strange to you that I, with all my care for my children, should decide to settle this matter with you without having seen the one who will come into such close relations to my children. But I know very well of what sort of people your circle consists. I know that if one of you takes such a friendly interest in a person, then this person must be a genuine godsend for a mother, who wishes her daughter to grow up into a truly good woman. Therefore, an examination seemed to me an entirely unnecessary piece of indelicacy. I am giving not you, but myself, a compliment. I am very glad now for Mademoiselle Rozalskaya. Her domestic life has been so hard that she felt that she should be comfortable in any sort of a family. But I did not dream of finding such a really excellent career for her as opens for her in your home. Yes, N. told me that she leads a miserable life in her family. Very miserable. Lopukh6f began to relate all that was necessary for Mrs. B. to know, so that in conversations with Vi6rotchka she might avoid all references that would remind the young girl of her past life. Mrs. B. listened with interest. Finally she pressed Lopukh6f's hand. " No, that is enough, Monsieur Lopukh6f, or I shall get sentimental, and at my age — and I am almost 40 — it would be ridiculous to show that even now I cannot listen with indifference to tales of family tyranny, from which I suffered myself when I was young. Allow me to tell you one thing more. It is not so important for you, and there is probably no need of my telling you this ; yet it is better to tell you. Just now she is running away from a lover whom her mother is doing her best to make her marry." Mrs. B. was lost in thought. Lopukh6f looked at her, and also began to appear thoughtful. " If I am not mistaken, this circumstance does not seem to you as unimportant as it does to me." Mrs. B. seemed utterly absorbed in thought. " Excuse me," he continued, seeing that her mind was entirely distracted. " Excuse me, but I see that this troubles you." " Yes, it is a very serious matter, Monsieur Lopukh6f. To leave home against the will of her parents, that of course means to bring about a great quarrel. But that, as I told you, was of no consequence. If she were running away merely from their folly and cruelty, the matter could be arranged with them some way or other. If worst came to worst, we could give them some money, and they would be satisfied. That's nothing. But when such a mother forces a bridegroom on her daughter, it means that the bridegroom is rich, a very profitable investment." " Of course," said Lopukh6f in a perfectly melancholy tone of voice. " Of course, Monsieur Lopukh6f, he's rich, and it is that which troubles me. In such a case the mother is not going to give in so easily. And do you know the law about parents? In matters of this kind they have full control. They will begin a lawsuit and carry it out to the bitter end." Lopukh6f arose. " And so it remains for me only to ask you to forget all that I have told you." " No, wait a moment. Allow me at least to justify myself somewhat before you. Bozhe moi! How mean I must seem in your eyes ! That which ought to stir up every honorable person to sympathy and protection, that very thing keeps me back. Oh, what pitiable people we are !" Indeed, it was sad to look at her. She was not putting it on. It was really painful to her. For a long time her words were disjointed, so confused had she become. Then her thoughts began to become logical, but whether disjointed or logical, they meant nothing to Lopukh6f. Yes, even he was also confused. He was so occupied with the discovery that she had made for him that he could not heed her explanation in regard to the discovery. After he had given her sufficient time to speak out her mind, he said, " All that you have said in your own excuse is idle. I was obliged to remain so as not to seem discourteous, lest you should think that I blamed you or were angry. But I must confess that I did not listen to what you said. Oh, if I did not know that you were right ! And how good it would be if you were not right ! I would tell her that we could not agree about the terms, or that you did not satisfy me, and that would be the end of it. She and I could hope for some other way of escape. But now what can I tell her?" Mrs. B. shed tears. "What can I tell her?" repeated Lopukh6f as he went downstairs. " What will become of her? What will become of her?" he asked himself as he came out from Galernaya Street upon the Konno Gvardeisky Boulevard. Of course Mrs. B. was not right in that absolute sense of the word in which people are right who try to prove to little children that the moon is not to be seized with the hand. It was very possible, nay, even probable, that through her position in society, through her husband's quite important official connection, if she had seriously desired Vi6rotchka to live with her, Marya Aleks6yevna would not have been able to tear Vi6rotchka from her hands, without causing serious trouble for herself and her husband, who would have to figure as the official defendants in the lawsuit, and this she would have feared. But, nevertheless, Mrs. B. would have had to take a good deal of trouble on her shoulders, and would possibly have some disagreeable interviews. It would be necessary in behalf of a stranger to incur obligations to people whose services it would be better to reserve for one's own affairs. Who is compelled, and what reasonable man would want, to act in a different way from Mrs. B.? We haven't the slightest right to blame her. Yes, Lopukh6f was not wrong when he despaired about Vi6rotchka's escape. End of Part 2, Chapter 13. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 14 of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 14. Now Vi6rotchka has been sitting long, long on the appointed bench, and how often did her heart beat quickly, quickly, when she saw an army cap coming around the corner. Ah, there he is, my friend ! She jumped up and ran to meet him. Maybe he would have regained his courage by the time he had reached the bench, but he was taken unawares, and his face was seen sooner than he anticipated, and so he was caught with a gloomy expression. Failure? A failure, my friend. But it seemed to be so certain. How did it come to be a failure? What was the reason, my dear? Let us go home, my friend. I will go with you. We'll talk it over. I will tell you in a few words why it failed, but now let me think. I cannot collect my thoughts yet. We must think up some other plan. Let us not despair. We shall find something. These last words gave him little hope, but not much. Tell me right away. I can't endure to wait. You say think up some other plan, then it means that our former plans are impracticable. Can't I be a governess? How poor I am! How unhappy I am! Why deceive you? 'Tis true, you cannot. I wanted to tell you so. But patience, my dear, patience. Be brave. Keep up good heart. Whoever keeps up good heart succeeds. Akh, my dear, I keep up good heart, but how hard it is. They walked for a few moments in silence. What is it? Why, yes, she is carrying something in her hand under her cloak. My dear, you are carrying something. Here, let me take it. No, no, it's not necessary. It isn't heavy. It's nothing. Again they go in silence. They go a long way. And to think I did not go to sleep till 2:00 out of joy, my friend. And when I went to sleep, what a dream I had! It seemed to me as though I were set free from a stifling cellar, as though I were paralyzed and then cured, and ran out into the field, and so many young girls ran out with me, who, like myself, were set free from stifling cellars, were cured of paralysis. And we were so happy to run about in the open field. The dream has not been realized, and I did so think that I should not have to go home again. My dear, let me carry your bundle for you, since now I know what it is. Again they walk in silence. Long they walk in perfect silence. My dear, you see, as that lady and I talked the matter over, we came to this conclusion. You cannot leave home without Marya Aleks6yevna's consent. 'Tis impossible. No, no, take my arm. I am afraid you are ill. No, it's nothing. Only it's stifling under this veil. She drew back the veil. Now it's all right. I feel better. How pale she is! No, my dear, don't think about what I said. I did not express myself well. We'll arrange everything all right. How can we arrange things, my love? You say this only so as to console me. Nothing can be done." He has nothing to say. Again they walk in silence. How pale she is! My dear, there is one way." " What way, my pet?" " I will tell you, my dear, but only when you get a little calmer. You will have to decide about it deliberately." " Tell me now. I cannot get calm until I know." " No ; now you are too much excited, my dear. Now you could not decide an important question. In a little while, soon. Here's the front door." " Good by, my dear. As soon as I see that you would give a deliberate answer, I'll tell you." " When will that be?" " Day after to morrow, when I give the next lesson." " Too long." " I will call on purpose to morrow." " No, sooner than that." " This evening?" " No, I will not let you go. Come in with me now. You say I am not calm ; you say I cannot decide. Very well, take dinner with us. You will see that I shall be calm. After dinner mamenka takes a nap, and we can talk." " But how can I come in? If we come in together, your mamenka's suspicions will be awakened again." " Suspicions ! What do I care? No, my dear, and for this very reason it would be better for you to come in. We may have been seen, for I walked with my veil up." " You are right." End of Part 2, Chapter 14. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 15, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, First Love and Legal Marriage. Chapter 15. Marya Aleks6yevna was greatly surprised to see her daughter and Lopukh6f coming in together. She forthwith proceeded to subject them to the keenest inspection. " I called to tell you, Marya Aleks6yevna, that I have an engagement for day after to morrow evening, and so I am going to give the lesson to morrow instead. Permit me to sit down ; I am very tired and unwell. I should like to rest." " Why, what's the matter, Dmitri Serg^itch? Indeed, you look very bad." Is it a love scrape, or did they meet by chance? If it were a love affair, he'd have been gay. Or can they have fallen in love and quarreled because she would not give in to his wishes? Then, of course, he'd have been angry. Only if they'd quarreled, he wouldn't have escorted her. And then again, she went straight to her room, she didn't look at him, and there was no signs of a quarrel. No, evidently they must have met by chance. But the deuce knows 'em. Got to watch 'em with both eyes. There's nothing special the matter with me, Marya Aleks6yevna, but Vi6ra Pavlovna looked rather pale, or at least I thought so." " What? Vi6rotchka? She's often so." " Well, maybe it only seems so to me. I must confess that my head swims, it is so full of thoughts." " Why, what's the matter, Dmitri Serg^itch? You ain't had a fallin' out with your sweetheart, have you?" " No, Marya Aleks6yevna. I am content with my sweetheart ; it's her parents that I have to quarrel with." "What do you mean, bdtiushka? Dmitri Serg^itch, how is it possible to quarrel with her parents? I didn't think that of you, bdtiushka." " It can't be helped, Marya Aleks6yevna ; it's such a family. They expect a man to do God knows what things beyond his power." " That's a different thing, Dmitri Serg^itch. You can't satisfy everybody. You've got to set limits, that's a fact. If such is the case, that is, if the quarrel's about money, I can't blame you." "Allow me to be rude, Marya Aleks6yevna. I am so tired that I feel the need of rest in pleasant and estimable society, and such a society I find nowhere except in your house. Permit me to impose myself upon you for dinner to day, and permit me to give some orders to your Matri6na. It seems to me that Denker's wine cellar is not very far from here, and his wine is not a God knows what kind, but excellent." Marya Aleks6yevna's face, which at the first mention of dinner became black with rage, put off its decided expression when he spoke of Matri6na, and assumed a look of eagerness. " We will see, golubchik. Will you contribute something towards the dinner? Denker, of course he must have something good." But the golubchik, not looking into her face at all, had already taken out his cigar case, torn off a piece of paper from a letter that had seen long service in it, took out his pencil, and proceeded to write. " If I may ask you, Marya Aleks6yevna, what kind of wine do you like to drink?" I, batiushka Dmitri Sergeyitch, must tell you the truth. I know very little about wines because I scarcely ever drink. It ain't a woman's business." "It can be easily seen from your face at a glance that you don't drink. However, be it so, Marya Aleks^yevna. Even young girls drink maraschino. Will you permit me to order it?" "What kind of wine is that, Dmitri Serg^itch?" "Simple. You might almost say it wasn't wine at all, but only syrup." He took out a red note, 10 rubles. "There, I guess that'll do." He ran over his order at a glance. "At all events, I'll make it 5 rubles more." 3 weeks' income, a month's support! But it can't be done in any other way. It is necessary to give Marya Aleks6yevna a good bribe." Marya Aleks6yevna's eyes filled with moisture, and involuntarily the sweetest of smiles spread over her face. "Have you a confectioner near at hand? I wonder if we could find a walnut pirog ready made. According to my taste, that's the very best kind of pie, Marya Aleks6yevna. But if we can't find any, we'll have to put up with the best we can get." He went into the kitchen and sent Matri6na to make the purchases. "Let's have a regular picnic to day, Marya Aleks6yevna. I want to drink away my quarrel with those parents. Why shouldn't we have a picnic, Marya Aleks6yevna? I get along first rate with my sweetheart. Shan't we live well? Shan't we live happily, Marya Aleks6yevna?" "Yes, indeed, batiushka Dmitri Serg6itch. That's the reason I see that you are so flush with your money, which I never expected of you, because you are a man of solid understanding. Evidently you must have had a little advance from your bride's dowry. Ain't that so?" "No, Marya Aleks6yevna. But as long as I have money in my pocket, we may as well picnic. What do you mean by the little advance on the dowry? You have to do business in a straightforward way, else suspicions will be aroused. Besides, it's not high toned, Marya Aleks6yevna." "It ain't high toned, Dmitri Serg6itch, that's a fact. It ain't high toned. Accordin' to my idee, one must be high toned in everything." "You are right, Marya Aleks6yevna." The half or three-quarters of an hour remaining before dinner time passed in the most amiable conversation of this sort, touching on all sorts of noble sentiments. Dmitri Serg6itch, among other things, declared in a transport of confidence that his marriage would soon take place. "And how is it about Vi^ra Pavlovna's marriage?" Marya Aleks6yevna is not able to answer because she is not bringing any pressure upon her daughter. Of course not, but in his opinion Vi^ra Pavlovna will soon make up her mind to marry. To be sure, she had not told him anything, but he had eyes of his own. You and I, Marya Aleks6yevna, are old sparrows, you know, and we can't be caught with chaff. Though my years aren't so very many, still I'm an old sparrow, a tough roll. Isn't that so, Marya Aleks6yevna?" "Yes, that's so, batiushka. A tough roll, a tough roll." In a word, this pleasant confidential conversation with Marya Aleks6yevna had so enlivened Dmitri Serg6itch that he forgot all about his melancholy. He was livelier than Marya Aleks6yevna had ever seen him before. "What a cute rogue he is! A clever rascal! He must have got out of his sweetheart more than 1,000. And probably her folks found out he was stuffin' his pockets, and when they went for him, I reckon he told 'em, 'No, batiushka and matushka, I am ready as a son to respect you, but I haven't got any cash for you.' What a cute rascal, to be sure! It's pleasant to talk with such a man especially. When finding out that Matri6na has got back, you make an excuse to go to your bedroom for a clean handkercher, and peek into the kitchen, and find that she's bought more than 12 rubles worth of wine. We'll only use a third of it at dinner, and a pirog which must have cost a ruble and a half. Nu! As far as a pirog goes, you might say 'twas money thrown away. Yet I reckon some of that'll be left over. It'll be a good thing to treat my cronies with instead of jam. Oh no, it's no loss. It's a gain." End of Part 2, Chapter 15. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 16, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, First Love and Legal Marriage. Chapter 16. But Vi^rotchka was sitting in her room. Did I do well to make him come in? Mamenka looked so sharply,
And what an awkward position I have put him in. How can he stay to dinner? Bozhe moi, what will become of poor me? He says there's one way. No, my love, there's no way at all. Yes, there is one way, the window. When it becomes absolutely unendurable, I will throw myself out. How foolish I am! When it becomes unendurable? How is it now? And when you throw yourself out of the window, how quick, quick you fly! Not as though you were falling, but as though you really had wings. That must be very delightful. Only, afterwards you must strike against the sidewalk. Ach! How terribly it must hurt! No, I don't believe you'd have time to feel it, but only it must be very hard. But it would be over in a twinkling, and then before you struck, how soft the air is, like a feather cushion. It takes you up so gently, so tenderly. No, it must be good. Yes, but what then? Everybody would be gazing, one's skull broken, face torn, in blood, in mud. No, if clean sand could only be scattered over the spot. But down there the sand is all filthy. No, if it were white and clean, it would be good. One's face would not be torn. It would be clean and not disgust people. And in Paris, young girls stifle themselves with coal gas. That's a good idea, a very good idea. But it is not good to jump out of the window. The other's a good way, though. How loud they are talking out there! What are they talking about? No, I can't catch what they are saying. I would leave him a note explaining everything. This is what I told him the other day. This is my birthday. How forward I was. How could I have been so? But then I was foolish and didn't understand. Yes, how sensible the poor girls are in Paris. Well, can't I be just as sensible? How strange it will be. They'll come into the room, they won't see anything, only there'll be a smell of gas, a greenish tint to the air. They'll be frightened. What does this mean? Where is Vi^rotchka? Mamenka will scold Papenka. What are you standing there for? Open the window. They open the window and see me sitting at my bureau, my head resting on it, and my face in my hands. Vi^rotchka, are you suffocated? I make no reply. Vi^rotchka, why don't you speak? Akh! She is suffocated. They'll begin to scream, to weep. Akh! How strange it will be! For them to weep, and for Mamenka to begin to tell how she loved me. Yes, but he will be grieved. Well, I'll leave him a note. Yes, I'll think about it, and do like the poor girls in Paris. If I make up my mind, I shall do it. I'm not afraid. And what is there to be afraid of? It must be so good. But I will wait till he has told me what the plan is that he proposes. But no, there can't be any. He only said so to console me. Why do people try to offer consolation? There's no sense in it at all. Can there be any consolation when there's no help? He is sensible, and yet he does it just the same. What did he say so for? There's no sense in it. But what's he talking about? He seems to feel happy. How merry his voice sounds. Has he really thought of some plan? No, there can't be any way whatever. But if he had not thought of something, would he be so happy? What can he have thought of? End of Part 2, Section 16. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 17, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, First Love and Legal Marriage, Chapter 17. "Vi^rotchka, come to dinner!" shouted Marya Aleks^yevna. In fact, Pavel Konstantinuitch had returned. The pirog was all ready long ago. It was not the pirog from the confectioner's, but one that Matri6na had made out of the stuffed beef that they had the day before. " Marya Aleks^yevna, do you ever take a glass of vodka before dinner? It's very healthful, especially this kind, made out of bitter oranges. I tell you this as a medical man. Please try it. Yes, yes, you must try it, without fail. I, as a doctor, prescribe it for you." " Suppose I'll have to hearken a doctor, so I'll try half a glass of it." " No, Marya Aleks^yevna, half a glass won't do you any good." " And how about yourself, Dmitri Serg^itch?" " I'm growing old, Marya Aleks^yevna. I've become steady, I swore off." " Well, it does kinder warm one through."
That's where the good comes in, Marya Aleks^yevna. It gives you new warmth." How gay he is ! Is there really something in prospect? And how on earth did he manage to become so friendly with her? And he does not even look at me. Akh! How shrewd he is !" They sat down to table. " Now here we must drink a health to Pavel Konstantinuitch. Let us drink it with this. Akh! It's just the same thing as beer, not any stronger than beer. Try it, Marya Aleks^yevna." " If, as you say, it's beer, why, there's no reason not to drink beer." Heavens, what a lot of bottles ! Akh! How silly I am ! That's the way she got to be so friendly." " What a cunning rascal he is ! He himself don't drink. He only touches his ale with his lips. But what excellent ale ! It tastes better nor kvass, and it's strong. It's got a very good strength. When I get her married off to Mishka, I'll give up vodka and drink nothing but ale. Nu! This fellow never lose his head in drink. If he'd only give in to it, the villain ! But then it's for my advantage. I reckon if he wanted to drink tea, he'd drink enough." " You'd ought to drink some yourself, Dmitri Serg^itch." "Eh! In my day we used to drink a good deal, Marya Aleks^yevna. I drank enough to last a long time. When I had no luck and no money, I used to get drunk, but now I have enough to do and enough money, I don't need wine. I feel gay enough without it." And so the entire dinner passed off. They bring on the confectioner's pirog. "My dear Matri6na Stepan6vna, what goes well with this?" " I'll bring it right in, Dmitri Serg^itch," and Matri6na hurries back with a bottle of champagne. " Vi^ra Pavlovna, you and I have not taken anything yet. Now let us drink to the health of my bride and your bridegroom." What does he mean? Does he really mean that? Thinks Vi6rotchka. " May God grant your bride and Vi6rotchka's bridegroom all happiness," says Marya Aleks^yevna. " And to us old folks may he grant to see Vi^rotchka's wedding right soon." " Never you fear. You won't have long to wait, Marya Aleks^yevna. Isn't that so, Vi^ra Pavlovna? Da! Does he really mean what he says? Thinks Vi^rotchka. " Certainly. Vi^ra Pavlovna, of course she means to marry him. Just say yes." " Yes," says Vi^rotchka. " That's right, Vi^ra Pavlovna. Why should you keep your mdmenka waiting and doubting? Yes, and that settles it. And now we must drink another toast to Vi^ra Pavlovna's approaching wedding. Drink it, Vi^ra Pavlovna. Don't be afraid ; it will be all right. Let us clink glasses to your approaching nuptials." They clink glasses. " God grant it ! God grant it ! Thank you, Vi^rotchka. You make happy, Vi^rotchka, in my old age," says Marya Aleks^yevna, wiping away her tears. The English ale and the maraschino had brought her into a sentimental state of mind. " Dai Bog, dai Bog!" echoed Pavel Konstantinuitch. " How pleased we are with you, Dmitri Serg^itch," says Marya Aleks^yevna, after dinner was over. " Yes, indeed, we are pleased. You have been our guest, and yet you have treated us — well, we can well say that you have given us a holiday's entertainment." Her eyes had a far pleasanter expression than the impudent one that they generally wore. Not everything results as cleverly as it is cleverly planned. Lopukh6f had not dared to hope for such a result when he bought the wine. He only intended to give Marya Aleks^yevna a bribe, so that he might not lose her good will by having invited himself to stay to dinner. Would she have drunk so much before a stranger, even though they had common sympathies, unless she trusted him? But is there any one whom she would trust? And in fact she herself had not intended to yield so soon to the temptation. She meant to postpone her main share in the enjoyment of the good things till after tea. But every human being has his weakness. She could have withstood the vodka and other familiar drinks, but ale and other attractions of the sort led her astray through inexperience. The dinner passed off in very formal and baronial style, and therefore Marya Aleks^yevna ordered Matri6na to set on the samovar, as is customary after baronial dinners ; but only she herself and Lopukh6f availed themselves of this luxury. Vi^rotchka declared that she didn't want any tea, and she went right to her room. Pavel Konstantinuitch, like an ignorant boor, went off to take his nap, as he always did after dinner. Dmitri Serg^itch drank deliberately, and when he had finished one cup, he asked for another. Here Marya Aleks^yevna began to feel a bit queer. She excused herself by saying that she had not been well since early morning. The guest begged her not to stand on ceremony, and she left him to himself. He drank a second cup and a third, and took a nap in his chair. Must have dozed some time, like our golden one, as Matri6na expressed, and the golden one was already snoring. It must have been her snoring that wakened Dmitri Serg6itch after Matri6na went into the kitchen for good and all, taking with her the samovar and the cups. End of Part 2, Chapter 17. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 18, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 18. "Forgive me, Vi6ra Pavlovna," said Lopukh6f, coming into her room. How gently he speaks, and his voice trembles. But at dinner he spoke loud, and he did not call her "my dear," but Vi6ra Pavlovna. "Forgive me for having been impertinent. You know what I said. Yes, a husband and wife cannot be separated. Then you are free." He took her hand and kissed it. "My dearest, you saw that I wept when you came in. It was out of joy." Lopukh6f kissed her hand. Many times he kissed her hand. "Here, my dearest, you are freeing me from the cellar. How clever and kind you are. How did you happen to think about it?" "It was when we first danced together that I thought about it." "My dearest, I thought then that you were kind. You are giving me liberty, my dearest. Now I am ready to suffer. Now I know that I am leaving the cellar. Now it will not be so suffocating for me. Now I know that I am already leaving it. But how shall I leave it, my dearest?" "This is the way, Vi6rotchka. It is now the end of April. At the beginning of July my work at the medical school will be over. I must graduate, so that we can have the means to live, and then you shall leave your cellar. Endure it only 3 months, or even less. You shall get out. I shall have the position of surgeon. The salary is not over large, but no matter, I shall have some practice. As much as will be necessary, and we shall get along." "Akh! My dearest, we shall need but very little. But I do not want it to be so. I do not want to live at your expense. You see, I am earning something now by giving lessons, but I shall lose them then, for mamenka will tell everybody that I am an abomination. But I shall find other pupils. I shall begin to live. Now isn't that the right way? Don't you see that I mustn't live at your expense?" "Who gave you that idea, my dearest friend Vi6rotchka?" "Akh! And now he is asking me who gave me that idea. Why, weren't you yourself always saying this very thing? And in your books, fully half of them say so." "In the books? Did I say so? When was it, Vi6rotchka?" "Akh! When was it indeed? And who told me that money lay at the root of all things? Who told me that, Dmitri Serg6itch?" "Well, what of that?" "And you think that I am such a foolish young girl that I cannot draw a conclusion from premises, to use the words of your books?" "Well, what conclusions? My dearest friend Vi6rotchka, you are talking God knows what nonsense." "Akh! Smarty! He wants to be a despot. He wants me to become his slave. No, indeed, this cannot be. Dmitri Serg6itch, do you understand?" "Then you tell me, and I shall understand." "Money lies at the root of all things, you say, Dmitri Serg6itch? Whoever has the money has the might and the right, say your books. Consequently, so long as a woman lives at her husband's expense, she will be dependent upon him. Isn't that so, Dmitri Serg6itch? You supposed that I did not understand it, that I was going to be your slave. No, Dmitri Serg6itch, I am not going to allow you to be a despot over me. You want to be a benevolent, kind despot, but I will not allow it. But I do not want it to be so, Dmitri Serg6itch. Now, my milenki, how else can we live? You will cut off people's hands and legs, you will make them drink miserable mixtures, and I will give piano lessons. And how else should we live?" "That's right. That's right. Let every one preserve his independence from everybody with all his might, no matter how he loves him, how he trusts him. Whether you will carry out what you propose or not, I do not know. But it makes very little difference. Whoever makes up his mind to do a thing of this sort has already built his fort. He already feels that he can get along by himself, that he can refuse the help of others if necessary. And this feeling is almost enough of itself. What queer people we are, Vi6rotchka! You say I do not want to live at your expense, and I am praising you for it. Who else says such things, Vi6rotchka?" "No matter if we are queer, my milenki. What do we care? We shall live according to our own style. It is better for us. How else should we live, darling? Vi^ra Pavlovna, I have proposed to you my ideas about one side of our life. You have condescended to overthrow them altogether with your plan. You have called me a tyrant and a slaveholder. Now be kind enough to think yourself how the other parts of our relations shall be arranged. I count it idle to give you the benefit of my thoughts, lest they should be destroyed by you in the same way. My friend Vi^rotchka, tell me yourself how we ought to live. In all probability there will be nothing left for me to say but this: My dear, how very wise your ideas are. What is that? Do you mean to give me a compliment? You want to be very polite, but I know too well how people flatter so as to reign under a mask of humility. I beg of you to speak more simply hereafter. My dear, you are praising me to death. I am ashamed, my dear. Don't praise me, lest I become too proud. Very good, Vi^ra Pavlovna. I will begin to say rough things to you, if you like that better. There is so little femininity in your nature, Vi^ra Pavlovna, that most likely you have nothing but men's thoughts. Akh, my dearest, what does that word femininity mean? I understand that a woman speaks in a contralto voice, a man in a baritone, but what of that? Is it worth while to bother about our contralto voices? Is it worth while to ask us about such things? Why do people keep telling us that it is our duty to remain feminine? Isn't it a piece of nonsense, dear? It is nonsense, Vi^rotchka, and a very great piece of triviality. So then, my dear, I shall not bother myself about femininity. Now listen, Dmitri Serg^itch. I am going to express in absolutely masculine fashion the way that I think we ought to live. We shall be friends ; only I wish to be your principal friend. Akh! I have never told you how I dislike this dear Kirsdnof of yours. You must not, Vi^rotchka. He is a very fine man. But I hate him. I shall forbid your seeing him. That is a fine beginning. She is so afraid of my despotism that she wants to make a doll of her husband. And how can I help seeing him when we live together? You are always sitting together like lovers. Of course, at breakfast and at dinner. When one's hands are always occupied, it is hard to use them like lovers' hands. And you are always inseparable. Most likely. He is in his room and I in mine ; that means almost inseparable. And if that is so, why shouldn't you stop seeing him altogether? Well, we are friends. Sometimes we want to talk, and we talk. And so far we haven't been burdensome to each other. You are always sitting together, hugging and disputing. I hate him. What makes you think so, Vi^rotchka? We have never quarreled. We live almost separately. We are friends, to be sure, but what of that? Akh, my dearest, how I deceived you! How cleverly I deceived you! You did not want to tell me how we should live together, and yet you have told me everything. How I deceived you! Listen. This is the way we should live according to your idea. In the first place, we shall have 2 rooms, yours and mine, and then a third room where we shall drink tea, take dinner, receive guests who come to call on both of us. And not on you alone, and not on me alone. In the second place, I must not dare to enter your room, lest I bother you. You see, Kirsdnof does not dare to interrupt you, and so you do not quarrel with him, and it will be the same with mine. That is the second. Now there is a third. Akh, my dearest, I forgot to ask you about it. Does Kirsdnof interfere with your affairs, or you with his? Have you a right to ask each other about anything? Now I see why you mentioned Kirsdnof. I shall not tell you. No, but I dislike him for all this. And you need not tell me, for it's not necessary. I myself know. You have no right to ask each other about anything. And so, in the third place, I shall have no right to ask you about anything, my dear. If it is necessary for you to tell me about any of your affairs, you will tell me yourself, and vice versa. Here are 3 rules. What more is there? Vi^rotchka, your second rule demands explanations. We shall see each other at tea or dinner in our neutral room. Now imagine such an occasion as this. We have drunk our tea in the morning, I am sitting in my room, and do not dare to show my nose in yours. Consequently, I cannot see you till dinner time. Isn't that so? Of course. Excellent. An acquaintance of mine comes and says that at 2:00 another acquaintance will call on me, but it happens my business calls me away at 1. May I ask you to tell that acquaintance who is coming at 2 the proper answer? May I ask you whether you intend to remain at home? Of course you may. Whether I will undertake it is another question. If I refuse, you have no right to claim it of me ; you have no right to even ask why I refuse. But to ask whether I will consent to do you that little service, you shall have that right." "Excellent. But at breakfast I did not know that he was coming, and I shall not dare to enter your room. How then can I ask the question?" "Oh, Bozhe! How simple he is! A little child! Just listen to him. How he misunderstands me! This is the way you must do, Dmitri Serg^itch. You shall enter the neutral room and say, 'Vera Pavlovna.' I shall answer from my room, 'What do you want, Dmitri Serg^itch?' You will reply, 'I am going out. In my absence Mr. A. will call,' of course you will give me your friend's name. 'I have some news to tell him. May I ask you, Vi^ra Pavlovna, to tell him that?' If I answer no, our conversation is at an end. But if I say yes, I shall come out into the neutral room, and you shall tell me what you want me to tell your friend. Now, my dear little child, you know, don't you, how it will be necessary to act?" "Yes, my dear Vi^rotchka. Jesting aside, it is much better to live in the way that you propose. Only who in the world put such ideas into your head? I know them, and I remember where I have read of such things. But such books never come into your hands. In the books which I let you have there were no such ideas. Did you hear them? From whom? I was almost the first person whom you ever met from among respectable people." "Akh! My dear, is it so very hard to think out such things? I have seen family life. I am not speaking about my family is so peculiar, but I have friends, and I have been in their homes. Bozhe moi! What disagreeable scenes between husbands and wives ! You cannot imagine them, my dear." "Nu, I have no trouble in imagining them, Vi^rotchka. Do you know how it seems to me, my dear? People ought not to live the way they do, always together, always together. They ought not to see each other except on business, or when they come together to rest, or have a good time. I am always looking and thinking, why is everybody so polite to strangers? Why do all people try to appear better than they are in their own families? And in fact, before strangers they are better. Why is it? Why do they treat their own people worse than they do strangers, though they love them more? Do you know, my dear, that there is one favor that I want to ask of you, — to treat me as you have always treated me. This has not hindered you from loving me ; after all, you and I have been nearer to each other than all the rest. How have you always acted towards me? Have you ever answered rudely? Have you ever spoken unkindly?" "Never. People ask how it is possible to be rude to a woman or a girl who is a stranger, how is it possible to speak harshly to her? So far, so good, my dear. Now I am your bride ; I am going to be your wife. But you must always treat me as they say it is right to treat a stranger. This, my dear, seems to be better than all else for preserving harmony, for preserving love. So, my dear." "I don't know what to think of you, Vi^rotchka. This is not the first time that you have surprised me." "My dear, you want to flatter me to death. No, my friend, it is not as difficult to understand as it may seem to you. Such thoughts are not peculiar to me alone, my dear. They are held by a good many girls and young women, even such simpletons as I am. Only it is impossible for them to tell their bridegrooms or their husbands what they think. They know that if they did, it would be said that they were immoral. I fell in love with you, my dear, because you don't think so. Do you know when I began to love you? It was when we talked together the first time, my birthday, when you said that women were poor and to be pitied. It was then that I fell in love with you." "And when did I fall in love with you? That very same day? Do you suppose it was on that very same day when I told you that?" "How strange you are, dearest! You said that I couldn't guess, but if I should guess, you would begin to praise me again." "But try to guess for all that." "Well, of course it was when I asked whether it was not possible to arrange things so that all people could live comfortably." "I must kiss your hand again in payment for that, Vi^rotchka." "That'll do, my dear. I do not like the habit of kissing women's hands." "Why not, Vi^rotchka?" "Akh! My dear, you yourself know why. What is the good of asking me? Don't ask such questions, my milenki." "Yes, my friend, that is true. One should not ask such questions; it is wrong. I'll ask you only when I do not really know what you mean, and you meant that nobody's hand should be kissed." Vi^rotchka laughed heartily. "Now I forgive you, because I have succeeded in laughing at you. You see, you wanted to examine me, and you yourself did not know the principal reason why it is not well." Nobody's hands should be kissed, that's true. But that was not what I was talking about, not the general rule, but only about the impropriety of a man kissing a woman's hand. This, my dear, ought to be very offensive to a woman. It shows that she is not looked upon as an equal. Women think that a man cannot lower self-respect before a woman, that she is already so much lower than he is, that no matter how much he lowers himself before her, still he does not come down to her level, but is far higher than she is. But you do not think this way, my dear. Why then should you kiss my hand? But listen to what I think, my milenki, as though we had never been bridegroom and bride. Yes, that is true, Vi^rotchka. It looks very little like it. But what are we, then? God knows what we are, my milenki. Or rather, it's this way, as though we had been married long, long ago. That's so, my dear. It is true. We are old friends. Nothing has changed. Only one thing has changed, my milenki, that now I know that I am coming out from the cellar to enjoy freedom. End of Part 2, Chapter 18. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 19 of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, First Love and Legal Marriage, Chapter 19. Thus they talked, rather a strange conversation for the first one after their engagement, and they pressed each other's hands, and Lopukh6f went home by himself, and Vi^rotchka locked the door after him because Matri6na remained sitting longer than usual in the dining room, hoping that her golden one would snore for a long time to come. And in fact her golden one did snore for a long time to come. When Lopukh6f reached home about 7 o'clock, he tried to apply himself to work, but he could not collect his thoughts. His mind was occupied not with his work, but he was constantly occupied with the same visions that came to him during the lone walk from the Semyonovsky bridge to the Vuiborgsky ward, naturally with visions of love. Certainly with such visions, but yet not entirely with love and not entirely with visions. The life of a man without means has its prosaic interests, and it was about them that Lopukh6f was also thinking. That is to be taken for granted. He is a materialist, and therefore he thinks only about his interests, and in point of fact he was all the time thinking about his own interests. Instead of lofty, poetical, and plastic imaginations, such love imaginations as are proper for a coarse materialist occupied his time. A sacrifice. It will be almost impossible to get this out of her head, and this is bad. When you think that you are specially indebted to a person, your relations to this person are apt to be somewhat strained, and she may find this out. Friends may explain to her what a career was before me, and even if friends do not explain this to her, she will find it out for herself. She will say, "My dear, here you have given up for my sake the career which you anticipated." Well, I don't mean money, for neither my friends nor she herself will think that I care about that. Well, it's a good thing that she will not say to herself, "He remained for my sake in poverty when otherwise he might have been rich." This she will not think. But she may learn that I longed for scientific fame, and that I might have won it. But she will find something to worry about. "Akh, what a sacrifice he made for my sake!" And I never thought of making a sacrifice. I was never so foolish as to make sacrifices, and I hope I never shall be. I have done what was for my best good. I am not a man to offer sacrifices, and there are no such men in existence. It is a false term. A sacrifice is equivalent to such nonsense as top boots with soft-boiled eggs. One acts in the way that's most agreeable. Now just go ahead and preach this. It is accepted in theory, but when the hard fact comes before a person, he is humiliated. "You," he says, "are my benefactor," and already the blade has shown itself. "You," he says, "have rescued me from the cellar. How kind you are to me! Why should I have bothered to set you free, if I myself had not liked to do it? Is it I who set you free, think you? Do you think that I should take all this trouble, unless it had afforded me myself some satisfaction? Maybe I have set myself free. Of course I have. I myself want to live, want to love. Do you understand? I am doing everything for myself. Now, how can I manage so as not to arouse this pernicious feeling of gratefulness which would be so trying to her? Well, we'll manage it somehow. She is sensible, and will understand that it is mere bagatelle. Of course, I did not intend to act this way. I intended to act otherwise. I thought that if she succeeded in leaving her family, we would postpone the thing about 2 years. In the meantime, I should have succeeded in getting a professorship. My finances would by that time have been satisfactory. But it has proved to be impossible. Well, what loss has it been to me? Did I have myself in view when it seemed to me that my money matters must be in order beforehand? What does a man need? A man does not need anything. If he has boots, if he is not out at elbows, if he has shchi, or cabbage soup, if he has a warm room, what more does he want? And all this I have. Consequently, what loss shall I have? But for a young and pretty woman that is not enough. She must have pleasures, she must succeed in society, and for this there will not be money enough. Of course she will not think that she is deprived of these things. She is a sensible, virtuous girl. She will say to herself, "These things are trifles, it's all nonsense, and I despise them." And she will despise them. But does it help when a person does not know what he is deprived of, or is even assured that he is not in need of anything? It is an illusion, a fancy. Nature is deadened by reason, circumstances, pride, and is silent, and does not speak aloud about itself to the understanding. And yet, while it is silent, it works and undermines life. A young woman, especially a pretty young woman, must not live in that way. It is not agreeable to be dressed worse than others, and to be prevented from shining by being scrimped in means. I am sorry for you, my poor little girl. I thought that something better would be arranged for you. But what do I care? It is my gain. It is a question whether she would consent to marry me 2 years hence, and now she does. Dmitri, come and drink your tea. I am coming. Lopukh6f went into Kirsanov's room, and on the way he had time to think. And how true it is that I am always on the first floor. I began with self and ended with self. And why did I begin by calling it a sacrifice? What nonsense! As though I gave up my scientific reputation? As though I gave up my professorship? Is it not all the same? I shall work in the same way. I shall get a professorship just the same. And likewise I shall serve the cause of medicine. It is pleasant to a man who is a theorist to observe how egotism plays with his ideas when he comes to put them into practice. I intend to forewarn the reader about all things, and therefore I shall tell him not to suppose that this monologue spoken by Lopukh6f contains a mysterious hint on the part of the author as to some important motif in the further development of the relations between Lopukh6f and Vi6ra Pavlovna. Vi6ra Pavlovna's life will not be undermined by being deprived of the means of shining in society and of dressing expensively, and her relations to Lopukh6f will not be demoralized by a pernicious feeling of gratefulness. I am not one of those artists in whose every word is hidden some kind of a spring. I am only relating what people have done and thought. If any kind of an action, conversation, monologue is necessary for the characterizing of a person or a situation, I relate it, even though it may respond with no results in the further development of my story. Now, Alexander, you must not complain because I am behind you in our work. I shall be ahead of you. Why? Are you through with that young woman's affair? I am. Is she going to be a governess at the bees? No, she is not going to be a governess. It has been arranged otherwise. She will now be able for a while to live a tolerable life in her own family. Well, that's good. It is pretty tough to be a governess. And now, brother, I am done with the optic nerve, and I am going to take up the next pair. And how far have you got along? I shall have to finish the work at, and here came a series of anatomical and physiological terms. End of Part 2, Chapter 19, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 20, of a Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, First Love and Legal Marriage.
Chapter 20. It is now the 28th of April. He said that he should be through by the 1st of July. Let us say the 10th, but that is not the 1st. Well, we can take the 10th, or, so as to get nearer, I'll suppose it's the 15th. No, I'll take the 10th after all. Now, how many days are left? To-day should not be counted. There are only 5 hours of it left. There are 2 days more in April. May 31, and 2 makes 33. June 30, and 33 makes 63. In July, 10 days, altogether it makes 73. Is that much? Only 73 days, and then freedom. I shall get out of this cellar. Akh, how happy I am! My milenki, how cleverly he thought it all out. How happy I am! This was on Sunday evening. On Monday came a lesson given instead of Tuesday. My dear, my beloved, how glad I am to be with you, if only for a minute. Do you know how many days there are left for me to be in this cellar? When will you be done? Will you be done by the 10th of July? Yes, Vi^rotchka. Then I shall have to sit in this cellar only 72 days and this evening. One day I have marked off already. See, I have made a little calendar, just as boarding school girls and boys do, and I cross off the days. How delightful it is to cross them off. My dear little Vi^rotchka, my dear. Indeed, you have not long to worry along here. 2 months and a half will quickly pass, and you will be free. Akh, how delightful it will be! Only just at present, my dearest, don't always talk with me, and don't look at me, and we must not play on the piano every time you come, either. And I shall not come out of my room every time that you come here. No, I shall not have enough strength of mind for that. I shall come out always, if only for 1 minute, and I shall look at you so coldly, not fondly at all. And now I am going right away to my room. Good-bye, my dear. When? Thursday. 3 days. How long? But then there will be only 68 days left. Count less. About the 7th you will be able to get away from here. The 7th? Then it is now only 68 days. How happy you have made me. Good-bye, my dear. Thursday. My dearest, there are only 66 days to stay here. Yes, Vi^rotchka, the time flies fast. Fast? No, my dear. Akh, how long the days seem! Sometimes it seemed to me as though a whole month had dragged along while these 3 days were passing. Good-bye, my dearest. We must not talk long. Aren't we shrewd? Yes? Good-bye. Akh, only 66 remain for me to sit in the cellar. It is not so noticeable, of course. When one is at work, time flies, and then I am not in a cellar. Da. Saturday. Akh, my dearest, only 64 days are left. Akh, how gloomy it is here. These 2 days have seemed longer than those 3 days. Akh, how gloomy! How miserable it is here! If you only realized it, my dear. Good-bye, my dear, my sweetheart, till Tuesday. And these 3 days will seem longer than the last 5. Good-bye, my dear. Da. Her eyes look badly. She does not like to weep. This is not well. Da. Tuesday. Akh, my dearest, I gave up counting the days. They don't pass. They don't pass at all. Vi^rotchka, my little friend, I have a favor to ask of you. We must have a nice little talk together. You are anxiously longing for freedom. Well, give yourself a little freedom. We must have a talk together. Yes, we must, moi milenki, we must. Then I will ask you how this suits you. What time will it be most convenient for you to-morrow? It does not make the least difference what time, only tell me. Be again on that bench of the Konogvardisky Boulevard. Will you? I will be there, moi milenki, without fail, at 11 o'clock. Is that right? Very well. Thank you, little friend. Good-bye, my dearest. Akh, how glad I am that you have thought about it. How was it that I myself, foolish little thing that I am, did not think about it? Good-bye. We will talk. At all events, I shall breathe the fresh air. Good-bye, milenki. At 11 o'clock, without fail. Friday. Vi^rotchka, where are you going? I, mamenka? Vi^rotchka blushed. To the Nevsky Prospect, mamenka. Then I am going with you, Vi^rotchka. I have an errand at the Gostinui Dvor. What did you put on such a dress as that for, Vi^rotchka, when you say you are going to the Nevsky? You ought to put on a better one when you are going to the Nevsky. Folks'll see you. I like this dress. Just wait 1 second, mamenka. I want to get just one thing out of my room. They start. They go.
They reached the Gostinui Dvor. They were going along the block that runs parallel with Sadovaya Street. They are not far from the Nevsky corner, and here is Ruzanov's shop. Mamenka, I have 2 words to tell you. What is the matter with you, Vi^rotchka? Good by, mamenka. I don't know whether we shall meet again soon. If you don't get angry, it'll be to morrow. What is it, Vi^rotchka? I cannot understand it somehow. Good by, mamenka. I am going to my husband. Dmitri Serg6itch and I were married 3 days ago. Drive to Karavannaia Street, Izvoschik. A quarter, lady. All right, only be quick about it. He will call upon you this evening, mamenka, and don't get angry with me, mamenka. These words hardly reached Marya Aleks6yevna's ears. Don't drive to Karavannaia Street. I only said so as to get away from that lady as quickly as I could. Go to the left, down Nevsky. I must go much further than Karavannaia Street. To the Vasilyevsky Island, the 5th block behind the Middle Prospect. Drive fast. I will give you a good fee. Ach, lady, you are pleased to fool me. You'll have to give me half a ruble. If you drive fast. End of Part 2, Chapter 20. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Part 2, Chapter 21, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, First Love and Legal Marriage. Chapter 21. The wedding had been managed in simple and yet far from common fashion. 2 days after the conversation which resulted in their engagement, Vi^rotchka was delighted at her approaching freedom. On the 3rd day, the cellar, as she called it, seemed twice as intolerable as before. On the 4th day she wept, which was contrary to her liking, but she did not weep much. On the 5th day she wept more. On the 6th day she did not weep at all, but she could not sleep from sorrow. Lopukh6f looked on, then he spoke the monologue beginning, hm. He looked a second time and spoke the monologue, da, At the first monologue he had a dim suggestion of an idea, but he was not sure what it was. At the second monologue he saw plainly in his mind what he imagined at the first. It does not do to offer a person freedom and then leave him in prison. After that he thought steadily for 2 hours, an hour and a half on his way from Semyonovsky Bridge to Vyborgsky, and half an hour on his sofa. The first quarter of an hour he thought without wrinkling his forehead. The remaining hour and 3/4 he wrinkled his forehead. At the end of the 2 hours he struck his forehead, and using worse words than Gogol's postmaster Telyatin, the calf, looked at his watch and saying, 10 o'clock, yes, there is time yet, left the room. During the first quarter of an hour, when his brow was smooth, this was what he thought: "It's all nonsense. Why should I graduate? I shall not be ruined if I don't get a diploma, and it is not necessary. By lessons and translations I shall not make less. I shall make even more than if I had become a doctor. Bagatelles." Consequently, there was no need of wrinkling his brow. To tell the truth, the task did not appear to be of a head-splitting nature, partly because that from the first lesson he had anticipated something in the nature of his present resolution. He now perceived this, and if any one had reminded him of his arguments that began with the theme sacrifice and ended with the thought of fine dresses, one might have proved to him that something in the nature of these circumstances was anticipated from that very time, because otherwise there would be no sense in the words, "to renounce my scientific career." At that time it seemed to him that he was not going to renounce it, but instinct was already saying, "Renounce it; there will be no postponement." And if any one had proved to Lopukh6f, as to a practical thinker, that there was no ground then for his renunciation, he would have triumphed as a theoretical man, and would have said, "Now here is a new example for you of how egotism rules our thoughts. For I ought to have seen, but I did not see, for I was trying to look in another direction, and rules our actions. For why did I make the girl stay in her cellar a week longer, when the matter ought to have been foreseen and provided for long ago?" But he remembered nothing of that kind, and it did not occur to him, because he had to wrinkle his forehead, and while wrinkling it to think for an hour and 3/4 on the question, "Who will marry us?" and there was only one answer all the time, "There is no one to marry us," but suddenly in place of the answer, "No one to marry us," the name of Mertsdlof came into his head. Then it was that he struck himself on the forehead and swore with good reason. "How is it possible that I did not think of Mertsdlof at the very beginning?" And to a certain degree he was wrong in his wonder. He was not accustomed to think of Mertsdlof as of a man who marries. In the medical school there are a good many people of all kinds. There are among them some seminarists. These men have acquaintances in the theological seminary, and through them Lopukh6f had also made acquaintances there. One of the students whom he knew at the theological seminary, not an intimate but a friend, had graduated a year ago, and had become a priest, and was living in a certain building with endless corridors on the Vasilyevsky Island. To him Lopukh6f went, and as it was an extra occasion and a late hour, he took an izvoshchik. Mertsdlof was sitting alone in his room, and was reading some new book, possibly by Louis XIV, or some one else of the same dynasty. "Such and such is the state of things, Aleks6i Petrovitch. I know that it is a very serious risk for you to undertake. It is right enough if we get reconciled with the parents, but suppose they begin a lawsuit. There may be some trouble for you, and there probably will be, but—" Lopukh6f could not find in his mind anything to attach to his "but," for how in the world can you persuade a man to put his neck for your sake into a noose? Mertsdlof was also in a quandary, and tried hard to find a "but" which would authorize him to run such a risk, and he had no better success in getting beyond the "but." "How can we arrange this matter? I should certainly like to. What you are doing now, I did a year ago, and I gave up my liberty just as you are going to do. I have some scruples, but I must help you out of it. Yet when one has a wife, it is rather dangerous to go ahead without precaution." "How are you? Good evening, Alosha. All my people send their best regards to you. How are you, Lopukh6f? We haven't seen you for a long time. What is this that you are speaking here about a wife? Oh, yes, the wives are always to blame." This was said by a young married woman of about 17, who had just come in from a visit to her parents. She was a pretty and lively blondinka. Mertsdlof told his wife about the state of things. The young woman's eyes flashed. "Alyosha, they will not eat you up." "There is a risk, Natasha." "A very large risk," said Lopukh6f in corroboration. "Well, what can be done? You must run the risk, Alyosha, I beg of you." "If you will not blame me, Natasha, for not taking you into account in running into this danger, then that settles it. When do you want to get married, Dmitri Serg6itch?" In point of fact, all hindrances were set aside. On Monday morning Lopukh6f said to Kirsdnof, "Do you know, Aleksandr, that I am going to make you a present of my half of our work. Take my papers and preparations. I give it all up. I am going to leave the medical school. This is my last request. I am going to be married." Lopukh6f told him the whole story in a few words. "If you were stupid, or I were stupid, I should tell you, Dmitri, that this is the way that insane men act. But now I shall not say any such thing. All the objections that I could raise you must have thought over more than I have done. And even if you have not thought them over, it does not make any difference. Whether you are acting foolishly or wisely, I do not know, but at least I shall not attempt to act so foolishly as to dissuade you when I know that your mind is made up. Can I be of any service or not?" "I want to find an apartment somewhere in an inexpensive neighborhood, 3 rooms, and I must make application to get my medical school papers right away, to morrow, if possible, so you will look us up a house." On Tuesday Lopukh6f got his papers, went to Mertsdlof, and said that the wedding would be on the next day. "At what time would be most convenient for you, Aleks6i Petrovitch?" "It makes no difference to Aleks6i Petrovitch, as he stays at home all day. I think, though, that I shall have time to send Kirsdnof to let you know." On Wednesday at 11 o'clock Lopukh6f went to the boulevard, and after waiting for some time for Vi^rotchka, began to get worried. But here she is, all out of breath. "Vi^rotchka, my dear, has anything happened to you?" "No, milenki, nothing. I was late only because I overslept." "That means, what time did you go to bed?" "Milenki, I didn't want to tell you. At 7 o'clock, milenki. But I was thinking all night long. No, it was earlier. It was 6. I want to ask you about something, my dear Vi^rotchka. We must get married soon, mustn't we, so that we may both be comfortable?" "Yes, milenki, we must. We must very soon." "Then in 4 days? In 3? Akh! If it could be so, milenki, then you would be a smart boy." "In 3 days I will surely find a house. We'll buy everything for housekeeping, and then will it be possible for us to live in it together? It will, my golubchik, it certainly will. But it will be necessary to get married first. Akh! I forgot, milenki, that it was necessary to get married first. Well, we can get married to-day. That was the very thing that I wanted to ask you about. Let us go right away and get married. And how have you managed everything? What a bright boy you are, milenki. I will tell you everything on our way. Let us go. Here they are. They have passed through the long corridors into the church. They have found the sexton. They have sent for Mertsdlof. Mertsdlof lived in the house where the endless corridors were. Now, Vi^rotchka, I have to ask of you still another favor. You know that they make young couples kiss each other in church. Yes, my milenki, only how ridiculous it is. Well, lest it should be too ridiculous then, let us kiss each other now. Very well, let us kiss each other. But could it not be done without it? Yes, but it is impossible to get along without it in church, so let us prepare ourselves. They kissed each other. Milenki, it is well that we have had time to prepare ourselves. Here comes the sexton. Now it will not seem so ridiculous in church. But it was not the sexton who came. The sexton did not come till after the diakon. It was Kirsanov who had been waiting for them at Mertsdlof's. Vi^rotchka, this is Alexander Matv^itch Kirsanov, whom you do not like, and whom you have forbidden me to meet. Vi^ra Pavlovna, what is the reason that you want to separate our tender hearts? For the very reason that they are tender, said Vi^rotchka, giving Kirsdnof her hand and still smiling. Then she fell into thought. But shall I be able to love him as well as you do? You love him very dearly, don't you? I? I love no one but myself, Vi^ra Pavlovna. And you don't love him? We have lived together, and we have never quarreled. Isn't that enough? And hasn't he loved you either? I never observed anything of the sort. However, let us ask him. Have you ever loved me, Dmitri? I never particularly despised you. Well, if that is the case, Alexander Matv^itch, I shall not forbid your meeting, and I myself will love you. Now that is much better, Vi^ra Pavlovna. And now I too am ready, said Alexei Petrovitch, coming in. Let us go into the church. Alexei Petrovitch was gay and full of jests, but when the ceremony began, his voice trembled. Suppose it should result in a lawsuit. Natasha, you must go back to your father. Your husband does not support you, and it is a wretched life to have a husband alive and to live on your father's bread. However, after several words, he again regained complete control of himself. When the service was half over, Natalia Andreevna, or Natasha, as Alexei Petrovitch called his wife, invited the young people to come to her house after the ceremony. She had prepared a little breakfast. They came in, they laughed, they even danced 2 quadrilles with 2 couples. They also waltzed. Alexei Petrovitch, who could not dance, played the violin for them. An hour and a half flew by quickly and unnoticed. It was a gay wedding. I think that they must be waiting dinner for me at home, said Vi^rotchka. It is about time. Now, my milenki, I shall be able to live 3 or 4 days in my cellar without being melancholy, and possibly even more. Why should I worry now? There is nothing for me to fear now. No, don't go home with me. I am going all alone by myself, so as not to be seen by anybody. It's all right. They will not eat me up. Don't worry, gentlemen, said Alexei Petrovitch, as he escorted Lopukh6f and Kirsdnof to the door, who had remained for a few minutes, so as to give Vi^rotchka a chance to get out of sight. I am very glad now that Natasha encouraged me. On the following day, after a 4 days' hunt, a good house was found at the farther end of the 5th block on the Vasilyevsky Island. Having all in all 160 rubles in reserve, Lopukh6f concluded with his friend that it would be impossible for him and Vi^rotchka to think as yet of attempting to keep house or to have their own furniture and dishes, and therefore they rented 3 rooms, together with furniture, dishes, and board, from an old man, who quietly spent his days with a little stock of buttons, ribbons, pins, and other things at the fence on the Middle Prospect, between the 1st and 2nd blocks, while his evenings were passed in quiet conversation with this old woman, who, for her part, spent her days in mending hundreds and thousands of old things of every sort, brought to her in bundles from the Pushing Market. The servants also belonged to the landlord. In other words, they were the landlord and landlady themselves. All this cost them 30 rubles a month. At that period, 10 years ago, 1853, the times were not so hard in Petersburg, judged by the Petersburg standard.
With such an arrangement their means would last for 3 or even 4 months. 10 rubles a month is enough for tea, isn't it? And in 4 months Lopukh6f hoped to find pupils, some kind of literary work, or even some kind of occupation in a mercantile office. He did not care what. On the very day when the house was found, and indeed the house was a very good one, they looked out for that, and therefore they found what they wanted. Lopukh6f, while he was giving his lesson on Thursday as usual, said to Vi^rotchka, " To-morrow you can come to me, my dear. Here is the address. I shall not say anything more now, lest they may notice something. My milenki, you have saved me." Now, how to leave the house? Shall they confess what they have done? Vi^rotchka thought seriously about doing so, but her mother might lay violent hands on her, and might even lock her up. Vi^rotchka concluded to leave a letter in her room. When Marya Aleks^yevna heard that her daughter was going to the Nevsky Prospect, and said that she was going too, Vi^rotchka went back to her room and took the letter. It seemed to her that it was better, more honorable, if she herself told her mother to her face ; for on the street her mother would not attempt to beat her, and it would only be necessary to stand at a distance from her while speaking, to take an izvosJichik as soon as possible, and then drive off before she had time to catch her by the sleeve. In such a manner the effective scene came about at Ruzanof's store. End of Part 2, Chapter 21, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 22, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, First Love and Legal Marriage, Chapter 22. But we have had only one half of this scene. For about a moment, no, rather less, Marya Aleks6yevna, who had suspected nothing of the kind, stood thunderstruck, endeavoring to understand, and absolutely failing to understand what her daughter had said, what it meant, and how it came about. But it was only for a moment, or even less. She came to herself with a start. She uttered some objurgation or other, but her daughter was already far down the Nevsky. Marya Aleks6yevna dashed several steps in her direction. "Must take an izvoshchik." She turned to the sidewalk. "Izvoshchik!" "Where do you want to go, lady?" Where did she want to go? She heard her daughter say, "To Karavannaia Street," but her daughter turned to the left down the Nevsky. Where did she want to go? "I want to overtake her yonder, that beast." "To catch some one? Speak sense. Where do you want to go? How can I go without any direction? And you hain't give me any idea." Marya Aleks6yevna entirely lost control of herself, and she began to berate the izvoshchik. "You are drunk, baruina, that's all there is of it," said the izvoshchik, and left her. Marya Aleks6yevna ran after him, still scolding, and she shouted at the other izvoshchiks, and she dashed in all directions for some time, and she gesticulated with her hands, and then she went back under the colonnade, and she kicked and she acted like a madwoman. And around her were gathered half a dozen rude fellows who had been peddling various articles around the columns of the Gostinui Dvor. The fellows were laughing at her, and they exchanged among themselves words of more or less unfavorable character, and they praised her ironically, and they offered her their advice to be calm. "Ai, da, bariunya! How early you managed to get full! Lively, bariuna!" "Bariuna, ah, bariuna! Buy half a dozen lemons of me. They are good to take when you're tipsy. I'll let thee have them cheap." "Bariuna, ah, bariuna! Don't listen to him. A lemon won't do you the least good. But go and take a nap." "Bariuna, ah, bariuna! You're a good hand at scolding. Let's get up a scolding match, and see who'll beat." Marya Aleks6yevna, not knowing at all what she was about, boxed the ears of one of the nearest of her interlocutors, a fellow of 17, who, not without grace, was stretching out his tongue at her. His hat flew off, and his hair was right at hand. Marya Aleks6yevna got her fingers into it. This act roused the rest of her interlocutors into a state of indescribable enthusiasm. "Ai, bariuna, give it to him!" Others shouted, "Fyedka, give it back to her in small change!" But the majority of the interlocutors were on Marya Aleks6yevna's side. How can Fyedka stand up to her? Give it to him, baruina! Knock Fyedka down! He deserves it, the rascal!" A good many spectators had now collected besides the interlocutors, both izvoschiks and the clerks of the shops and the passers-by. Marya Aleks6yevna, as though coming to her senses, and with a final mechanical motion pushing away Fyedka's head, started across the street. The enthusiastic praises of her interlocutors accompanied her. She saw that she was on the way home after she had passed the doors of the School of Pages. She took an izvoshchik and reached home in safety. Finding Fyodor at the door, she gave him a beating. She rushed to the cupboard. She pounded Matryona, who came out to see what made the noise. Again she rushed to the cupboard. She dashed to Vi6rotchka's room. Then she rushed back again to the cupboard. Once more she dashed to Vi6rotchka's room, and remained there a long time. Then she made a tour of all the rooms, scolding, but finding no one on whom to lay her hands. Fyodor had run to the rear stairs. Matryona, who was looking through the crack of Vi6rotchka's room, frightened out of her wits, ran back when she saw that Marya Aleks6yevna was getting up. She lost her head and could not find her way to the kitchen, but found herself instead under Marya Aleks6yevna's bed, where she remained in safety until she was called out under a flag of truce. Whether it was a long or short period that she was scolding and shouting as she walked through the empty rooms, Marya Aleks6yevna could never tell. But it must have been long, because when Pavel Konstantinuitch came from his office, he also had a dose, both materially and ideally, from Marya Aleks6yevna. But as everything must come to an end, Marya Aleks6yevna cried out, "Matryona, let us have dinner!" Matryona saw that the storm was ended. She crept out from under the bed and got dinner. At dinner Marya Aleks6yevna did not scold at all, but she only growled without any intentions of attacking, but only for her own satisfaction. And afterwards she did not take a nap, but sat down alone and did not speak, but was growling. Then she stopped growling and became absolutely silent. Finally she cried out, "Matryona, wake the barin and tell him to come to me." Matryona, who, while expecting orders, did not dare to go into the dining room or anywhere else, fulfilled the command. Pavel Konstantinuitch appeared. "Go to the khozydika and tell her that our daughter has married that devil because you wished her to. Tell her, it was against my wife's will. Tell her that you did so as to please her ladyship, because you saw that it was not her ladyship's wish. Tell her, my wife was alone to blame, and I only carried out your ladyship's will. Tell her, I myself brought them together. Do you understand or not?" "I understand you, Marya Aleks6yevna. You are very wise in your plan." "Well, then, go along with you. Even if she is eating her dinner, don't mind. Call her right out. Bring her from the dinner table, so long as she does not know the real truth." The assurance of Pavel Konstantinuitch's words was so impressive that the khozydika would have believed him even if he had not possessed the gift of a persuasive tongue. But the impressiveness of this gift was so great that the khozydika would have forgiven Pavel Konstantinuitch even if there had not been substantial proofs that he had constantly acted against his wife, and purposely brought Vi6rotchka and Lopukhov together in order to block the ignoble marriage of Mikhail Ivanovitch. But how did they get married? Pavel Konstantinuitch was not stingy in giving her a dowry. He had given Lopukhov 5,000 rubles in cash, and he had given the marriage and all its costs at his own expense. Through him the young people had exchanged little notes. They had met at the house of his colleague, the natchalnik Filantyef, "A married man, your ladyship. Although I am a man of little account, the maiden honor of my daughter, your ladyship, is dear to me. They met in my presence, and although we have not money enough to justify giving a boy of the age of ours a tutor, yet I hired one for an excuse, your ladyship," etc., etc. His wife's unreliability Pavel Konstantinuitch depicted in the darkest colors. How, then, could she help being convinced and forgiving Pavel Konstantinuitch? And the main thing, what a great and unexpected piece of happiness! Joy softens the heart. The khozydika began her speech of forgiveness with a very long explanation of the thoughts and actions of Marya Aleks6yevna, and at first asked Pavel Konstantinuitch to send his wife away, but he implored her, and she herself acknowledged that it was rather for show than because she meant it. Finally, it was decided that Pavel Konstantinuitch should retain his place as manager, that they should give up their rooms facing the street,
and take another suite in the back of the building, on condition that his wife should not dare to show her face in those places on the first dvor where the khozydika's eyes might fall, and that she should be obliged to go out of doors, when she went at all, by a staircase that lay far from the khozydika's windows. From the 20 rubles a month that had been added to his salary, 15 rubles should be taken back, and 5 rubles would be left to him for a compensation for the manager's energy in the khozydika's interests and towards the expenses of his daughter's wedding. End of Part 2, Chapter 22. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 23, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, First Love and Legal Marriage, Chapter 23. Marya Aleks6yevna had a number of schemes in mind as to the way to act towards Lopukh6f when he should come in the evening. The most revengeful was to hide 2 dvorniks in the kitchen, who at a given signal should throw themselves on Lopukh6f and beat him to death. The most pathetic was solemnly to pronounce with her own lips, aided by Pavel Konstantinuitch, a parental curse on their disobedient daughter and on him, their murderer, with an explanation that the curse was valid. Even the earth, as is well known, does not receive the dust of those who are cursed by their parents. But this belonged to the same category of imaginations as the khozydika had in regard to separating Pavel Konstantinuitch from his wife. For such schemes, like any other poetry, have no practical application, properly speaking, except to relieve the heart, by furnishing a framework for endless thoughts in solitude, and for other explanations, when by and by she should come to speak about it. As, for example, he or she might have done this or that, and he or she intended to do so, but, owing to his or her kindness, he or she felt grieved to do so. The plan of beating Lopukh6f and cursing her daughter were the ideal part of Marya Aleks6yevna's thoughts and feelings, but the actual part of her mind and soul took a direction not so lofty but more practical, and this difference is attributable to the inherent weakness of every human being. When Marya Aleks6yevna came to her senses at the gates of the School of Pages, she comprehended that her daughter had really disappeared, was married, and had left her for good and all, and this fact came before her imagination in the form of the following mental exclamation: "She has robbed me!" And all the way home she kept exclaiming mentally, and sometimes even audibly, "She has robbed me!" And therefore, while she was detained for several minutes by the process of communicating her grievance to Fyodor and Matryona through human weakness, every human being is carried away by the expression of feeling to such an extent that he often forgets in the excitement of the spirit the interests of the moment. Marya Aleks6yevna ran into Vi6rotchka's room, peeked into the drawers of her bureau, into her wardrobe; she cast a hasty glance over everything. No, apparently everything is untouched. And then she began to confirm this reassuring impression by a careful examination. The result was that really all her dresses and things remained there, with the exception of a pair of simple gold earrings, and an old white mousseline dress, and an old cloak which Vi6rotchka wore when she went away. As regarded the practical direction in which Marya Aleks6yevna's acts would take, she expected that Vi6rotchka would give Lopukh6f an inventory of her things, which he would ask for. And she firmly decided that she should give her nothing from among her possessions of gold and the like, that she would give her 4 of the simplest of her dresses and some of the thinnest and oldest of her underwear. To give her nothing was impossible, since her noble generosity would not allow it, and Marya Aleks6yevna had always been very strict in her observance of noble generosity. Another question of actual life was her relations to the khozydika. We have already seen that Marya Aleks6yevna successfully solved the answer to it. Now there is a third question: what can be done with the hussy and the rascal? That is, with her daughter and her unexpected son-in-law. Curse them? That is not hard, but it is useless, except as a dessert after something substantial. Only how is this substantial something possible? to lodge a complaint, to bring about a lawsuit, to have them arrested? At first, when her feelings were all stirred up, Marya Aleks6yevna looked upon this solution of the question from an ideal standpoint, and ideally it seemed to her very delightful. But, in proportion as her blood grew calmer after the weariness of the storm, the matter began to appear in a different light. Nobody knew better than Marya Aleks6yevna that lawsuits are conducted through the agency of money, and money alone, and such cases as charmed her by their ideal beauty are conducted through the agency of large, very large sums of money, and they are dragged out unendingly, and, after wasting a great deal of money, they often come to nothing in the end. What is to be done? At the final upshot it seemed that there were only two courses to take: to quarrel with Lopukh6f to her heart's content, and to retain Vi^rotchka's things when he demanded them, and, as a means of doing that, to threaten him with a lawsuit. But she certainly must quarrel to her full sweetness. But she did not succeed in quarreling. Lopukh6f came and began by saying, "Vi^rotchka and I ask you, Marya Aleks6yevna and Pavel Konstantinuitch, to forgive us for taking this step without your consent." On hearing this, Marya Aleks6yevna cried, "I shall curse her, the good for nothing." But instead of saying the whole world good for nothing, Marya Aleks6yevna had only time to say good for because Lopukh6f interrupted her in a loud voice. "I shall not listen to your abuse. I came to speak about business. You are angry, and you cannot speak calmly, and so I will talk only with Pavel Konstantinuitch. And, Marya Aleks6yevna, you send Fyodor and Matri6na to call us when you get calmed down." While saying this, he started to lead Pavel Konstantinuitch from the parlor into his bedroom, and he spoke so loud that there was no chance of outcrying him, and therefore she was obliged to stop off short. He took Pavel Konstantinuitch to the parlor door. Here he stopped, turned around, and said, "And now, Marya Aleks6yevna, I am going to talk with you, but only about business, and it must be calmly." She was about to lift her voice a second time, but he interrupted her again. "Nu, if you can't speak calmly, then we shall leave you." "Now, what makes you go out, you fool?" she shouted. "Well, he is leading me out." "And if Pavel Konstantinuitch did not choose to speak calmly, then I would leave. It would not make any difference to me. But why should you, Pavel Konstantinuitch, allow yourself to be called such names? Marya Aleks6yevna does not understand business. She really thinks that she can do anything that she pleases with us, but you are tchinovnik, you are a man of experience. You, of course, understand propriety. You tell her that she cannot do anything with Vi^rotchka now, and still less with me." "The rascal must know that nothing can be done to him," thought Marya Aleks6yevna, and she said to Lopukh6f that, being her mother, she was excited at first, but now she could speak coolly. Lopukh6f returned with Pavel Konstantinuitch. They sat down. Lopukh6f asked her to listen until he should finish what he had to say, and to postpone what she had to reply, and then he began to speak, lifting his voice powerfully whenever she attempted to interrupt him, and then he finished his speech in safety. It was to this effect: that it was impossible to untie them, and therefore the case of Storeshnikof was beyond recall. As you know yourself. Consequently, it will be idle for you to take the trouble. However, do as you please. If you have extra money, I even advise you to try it. And then, again, there is hardly any reason for being vexed, because Vi^rotchka never wanted to marry Storeshnikof. Consequently, this case was always beyond realization, as you yourself have seen, Marya Aleks6yevna. And young girls must certainly marry, and, as a general thing, they are lost to their parents. It would be necessary to give a dowry, and then a wedding itself would cost a good deal of money. But the main thing is the dowry. Consequently, Marya Aleks6yevna, you and your husband ought to be thankful to your daughter for marrying without causing you any expense." He spoke in this style, and he spoke with such detail that it took him a good half hour. When he finished, Marya Aleks6yevna saw that there was no use in bulldozing such a rogue, and therefore she began to speak about her feelings: how she was particularly grieved that Vi^rotchka should have married without asking her parents' consent, because it was very painful for a mother's heart. Now, when a thing touches a mother's feelings and grievances, then naturally the conversation takes a turn, as though it were impossible not to speak about them. This propriety demands. Now they have satisfied propriety, they have spoken about this interesting fact. Marya Aleks6yevna has said that as a loving mother she was grieved.
Lopukh6f has said that she, as a loving mother, had no need of being grieved. And having fulfilled the measure of propriety by a discourse of suitable length about feelings, they took up another point, also demanded by propriety, to wit, that she had always wished her daughter to be happy. This was said on one side, and on the other side the reply was made that this was a thing that could never be doubted. When the conversation had been prolonged to a suitable length on this point also, they began to take leave of each other, also with explanations of such a length as is demanded by propriety among gentlefolk, and the result of it all proved that Lopukh6f, understanding the sorrow of a mother's heart, did not ask Marya Aleks6yevna's consent for her daughter to come to see her, because maybe it would be hard for a mother's heart. But when Marya Aleks6yevna should have heard that Vi^rotchka was living happily, which of course was Marya Aleks6yevna's sole desire, then her maternal heart would be entirely calmed. Consequently, then she would be able to see her daughter without being grieved. Thus they came to this wise conclusion, and separated peacefully. " Well, he's a keen one," said Marya Aleks6yevna to herself, as she escorted her son-in-law to the door. That night she dreamed a dream of this nature. She was sitting at the window, and saw on the street an elegant carriage passing along the street, and the carriage stopped, and from the carriage stepped a handsomely dressed lady and a man, and they came into her room, and the lady said, " Look, mamasha, how well my husband dresses me." And this lady was Vi^rotchka. And Marya Aleks6yevna seemed to see that the stuff of which the dress was made was of the very best, and Vi^rotchka said, " The material alone cost 500 silver rubles, and that is a trifle for us, mamasha. And I have a whole dozen of dresses like this. And this, mamasha, costs more. Here, look at my fingers." Marya Aleks6yevna looked at Vi^rotchka's fingers, and on her fingers were rings with large diamonds. " This ring, mamasha, is worth 2,000 rubles. And this one here, mamasha, costs more, 4,000 rubles. And look at my breast, mamasha, this brooch costs still more. It is worth 10,000 rubles." And then the gentleman spoke, and the gentleman was Dmitri Serg6itch. " All these are mere trifles for us, dear mamenka Marya Aleks6yevna. But the thing of the most importance is here in my pocket. Look, dear mamenka, at my pocket book. How fat it is ! There are nothing but 100 ruble notes in it, and I am going to make you a present, mamasha, of this pocket book, because it is a trifle to us. But this other pocket book is still fatter, dear mamenka. I do not give it to you because it has no paper money, but only bonds and mercantile notes, and every bond and note is worth more than the whole pocket book which I just gave you, dear mamenka Marya Aleks6yevna." " You have succeeded, dear son Dmitri Serg6itch, in making my daughter and all our family happy. But where in the world, my dear son, did you get so much wealth? I, dear mamasha, became a monopolist." And while she was awaking from her dream, Marya Aleks6yevna thinks to herself, " Indeed, it would be a good thing if he became a monopolist." End of Part 2, Chapter 23. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 24 of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 24. A word of praise from Marya Aleks6yevna. You have ceased to be a person of any importance in Vi^rotchka's life, Marya Aleks6yevna. And now that we are going to part from you, the author of this narrative begs you not to complain, that you are dismissed from the stage with an epilogue which is somewhat unfavorable to you. Do not think that we will treat you without due respect. You were fooled, but that does not in the least lessen our respect for your good sense, Marya Aleks6yevna. Your mistake does not testify against you. You were thrown in contact with people such as had never before crossed your path, and therefore it was no crime that you were mistaken in them when you judged them by your former experience. All your former life brought you to the conclusion that people were divided into two classes, fools and rascals. Whoever is not a fool must be a rascal, you used to think, and he who is not a rascal can only be a fool. This view was very true, Marya Aleks6yevna, until within a very short time, Marya Aleks6yevna.
You have met with people, Marya Aleks6yevna, who spoke very glibly, and you saw that all these people, without a single exception, were either foxy, throwing dust in the eyes of others, or full-grown stupids, not knowing life and not having the wit to accommodate themselves to circumstances. And therefore, Marya Aleks6yevna, you considered them as evincing stupidity and fair game for deceit, and you were right, Marya Aleks6yevna. Your opinion of men was already entirely formed when you met the first woman who was neither stupid nor villainous. It was excusable that you got confused and did not know what to think of her or how to treat her. Your views of people were already entirely formed when you met the first noble-minded man, who was not a simple, pitiable child, who knew life as thoroughly as you did, whose judgments of it were not less correct than your own, who could transact business with no less skill than you. It was excusable that you were mistaken in him and looked upon him as a scoundrel like yourself. These mistakes, Marya Aleks6yevna, do not lessen my regard for you as a clever and active woman. You brought your husband up from nothingness. You have gained for yourself a competency against your declining years. These are good things, and they were hard for you to accomplish. Your method was bad, but your environment gave you no other method. Your methods belong to your environment and not to you personally, and hence it is not to your dishonor, but it is a credit to your intellect and strength of character. Are you satisfied, Marya Aleks6yevna, with this acknowledgment of your good qualities? Of course you must be satisfied with this, because you never thought of claiming to be lovely or gentle. In a moment of involuntary frankness, you yourself confessed that you were a bad and dishonorable woman, and you did not look upon your wickedness and dishonesty as disgraceful to you, because you proved that your environment would not allow you to be otherwise. Consequently, you will not care, because in addition to the praise of your intellect and strength of character, no praise has been bestowed upon you for your good qualities. You yourself don't claim to have them, and you do not look upon them as worth having, but rather you regard them as characteristic of stupidity. Consequently, you will not ask further praise than what I have just given you. But I can say one thing more in your favor. Of all the people whom I do not like, and with whom I do not like to have business, I would rather deal with you than all the rest. Of course you are unmerciful wherever it affects your advantage, but if you have no advantage in doing anybody harm, you will not do it out of stupid little spitefulness. You consider that it is not worth while to lose time, labor, and money without return. Of course you would have been glad to roast your daughter and her husband over a slow fire, but you were able to curb your revengeful inclination and to reason the matter over coolly, and you understood that you had no chance of success in roasting them, and this is a great thing, Marya Aleks6yevna, to be able to recognize an impossibility. When you once recognized it, you gave up your idea of beginning a lawsuit, since the lawsuit would not punish the people who stirred up your anger. You calculated that those little unpleasantnesses which a lawsuit would cause them would bring you yourself into more bother and expense, and therefore you did not begin the lawsuit. If it is impossible to conquer an enemy, if in causing him a trifling loss you are causing yourself a greater, then you had better not begin the battle. You understood this, and you had the common sense and courage to yield to an impossibility, without unnecessarily causing harm to yourself or anybody else. This, too, was a great thing, Marya Aleks6yevna. Yes, Marya Aleks6yevna, one can get along with you. You do not indulge in wrath for the sake of wrath, to your own detriment, and this is a very rare and very important quality, Marya Aleks6yevna. Millions of people are more injurious to themselves and others than you are, Marya Aleks6yevna, even though they may not have that detestable side that you have. You are better than the majority of those who are simply bad, because you are not without reason and are not stupid. I should have been glad to sponge you off from the face of the earth, but I have a certain regard for you. You do harm in no way. Now you are spending your time in mean business because your environment is so constituted. But put you into other circumstances, and you would take delight in being harmless, in being even useful, because you do not want to say harm without being paid for it, and it were profitable to you, you could do whatever you wanted. Consequently, you would act honorably and nobly if it were advisable. You are capable of doing so, Marya Aleks6yevna, and you are not to blame because this capability is latent. that instead of doing so, you are acting in a contrary way. But you possess it, and this cannot be said of all. Wretches are capable of doing anything. You are only a bad woman, but you are not hopelessly a wretched woman. You are higher than many, even if judged by the moral standard. Are you satisfied, Marya Aleks6yevna? What should I be satisfied for, batiushka? My circumstances are bad, aren't they? That is all right, Marya Aleks6yevna. End of Part 2. First Love and Legal Marriage. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 1 of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Marriage and Second Love, Chapter 1. 3 months have passed since Vi^rotchka was rescued from the cellar. The Lopukhovs' affairs have prospered. He has had a fair number of pupils. He obtained work of a certain publisher to translate a textbook on geography. Vera Pavlovna also found 2 pupils, not of the highest grade, but still not to be despised. Together they have an income of 80 rubles a month. But such an income scarcely allows any one to live luxuriously, but they ran no risk of running into poverty. Their means have gradually increased, and they have calculated that in 4 months or even sooner they can set up their own establishment, and this was afterwards realized. The system of their lives was arranged, of course not absolutely in accordance with Vi^rotchka's half-jesting, half-serious plan, proposed on the day of their fantastic engagement, but nevertheless it was very much like it. The old man and woman at whose house they lived gossiped together about the strange way in which the young couple lived, as though they were not young people at all, not even like husband and wife, like nobody else in the world. "Well now, Petrovna, it seems to me just as queer as it does to you. You could not tell for the life of you whether she wasn't his sister and he her brother. You think that's a good comparison, do you? Between brother and sister there ain't any ceremony at all. But look at them. He gets up, puts on his clothes, and sits down and waits till the samovar is brought. Then he makes tea and calls her, and she too comes out all dressed. What kind of a brother and sister's that? You had better say this, being as there's poor folks who through their poverty have to live 2 families in one apartment, and you might compare them to such. And how is it, Petrovna, that a husband can't go into his wife's room? When she ain't dressed, she don't let him in. What does that look like? You ought to see how they part at night. She says, 'Good night, milenki.' Then they separate, each to sit in their own rooms. They read books, and he sometimes writes. Just you listen, I'll tell you what happened once. She went to bed and was reading a book. Then I heard through the partition, it happened I was wide awake that night, I hear her a-gettin' up. And what do you think? I was listening. She was standing before her looking-glass a-combing of her hair. Well, she seemed to be getting ready to go out to see some company. I was listening. Out she went. Then I too goes out into the entry, gets up in a chair and peeks through the transom into his room. I was listening as she went to the door. 'Can I come in, milenki?' And he says, 'In a minute, Vi^rotchka.' He too was in bed. He put on his pants and his coat. Now, thinks I, he'll be tying up his cravat. But he don't put on his cravat. He fixes himself a little and says, 'Now you can come in, Vi^rotchka.' Says she, 'I don't understand something in this book. Please explain it to me.' He tells her. 'Well, milenki, forgive me for bothering of you.' And says he, 'Oh, it's nothing, Vi^rotchka. I was only lying down. You haven't disturbed me.' And so she went out. And so she went out? And so she went out. And wa'n't there nothing more? No, nothing more. But it ain't so queer she went out so as 'twas 'cause she went and dressed herself when she went in to see him. He says, 'Just wait.' Then he dressed himself, and then he says, 'Come in.' You better tell me this. What kind of actions is them?" "It must be this way, Petrovna. It's a kind of sect, I reckon. 'Cause you know there's a good many kind of sects." "It looks like it. See here, I guess your idea is right." Here is another conversation. "Danilevitch, I axed her about them actions of theirn. Says I, 'Don't get mad at my question, but what's your religious views?' 'Of course,' says she, 'it's the Russian.' 'And your old man?'
His is Russian too, she said. Says I, don't you belong to any sect? Says she, no, I don't belong to any. What makes you think so? Because, says I, because, lady, I don't know whether to call you Miss or Mrs. Do you live with your old man? She laughed. Why, yes, says she, of course I do. She laughed, did she? Yes, she did. Of course I live with him, says she. Then, says I, what makes you act as you do? You never see him without his clothes on, as though you weren't his wife. And, says she, it's because I don't want him to see me in dishabilly. Oh, no, they don't belong to any sect at all. Then, says I, what makes you do so? So as to keep love in the house and get rid of quarrels, says she. Well, now, Petrovna, that looks as though she spoke the truth. Of course, she always wants to look decent. And then she goes on and says she, if I don't want other folks to see me in dishabilly, then why should my husband, whom I love more, see me before I have washed my face? It wouldn't do to show myself before him in any such way. Well, so does that look as though she spoke the truth, Petrovna? What makes men fall in love with other men's wives? It's because they see them nicely dressed, while they see their own wives, how did you call it? Oh yes, in dishabilly. It said so in Holy Writ, in Solomon's Proverbs, and he was the wisest of the czars. End of Part 3, Chapter 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Part 3, Chapter 2 of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Marriage and Second Love, Chapter 2. The affairs of the Lopukhovs prospered. Vi^ra Pavlovna was always happy. But one time, this was some 5 months after the wedding, Dmitri Serg^itch, returning from one of his lessons, found his wife in a peculiar state of mind. Her eyes were shining with pride and happiness. This caused Dmitri Serg^itch to remember that for several days past he had seen her in some signs of mental exaltation, joyful thoughts, and tender pride. "My dear, you seem to be so happy. Why don't you give us the benefit of it?" "I think I am, my dear. But you just wait a little while. I will tell you when I am sure that I am right. You must wait for several days. And it is going to be a great joy to me, and you too will be glad, I am sure, and Kirsanov and Mertsdlof will be pleased with it." "But what in the world is it?" "Ah, you have forgotten our agreement, haven't you, not to ask questions? I will tell you when I am sure of it." Another week passed by. "My milenki, I am going to tell you my joy. Only you must give me your advice, because you know all about it. You know that I have been wanting for a long, long time to do something great, and I have made up my mind that we must start a sewing union. Isn't that a good idea? Now, my dear, we made an agreement that I should not kiss your hand, but that was a general rule. It did not include such an occasion as this. Give me your hand, Vi^ra Pavlovna." "By and by, my milenki, when I have succeeded in doing it." "When you have succeeded, then I shall not be the only one to kiss it. Kirsdnof and Aleks6i Petrovitch, all will want to kiss it. But now I am alone, and the intention is worthy of it." "Violence! I shall scream." "Scream, then." "Milenki, I shall be ashamed, and tell you nothing, as though it were anything of such great importance." "Here is where its importance lies. We all make plans, but we don't accomplish anything. But you began to think long after the rest of us, and sooner than all of us have resolved to put your ideas to the test." Vi^rotchka bent her head on her husband's breast and hid her face. "My dear, you have praised me to death." Her husband kissed her head. "What a clever little head!" "My milenki, stop! It is impossible to tell you anything. Do you know what kind of a man you are?" "I will stop. Tell me, my tender-hearted girl." "Don't you dare to address me so." "Well, you hard-hearted one." "Akh! What kind of a man are you, all the time interrupting me? Just listen. Sit down quietly. Here, it seems to me is the main thing, that at the very beginning, when you select a few, to make the selection very carefully. You must have really honorable, good people, not narrow-minded, not fickle, but steady, and at the same time gentle, so that there should not be any idle quarrels among them, and that they should be able to select others of the same kind. Isn't that so?" "Yes, dear." "Now, I have 3 such girls. Akh! How long I had to hunt!"
Now here, my dearest, for the last 3 months I have been going round among the shops trying to make acquaintances, and I have succeeded. Such nice girls! I have got thoroughly acquainted with them. And then, moreover, they must be thoroughly up in their art. The business must stand on its own merits. Everything must have a solid foundation of mercantile calculations. Ach, of course it must. What more is left? Why do you need my advice, then? In regard to the details, my milenki. Tell me the details. Of course you must have thought yourself about everything, and you will be able to accommodate yourself to circumstances. You know that the most important thing here is principle, character, and knowledge. Details come of themselves from the conditions peculiar to every circumstance. I know, but after all, when you give your approval, I shall be more assured. They talked for a long time. Lopukh6f found nothing to correct in his wife's plan, but as far as she was concerned, the plan developed and became more and more clear as she talked it over with him. On the next day Lopukh6f took to the office of the Police News an advertisement. Vera Pavlovna Lopukhova would take orders for sewing ladies' garments, linens, etc., at moderate prices, etc. On that very morning Vi6ra Pavlovna went to see Julie. She does not know my married name. Tell her Mademoiselle Rozdalskaia. My child, you are without a veil. You come to me openly, and tell your name to the servant. Now this is sheer folly. You are ruining yourself, my child. Yes, but I am married now, and I can go wherever I please and do what I want to. But your husband, he may find it out. He will be here in an hour. Then the questions began as to how she got married. Julie was delighted. She hugged her, she kissed her, she wept. When she became calmer, Vi6ra Pavlovna told her the purpose of her visit. You know that old friends are not thought of except when their help is needed. I have a great favor to ask of you. I am going to establish a sewing shop. Give me your orders, and recommend me to your acquaintances. I myself sew nicely, and I have good apprentices. You know one of them. And in fact Julie knew one of them to be a good seamstress. Here are specimens of my work. This garment I made myself. You see how nicely it fits. Julie examined very carefully the fit of the garment. She looked at the embroidery of the shawl, at the little cuffs, and she was satisfied. My child, you might be very successful. You have both skill and taste. But to succeed, you must have a great shop on the Nevsky. Yes, I shall establish one there in good time. Now I take orders at home. Having finished talking about business, they began to talk again about Vi6rotchka's marriage. And that Storeshnik drank terribly for a couple of weeks, and then he made up with Adele. And I am very glad for Adele's sake. He is a kind fellow. I am only sorry that Adele has not a better reputation. As it came up naturally, Julie began to talk about the adventures of Adele and others. Now Mademoiselle Rozdalskaia is a married lady, and Julie does not think it necessary to hold her tongue. At first she spoke reasonably, then she was drawn away, and began with delight to depict their dissipated existence, and she went on and on. Vi6ra Pavlovna was embarrassed, but Julie did not heed it. Vi6ra Pavlovna recovered her self-possession, and listened with that cruel interest with which you examine the features of a lovely face disfigured by disease. But Lopukh6f came in. Julie in an instant was changed into a stately woman of the world, full of the sternest dignity. However, she did not keep up that role very long. After she had congratulated Lopukh6f on his wife, "Such a beauty!" she again got excited. "Now we must celebrate your wedding." She ordered a breakfast offhand. She offered champagne. Vi6rotchka had to drink half a glass in honor of her wedding, half a glass in honor of her union, and half a glass in honor of Julie herself. Her head began to turn. She and Julie shout, laugh, and get excited. Julie pinches Vi6rotchka. She jumps. She runs away. Vi6rotchka after her. They run all over the apartment, jumping over the chairs. Lopukh6f sits and laughs. It ended with Julie making up her mind to exhibit her strength. "I am going to lift you up with one hand." "You can't do it." They began to wrestle. They both fell on the sofa, and neither felt like getting up, and so they lay there laughing until they fell asleep. For the first time in many years Lopukh6f did not know what to do. Should he waken them? It is a pity. You may spoil a pleasant meeting by making a bad ending. He carefully got up, went across the room to see if he could find a book. He found a book, Chronique d'Oie de Boeuf, in comparison with which Faublas is virtue itself. He sat down on a sofa at the other end of the room, began to read, and in a quarter of an hour he himself fell asleep through tediousness. In 2 hours Pauline wakened Julie. It was dinner time. They sat down alone, without Serge, who had gone to some great dinner. Julie and Vi^rotchka again got hilarious, and then again they grew serious. When they bade each other farewell, they became entirely serious, and Julie thought of asking — she had never had a chance to do so before — why Vi^rotchka meant to establish a sewing shop. If she wanted to make money, then it would be much easier if she would become an actress or a singer. She has such a strong voice. This matter caused them to sit down again. Vi^rotchka began to describe her plan, and Julie again became enthusiastic, and she poured out blessings, and, among other things, she declared that she, Julie Le Tellier, was an abandoned woman, and she wept. But she knew what virtue was, and again she wept, and again she kissed her, and again she broke out into blessings. 4 days later, Julie came to Vi^ra Pavlovna and gave her a good many orders for herself. She gave her the addresses of a number of her friends from whom she might also receive orders. She brought Serge along with her, telling him that it could not be avoided. Lopukh6f called on me, and now you must return it. Julie behaved with exemplary seriousness, and kept it up without the least failure, although she stayed at the Lopukh6fs a long time. She saw that there were no thick walls, but thin partitions, and that her remarks might be overheard. She did not get excited, but she fell rather into a bucolic frame of mind, looking with delight at all the particulars of the poor estate of the Lopukh6fs, and finding that that was the way to live ; that men ought not to live otherwise ; that only in moderate circumstances is true happiness possible ; and she even announced to Serge that she would go with him to live in Switzerland, where they would have a little house amid the fields and mountains, on the shore of a lake, loving each other, fishing, taking care of their garden. Serge declared that he was perfectly ready, but he wanted to wait and see what she would say at the end of 3 or 4 hours. The thunder of the elegant carriage and the prancing of Julie's wonderful horses made a startling impression on the inhabitants of the 5th block, between the middle and the Little Prospects, where nothing of the sort had been seen, at least since the time of Peter the Great, if not longer. Many eyes were looking as the wonderful phenomenon stopped at the locked gates of a 1-storied frame building with its 7 windows, and when from the wonderful carriage stepped the still more wonderful phenomenon of an elegant lady with a brilliant officer, whose important position could not be doubted. The grief was general when in a moment the gates were opened, and the carriage rolled into the dvor. Curiosity was deprived of the hope of seeing the graceful officer and still more graceful lady a second time, when they took their departure. When Daniluitch returned home from his peddling, Petrovna had a talk with him. " Daniluitch, well, our tenants must be from among some very important folks. A general and a generalissha came to see them. The generalissha was dressed so elegant that I can't begin to tell you, and the general had 2 stars." How Petrovna came to see the stars on Serge, who had never had any decorations, and would not have worn them if he had had them, while out on service with Julie, is a wonderful circumstance ; but that she actually saw them, that she was not mistaken and did not exaggerate, for this I will not take her word, but I will myself be responsible for her. She did actually see them. It is we who know that he did not have them, but he had such an appearance that from Petrovna's standpoint it was impossible not to see 2 stars on him, and so she saw them. I am not joking when I tell you that she really saw them. And what livery the lackey wore, Daniluitch ! Real English stuff, 5 rubles an arshin. Such a solemn man he was, and so important, but just as perlite as could be. He give me a civil answer. He allowed me to feel of his sleeve, elegant cloth. They seem to have so much money that they feed it out to their chickens. And they sat in their tenants' rooms, Daniluitch, and talked with them cozily for more'n 2 hours, just as I talk with you, and them tenants did not even bow to them, and they were joking with them, and the tenant was sittin' with the general, both of them sittin' comfortably on the chair, and they were smokin'. And our tenant smoked right in the general's face, and he sat comfortably before him. What else? His cigarette went out, and then he lighted it at the general's. And with what grace the general kissed our lady's little hand. Why, I can't begin to tell you. What can we make out of this, Daniluitch? Everything is from God, is the way I reason it. I reckon that whether it's acquaintance or relation, it's all from God. So it is, Daniluitch. There's no doubt about it. But this is what I think, that either our tenant or his wife are either a brother or sister of either the general or the generalsha, and to tell you the truth, I think that she must be the general's sister." "What makes you think so, Petrovna? It don't seem natural. If it was so, then they'd have money." "That's a fact, Danilovitch. It must be this way. Either the mother or the father had a natural child, because they don't favor each other. Really, there ain't no resemblance 'tall." "That may be, Petrovna. Perhaps there was a natural child. Such things do happen." Petrovna, for 4 whole days, enjoyed great importance in her little store. This little store for 3 whole days drew a part of the public from the store on the other side of the street. Petrovna, for the sake of enlightening the public during those days, even neglected her work to a certain extent, and slaked the thirst of those who were thirsting for knowledge. The result of all this was that within a week Pavel Konstantinuitch came to see his daughter and son-in-law. Marya Aleks6yevna had been anxious to gather some information about the lives led by her daughter and the villain. It was not done systematically or constantly, and, for the most part, it arose from a scientific instinct of curiosity. One of her little gossiping acquaintances, who lived on the Vasilyevsky Island, was entrusted with the task of finding out about Vi6ra Pavlovna whenever she happened to pass by where she lived. And the gossip brought her reports as often as once a month, or even oftener, according to circumstances. "The Lopukhovs live in harmony. They have no quarrels. There's only one thing: there are a good many young folks call on them, and all the young men are good friends and modest. They do not live luxuriously, but apparently they have money. They not only do not sell, but they buy. She has made herself 2 silk dresses. They have bought 2 sofas, an oblong table, a half dozen chairs. They got them at a bargain for 40 rubles, but the furniture is good, and it would ordinarily cost 100 rubles. They have notified the landlord to look for new tenants. We are going to leave in about a month for our new quarters, and to you, that is the landlord, we are very grateful for your kindness to us." "Nu," say the landlord, "of course," says he, "and we for yours." Marya Aleks6yevna was consoled by these reports. Though she was a very rough and a very wicked woman, though she had tormented her daughter and was ready to kill her to ruin her for her own interests, and though she cursed her because through her she had failed in her plan of getting rich, all this is true. But does it follow from this that she felt no love for her daughter? It does not follow at all. When the matter was ended, when her daughter tore herself away from her power forever, what could she do? Whatever falls from the wagon is lost. For all that, she is her daughter, and now when there was no chance whatsoever for Vi6ra Pavlovna to serve Marya Aleks6yevna's interests, the mother sincerely wished her daughter good. And then again, it does not follow that she would wish things to be God knows how, that it made no difference with her. She certainly had not subjected her to any system of espionage. The steps taken for watching her daughter were only adopted because she, you must confess, was morally obliged to watch her. Well, and in exactly the same way, as regards the wishes for her good, she had to do it, because she was her daughter. Why shouldn't she be reconciled? All the more when the villainous son-in-law is, according to all appearances, a man of solid character. Maybe he will be of service in time. Thus Marya Aleks6yevna, little by little, approached the thought of renewing her relations with her daughter. It might have to wait half a year, or even a year to accomplish it, but there was no need of being in a hurry. Time is patient. But the news about the general and the generalsha at once pushed the story forward, fully all the remainder of the last half way. The villain has really proved to be a rogue. An ex-student, without rank, with only a few rubles, he has made friends with a young, and therefore a very important and rich general, and the 2 wives have become acquainted. Such a man will get ahead. Or even, maybe, Vi6ra made friends with the generalsha, and introduced her husband to the general. It is all the same. At all events, Vi6ra will get on. And so, soon after getting the news of the famous visit, the father was sent to announce to the daughter that her mother had forgiven her, and would be glad to see her. Vi6ra Pavlovna went with Pavel Konstantinuitch and her husband, and they spent the early part of the evening there. The meeting was cold and constrained. They spoke much about Feodor, because it was not a dangerous subject. He had gone to the gymnasium. They persuaded Marya Aleks6yevna to put him into the gymnasium boarding school. Dmitri Serg6itch would visit him there, and during his holidays Vi6ra Pavlovna would take him home with her. Somehow or other they managed to spend the time until tea was ready, and then they made haste to leave. The Lopukh6fs said that they expected callers. For half a year Vi^ra Pavlovna had breathed pure air ; her lungs had entirely forgotten the bad atmosphere of wily words, vile thoughts, low schemes, all for the sake of lucre, and her cellar made a horrible impression upon her. Filth, misery, vulgarity of every sort, everything came up before her eyes with the keenness of a novelty. How did I ever have the strength to live in such miserable bonds? How could I ever breathe in that cellar? And I not only lived and breathed there, but even grew strong and well. It is wonderful ! It is incomprehensible ! How could I grow up there into a love for goodness? It is incomprehensible ! It is beyond belief !" thought Vi^ra Pavlovna as she returned home, and she felt herself rescued from suffocation. In a little while after they got home, the guests whom they expected came, their regular cronies, Aleks^i Petrovitch and Natalia Andr6yevna and Kirsdnof, and the evening passed as it usually did. How doubly happy seemed her new life to Vi^ra Pavlovna, with its pure thoughts in the society of wholesome people. As was customary, they had a jolly conversation, with many anecdotes, and at the same time they talked seriously about everything in the world : on the historical events of the time, the civil war in Kansas, the forerunner of the great war between the North and the South, which is now going on, the forerunner of still greater events, not in America alone, occupied the minds of this circle. Now everybody talks about politics, but then only a few felt any interest in this subject, and in this small number were Lopukh6f, Kirsdnof, and their friends. And they talked about the arguments of that day, as to the chemical foundations of agriculture according to the theory of Liebig, and about the laws of historical progress, without which never a conversation in society like this could go on, and about the great importance of distinguishing between real desires, which search and seek and find satisfaction for themselves, and fantastic wishes, which cannot be realized and which cannot find any satisfaction, like the fantastic thirst in time of fever, for which for the one as well as for the other there is one satisfaction, to cure the organism, by whose diseased state they are engendered through the disfiguring of actual wishes, and finally, about the importance of this radical differentiation which was brought out at that time by the anthropological philosophy, and about everything of this sort, and not of this sort, but allied. The ladies at times listened to these scientific discussions, which were spoken as though there were no scientific terms, and took a share asking questions sometimes, but more often not waiting for the answers. And they have even thrown cold water on Lopukh6f and Aleks6i Petrovitch when they get too much interested in the great importance of recent mineral improvements. But Aleks6i Petrovitch and Lopukh6f discussed their scientific questions and were not disturbed. Kirsdnof was a bad helpmeet. He was more, even entirely on the side of the ladies, and they all three played, sang, laughed, till late into the night, and then, becoming tired, they finally separated, even the immovable enthusiasts, for serious conversation. End of Part 3, Chapter 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Part 3, Chapter 3 of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Marriage and Second Love. Chapter 3. Vi^ra Pavlovna's Second Dream. And here Vi^ra Pavlovna falls asleep, and Vi^ra Pavlovna dreams a dream. A field, and across the field goes a man, namely, her milenki, together with Aleks6i Petrovitch, and her milenki says, " You are interested in knowing why some dirt brings forth wheat so white, and pure, and delicate, while other dirt does not bring it forth at all. You will soon see the difference yourself. Look at the root of this beautiful ear of wheat. Around the root is dirt, but this dirt is just pulled up, you might even call it clean. You smell a moist odor, disagreeable, but not foul, and not putrid. You know that in the philosophical language which you and I use, this clean dirt is called actual dirt. It is dirt, to be sure, but look at it attentively, and you will see that all the elements of which it is composed are healthy in themselves. When they are gathered together, they make dirt. But let the atoms change in some degree their relative coordination, and something else will take its place, and all that takes its place will be healthy, because the fundamental elements are healthy. Whence comes the healthy element of this dirt? Just notice the situation of this little field. You see that there is a ditch here for the water to run, and therefore there can be no rottenness here. Yes, motion is reality, says Alexei Petrovitch, because motion is life, and reality and life are one and the same thing. But the main element of life is labor, and therefore the main element of reality is labor, and the truest sign of reality is activity. So you see, Alexei Petrovitch, when the sun begins to warm this dirt, and the warmth begins to transfer its elements into a more complicated chemical correlation, into the correlation of higher forms, the wheat ear which grows out of this dirt through the warmth of the sun will be a healthy wheat ear. Yes, it is because it is the soil of actual life, Alexei Petrovitch. Now, let us go to the next field. Let us also here pull up a plant and examine its root. It is also dirty. But just notice the nature of this dirt. It is not hard to see that this dirt is rotten. This is fantastic dirt, to use the scientific terminology, says Alexei Petrovitch. It's so. The elements of this dirt are in an unhealthy state. It is natural that no matter how they are transposed, the things not resembling dirt derived from this dirt will be unhealthy and rotten. Yes, it is because the very elements are unhealthy, says Alexei Petrovitch. It will not be hard for us to find the cause of this unhealthiness. That is, of this fantastic rottenness, says Alexei Petrovitch. Yes, the rottenness of these elements. If you will notice the situation of this field, you see the water has no ditch, and there it becomes stagnant and rotten. Yes, absence of motion is absence of labor, says Alexei Petrovitch, because labor is shown in anthropological analysis to be the radical form of motion, and which gives foundation and material for all other forms, recreation, rest, amusement, gaiety. All these, without the preliminary labor, have no reality, and without motion there is no life, that is, there is no reality. Therefore this dirt is fantastic, in other words, rotten. Till within a short time ago, men did not know how to restore health to such fields, but now means has been found, that is, drainage. The superfluous water runs off in canals, and enough remains, and it is kept in motion, and the field becomes practicable. But as long as this means is not applied, the dirt remains fantastic, that is to say, rotten, and it cannot produce any good crops. Whereas, as is very natural, from the good dirt they get good crops, because it is healthy dirt. And this is what we wanted to prove, quod erat demonstrandum, as they say in Latin. As they spoke in Latin the words meaning which was to be proven, Vera Pavlovna did not catch the words. And you, Alexei Petrovitch, have a desire to amuse yourself with hog Latin and syllogism, says her milenki, that is, her husband. Vi^ra Pavlovna here seemed to join them and say, "Now do stop talking about your analyses, identities, and anthropologisms. Please talk about something, gentlemen, so that I may take part in your conversation, or rather, let us play." "Yes, let us play," said Alexei Petrovitch. "Let us play confession." Come on, come on! It'll be very gay," says Vi^ra Pavlovna. "You suggested the game. Now you must show us how to do it." "With pleasure, my sister," says Alexei Petrovitch. "But how old are you, my dear sister? 18?" "I shall soon be 19." "But you are not yet. Therefore let us suppose that you are 18, and we will all confess what we did till we were 18, because we must have an equality of conditions. I will confess for myself and my wife. My father was a diakon in a governmental town, and then he took up the business of bookbinding, and my mother took seminarists to board. From morning till night, my father and mother were always worrying and talking about how to live. Father used to drink, but only at times when intolerable want stared him in the face. That was real grief. Or, when his income was pretty good, he used to give my mother all he had and say, "Well, matushka, now thank God you will not suffer want for 2 months to come."
but I have left half a rouble in my pocket, and I shall take a drink for very joy." That was a real joy. My mother used to get vexed very often. Sometimes she used to beat me, but only when she had a pain in the small of the back, as she herself used to say, from lifting the boiler and kettles, from washing all the clothes of 5 of us, besides 5 seminarists, and from washing the floors dirtied by our 20 feet, which did not wear goloshes, and from taking care of the cow. It is a real strain upon the nerves to bear too much labor without rest. And for all that, the ends did not used to meet, as she expressed it. That is, she was short of money for getting boots for some one of us brothers, or shoes for the sisters. Then she used to beat us. She used to pet us, too, when we, stupid little children that we were, expressed a desire to help her in her work, or whenever we did anything clever, or whenever she took a very rare moment of rest and her back did not ache, as she used to say, all that was a real joy. "Ach, don't tell us anything more about your real sorrows and joys," says Vi6ra Pavlovna. "If that is the case, perhaps you would like to hear Natasha's confession." "I do not want to hear it. She, too, had the same kind of real sorrows and joys. I am sure of it." "That's absolutely true." "But maybe you will be interested in hearing my confession," says Serge, who suddenly appeared to be with them. "We will see," says Vi6ra Pavlovna. "My father and mother, though they were rich, yet they always worried and talked about money. Rich people, too, are not free from such kinds of worriment." "You don't know how to play confession, Serge," said Alexey Petrovitch politely. "Please tell me why they worried about money matters. What expenses worried them? What necessities put them into embarrassment?" "Yes, I understand why you ask that," said Serge. "But let us drop this subject. Let us turn to the other view of their thoughts. They, too, took care of their children." "But they always had enough to give their children, didn't they?" asked Alexey Petrovitch. "Of course, but they had to look out that—" "Don't play confession, Serge," said Alexey Petrovitch. "We know your whole story. Care about superfluities, thoughts about things not necessary, have been the soil in which you grew up. That is a fantastic soil. Just look at yourself. You are naturally not at all a stupid man, but a very good man. Maybe not worse and not more stupid than we are. But what are you good for? What is the use of your living?" "I am good for escorting Julie everywhere that she wants me to go. I help Julie to spend all the money she wants to spend," replies Serge. "From this we see," says Alexey Petrovitch, "that a fantastic and unhealthy soil—" "Ach, how tired I am of your realism and fantasticism! I don't know what they mean by such terms, and still they keep on using them," says Vi6ra Pavlovna. "Wouldn't you like to talk with me?" asked Marya Aleks6yevna, who also appeared suddenly. "You gentlemen get away from here, for I want to talk with my daughter." All disappear. Vi6rotchka finds herself alone with Marya Aleks6yevna. Marya Aleks6yevna's face assumes a laughing expression. "Vi6ra Pavlovna, you are an educated woman. You are so virtuous and high toned," says Marya Aleks6yevna, and her voice trembles with anger. "You are so kind. How can I, then, who am rough and a drunkard, talk with you? Vi6ra Pavlovna, you have a bad and beastly mother. But allow me to ask, lady, why your mother took all the bother she did for you? It was about victuals. This, according to your idea, is a genuine care peculiar to humanity. Isn't that so? You have had scoldings. You have seen bad deeds and meanness. But allow me to ask what they were meant for. Was it for nothing? Was it all nonsense? No, lady. No matter how things go in your family, it was not an empty, fantastic life. You see, Vi6ra Pavlovna, I have learned to speak as you do, in scientific language. But it may grieve you and shame you, Vi6ra Pavlovna, that your mother is a bad and ill-tempered woman. Would you like, Vi6ra Pavlovna, for me to become a good and honest woman? I am an enchantress, Vi6ra Pavlovna. I can bewitch things. I can fulfill your wish. Just look, Vi6ra Pavlovna, your wish is already being fulfilled. I, who am vixenish, vanish. Look at this kind mother and her daughter." A room. On the door sill snores a drunken, unshaven, miserable man. Who it is cannot be told. His face is half covered with his hand, and the rest is discolored and bruised. A bed. On the bed a woman. Yes, it is Marya Aleks6yevna. But how kind, but how pale she is! How feeble, though she is only 45 years old! How exhausted! By the bedside is a young girl of 18. It is I myself, Vi^rotchka, but how ragged I seem ! What does this mean? My complexion is so yellow, and my features are so rough, and what a miserable chamber ! Scarcely any furniture." " Vi^rotchka, my dear, my angel," says Marya Aleks^yevna, " just lie down and take a rest, my treasure. Why do you watch with me? I can attend to myself. This is the third night that you have not slept." " Never mind, I am not tired," says Vi^rotchka. " I am not any better, Vi^rotchka. How will you get along without me? Your father's pittance is as small as it can be, and he himself is a poor support to you. You are a pretty girl. There are many bad people in this world. There will be no one to watch over you. I tremble for you." Vi^rotchka weeps. " My dear, don't be grieved. I am telling you this, not to blame you, but to warn you. What made you leave home on Friday, the day before I fell sick?" Vi^rotchka weeps. " He will deceive you, Vi^rotchka. Give him up." " No, mdmenka." 2 months pass. How is it that 2 months pass in 1 minute? An army officer is sitting. On the table before the officer is a bottle. On the officer's knee is she, Vi^rotchka. Again 2 months more have passed in 1 minute. A lady is sitting. Before the lady, she, Vi^rotchka, is standing. " Can you iron, dear?" " I can." " To what class do you belong? Are you a serf or free?" " My father was a tchinovnik." " So you belong to the nobility, my dear. Then I can't take you. What kind of a servant would you make? Go away, my dear. I can't take you." Vi^rotchka is on the street. " Mademoiselle ! Ho, mademoiselle !" says some young drunken fellow accosting her. " Where are you going? Let me escort you." Vi^rotchka runs to the Neva. " Well, my dear, have you seen all these things that my magic art has conjured up? How do you like being with your kind mother?" asks the real Marya Aleks^yevna, again appearing. " Am I not a good enchantress? Hain't I hit it off well? Why don't you speak? You have a tongue in your mouth, hain't you? I'll squeeze a word out of you. It's so hard to make you speak. Have you been shopping?" " Yes," says Vi^rotchka, and she trembles. " Have you seen, have you heard what's going on?" " Yes." " Do they live well, them learned folks? Do they read books, and think as you do about your new plan for folks getting along better? Do they? Tell me." Vi^rotchka says nothing, but she trembles. " Ekh! There ain't nothing to be got out of you. Do they live well? Hear my question." Vi^rotchka says nothing, but she is in a cold sweat. " One can't get a word out of you. Do they live well? I ask you, are they good? I ask you. Would you like to be like them? You don't speak. You turn away your phiz. Just listen, Vi^rotchka, to what I am going to say. You are educated ; you are educated on money that I stole. You are thinking about the good. But if I had not been bad, you would not have even known what good is. Do you understand? You owe all to me. You are my daughter. Do you understand? I am your mother." Vi^rotchka weeps and trembles, and is in a cold sweat. " Mdmenka, what do you want of me? I cannot love you." " Do I ask you to love me? I should like at least to respect you, but I cannot do that either." " Do I need your respect?" " What do you want then, mdmenka? Why have you come to me, and why do you speak so harshly to me? What do you want of me?" " Be grateful, you selfish girl. Do not love, do not respect me? I am a vixen ; why should you love me? I am bad ; why should you respect me? But you understand, Vi^rka, that if I were not what I am, you would not be what you are. You are good because I am bad ; you are sweet tempered because I'm a vixen. Understand that, Vi^rka, and be grateful." " Leave me, Marya Aleks^yevna ; I want to speak with my sister." Marya Aleks^yevna vanishes. The bride of her bridegrooms, the sister of her sisters, takes Vi^rotchka by the hand. " Vi^rotchka, I always wanted to be kind to you, because I am kind and I am just as the person is with whom I speak. But now you are melancholy, so you see, I too am melancholy. Look, do I make a good appearance, being melancholy?" " You look better than any one else in the world." "Kiss me, Vi^rotchka. We both of us are sad. And yet your mother spoke the truth. I do not like your mother, but I need her help." " Can't you get along without her?" " By and by I shall be able to get along without her, when people will not need to be ill tempered ; but now it is impossible. You see, kind people cannot get to their feet alone ; it is the ill tempered who alone are strong. They are keen. But you see, Vi^rotchka, that there are different degrees of ill temper. Some of them want everything in the world to go to the bad. Others, who are just as ill-tempered, want things to improve because it would be better for their interests. You see, it was necessary for your mother's plans to have you educated. She took your money which you got by giving lessons, because she wanted her daughter to capture a rich son-in-law for her, and for that same reason she wanted you to be educated. You see, she had bad thoughts, and yet they brought forth good for mankind. Haven't you been benefited? But many bad people act otherwise. If your mother had been Anna Petrovna, would you have studied so as to become educated? Would you have learned what was good and loved it? No. You would not have been allowed to learn about the good. You would have been made a doll. Isn't it so? Such a mother must have a doll in her daughter, because she herself is a doll, and she is always playing dolls with dolls. But your mother was a bad woman, yet she was a character. It was necessary for her that you should not be a doll. Don't you see how the wicked vary? Others are hindering me because I want men to be men and not dolls. They want men to be dolls. And other bad people are helping me. They do not consciously help me, but they give ample chance for men to be men. They gather the means for men to be men, and this is all that I want. Yes, Vi^rotchka, now I cannot get along without such bad people, since they work against the other kind of bad. My bad people are bad, but under their cruel hands the good is growing. Yes, Vi^rotchka, be grateful to your mother. Do not love her, she is bad, but you owe everything to her, know that. Without her you would not have been. And will it always be so, or will it change? No, Vi^rotchka, it will not always be so, it will change by and by. When the kind become strong, I shall not need the ill-tempered, and this will be soon, Vi^rotchka. Then the bad will see that it is impossible for them to be bad, and those ill-tempered who had any character will become kind. They were ill-tempered only because it was contrary to their interest to be kind, because they know that goodness is better than badness. They will begin to love it when it will be possible for them to love it without injuring their interests. And what will become of the bad who were dolls? I feel sorry for them too. They will play with other kinds of dolls, only they will be harmless dolls. But they will have children different from what they themselves are, because I will make all men to be men, and I shall teach their children not to be dolls, but men. Ach, how good that will be! Yes, even now it is good, because this good is in preparation. At least those who, helping to bring it about, are already enjoying it. When you, Vi^rotchka, help your cook to get your dinner ready, it may be suffocating in the kitchen, but it is good for you. What do you care for the gas and suffocating odors? All enjoy sitting at dinner, but more than all, he who helps get it ready. It tastes doubly sweet to him. And you like to eat good things, Vi^rotchka, don't you? It is true, says Vi^rotchka. And she smiles because she was caught in liking sweetmeats, and in liking to prepare them in the kitchen. Then why are you melancholy? You are not melancholy any more. How kind you are! And happy, Vi^rotchka. I am always happy, Vi^rotchka. Even when I am melancholy, yet I am happy. Is not that true? Yes, but when I am melancholy, you also come as though you were melancholy, and you always drive away the blues. I am happy with you, very happy. Do you remember the little song, Donc Vivons? I do. Let us sing it. All right. Vi^rotchka, Vi^rotchka, have I waked you up? However, breakfast is ready. I was frightened. I heard you groaning. I came in and you were singing in your sleep. No, my milenki, you didn't wake me. I should have waked myself. But what a strange dream I had, milenki. I will tell you at tea. Leave me. I want to get dressed. And how did you dare to come into my room without permission, Dmitri Serg^itch? You forget yourself. Were you frightened about me, my milenki? Come here, and I will kiss you for it. She kissed him. Now leave me, leave me. I want to get dressed. Oh, let me stay. I'll act as your dressing maid. Nu! I don't object. Only how shameful it is. End of Part 3, Chapter 3, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 4a, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 4a.
Vi^ra Pavlovna's sewing union was established. The foundations were very simple at first, so simple indeed that it is not worth while to speak of them. Vi^ra Pavlovna did not make any rules at all for her first three seamstresses, except that she would pay them a trifle more than the regular seamstresses were getting at the shops. There was nothing particularly strange about the business. The seamstresses saw that Vi^ra Pavlovna was not a woman of mere words, not fickle, and therefore, without any hesitation, they accepted her offer to work with her. There was no reason for hesitation in the fact that a woman of moderate means wanted to establish a sewing shop. These three girls found three or four more. They selected them with the same care with which Vi^ra Pavlovna proposed to them, and in these conditions of choice there was nothing worthy of suspicion ; that is, there was nothing out of the ordinary run about it. A young and modest woman wishes the working girls in her establishment to be girls of straightforward character, kind, considerate, inclined to stay in one place. Is there anything strange about that? She does not want any quarrels, that's all, and therefore it's clever of her, and nothing more. Vi^ra Pavlovna made acquaintance with these chosen girls. She became very well acquainted with them before she agreed to accept them. That was natural. It shows that she is a woman of sound common sense, and that's all. There is nothing to deliberate about, there is nothing to distrust. Thus they worked a month, receiving in due time the wages which had been agreed upon. Vi^ra Pavlovna was constantly at the shop, and they learned to look upon her as an economical, careful, and reasonable woman, with unusual consideration for them, and thus she won their full confidence. There was nothing extraordinary about that either, nor was anything noticeable except that the mistress was a good mistress, in whose hands the business would succeed. She knows how to manage. But at the end of a month Vi^ra Pavlovna came into the shop one day with some kind of an account book. She asked her seamstresses to stop work and listen to what she had to say. She began to speak in very simple language things which were comprehensible, very comprehensible, but which her seamstresses had never heard before, either from her or from anybody else. "Now that we know each other well," she began, "I can say of you that you are good workers and good girls, and you will not say that I am a fool. Consequently, I can speak with you frankly about my ideas. If you should find anything strange in them, you will think carefully about them, and not insist that my ideas are foolish, because you know that I am not a foolish woman. This is the plan that I propose. Good people say that it is possible to establish sewing shops where seamstresses might work to much greater profit to themselves than in those shops that we know about. And so I wanted to make an experiment. Judging by the first month, it appears that it can be done. You have been receiving your wages regularly, and now I want to tell you how much over and above your wages and all other expenses remain in my hands as clear profit." Vi^ra Pavlovna read over to them the debit and credit account for the month. In the expense account were reckoned, besides the wages paid, all other expenses: the rent of the shop, light, even down to Vi^ra Pavlovna's charges for an izvoshchik which she hired in the interest of the shop and cost about a ruble. "You see," she continued, "there remains in my hands so much money. Now, what am I going to do with it? I have established this sewing shop with the express purpose of letting the profits go to the very seamstresses by whose work it was earned. Therefore, I am going to divide it among you. This first time, all of you will get an equal share, each one of you her own. By and by we can see whether we cannot manage it better, or whether there isn't some other way that will not be still more profitable for you." She divided the money. For some time the seamstresses could not believe their senses, so great was their surprise. Then they began to pour out their thanks. Vi^ra Pavlovna gave them sufficient time to express their gratitude for the division of the money, so that she might not hurt their feelings by refusing to listen, for that would have looked like indifference to their opinions and inclinations. Then she continued: "Now I must explain to you the hardest question of all. It will be sure to arise, and I do not know as I shall be able to make it plain to you. Yet I must speak about it. Why didn't I keep the money, and what was my design in establishing the shop, if I did not intend to profit from the advantage arising from it? I live with my husband, as you know, and have a sufficiency. We are not rich, but we have all that we need.
If I am in need of anything, all I have to do would be to ask my husband for it, and I should not even have to ask him, for he would see that I was in want of more money, and I should have it. He does not spend his time now in doing those things which bring him in most money, but in those things which he likes best. And as we love each other dearly, it pleases him most of all to do those things which I like, and it is the same with me. Therefore, if I should be short of money, he would undertake some business which would be more profitable than his present occupation, and he is able to find such a business because he is a clever and an able man. But you have some idea of him, and the fact that he does not do so is proof positive that the money which we both have is enough for us both. This is because I have no great hankering after money. For you know that different people have different desires, and not all care for money. Some hanker after balls, some after fine dresses or cards, and all such people are ready to ruin themselves for the sake of their passion, and a good many do ruin themselves, and no one is surprised that their passion is dearer to them than money. And my hobby happens to be this thing which I am trying to arrange with you, and I not only do not ruin myself for the sake of my hobby, but I do not even spend any money on it, and I am only too glad to give up some of my time to it, and do not take any of the profit for myself. Well now, according to my idea, there is nothing strange about this. For who expects to make any money out of his pet hobby? Everybody else even goes to expense for the sake of gratifying it, but I do not do that. I do not put any money out. Consequently, the advantage lies on my side compared with others, for I ride my hobby and get pleasure out of it without any loss to myself, whereas others have to spend money for their pleasures. And why is it that I have this hobby? This is the reason. Kind and clever people have written many books about the way men should get along in this world, how all should have the chance to enjoy life, and our principal way, they say, consists in starting shops according to a new system. And so I want to see for myself whether we shall be able to start such a system as is needed. It is just the same as when one man wants to build a fine house, another to plant a splendid garden or orangery so as to get pleasure out of them. So do I want to start a fine sewing shop so that I may have pleasure in it. Of course, it would have been satisfactory enough if I were to divide the profits among you every month, as I have just done. But clever people say that there is still a better way of doing it, so that there should be more profits, and the profits themselves should be used to much better advantage. They say that this can be very easily done. Now we shall see. I shall tell you by degrees what can be done according to the ideas of clever people. And if you yourselves will take notice as you look on, and anything which promises well suggests itself to you, we can try to do it, little by little, according to circumstances. But I must confess to you that without your aid I cannot take this new step. Nothing new shall be tried without your approval. Clever men say that only what people themselves want to do turns out well. And I think so too. Consequently, you need not fear any new departures, for everything will go on in the old way unless you yourselves want to make a change. Without your own wish, nothing can be done. And now, this is my last order as mistress of the shop without your advice. You see that accounts must be kept and care must be taken that there are no unnecessary expenses. Last month I managed the business myself, but henceforth I do not want to take charge of it. Select 2 of your number to act in concert with me. I will not do anything without them. It is your money and not mine. Therefore you must look after it. As yet, the thing is an experiment. It has not yet been shown who among you is most capable of managing it. So, for the time being, those who are selected must serve for only a short term, and in a week you will find out whether it will be necessary to select others or leave the former in their places." Long discussions were awakened by these unusual words. But Vi^ra Pavlovna had already gained their confidence, and she spoke so simply, not going too far in advance, and conjuring up any extraordinary prospects, which, after a moment's enthusiasm, would fade away into distrust, that the girls did not look upon her as a lunatic, and that was all that was required, that she should not be regarded as a lunatic. The experiment progressed slowly. Of course it progressed slowly. Here is a short history of the shop for the first 3 years, during which it played the principal part in the life of Vi^ra Pavlovna herself. The girls who at first made up the personnel of the new shop were were carefully selected. They were good seamstresses. They were directly interested in the success of the scheme. Therefore it was natural that the work went on successfully. The shop never lost any of its customers who once entrusted it with orders. There was some envy manifested on the part of several shops and factories, but it did not produce the least effect except to oblige Vi^ra Pavlovna to take out a license to display a sign, so that there may not be any chicanery. Soon more orders began to come in than the girls who at first made up the union were able to fill, and thus they were obliged gradually to increase their numbers. At the end of a year and a half there were 20 girls in the union, and after that still more. One of the first results of giving a decisive voice to the entire shop in the management of its business was a decision which might have been expected. In the very first month of their regime, the girls decided that it would not do for Vi^ra Pavlovna to work without pay. When they announced this decision to her, she said that they were right. They wanted to give her the third part of the profits. She laid it aside for some time before she ventured to explain to them that it was diametrically opposed to the fundamental idea of their scheme. For some time they could not understand this. Then afterwards they came to the conclusion that Vi^ra Pavlovna refused a special share of the profits, not from self-conceit, but from the nature of the experiment itself. By this time the shop had expanded to such dimensions that Vi^ra Pavlovna by herself was not able to attend to all the cutting, and so she had to get an assistant. They gave Vi^ra Pavlovna the same wages as the other cutter. The money which she had been laying aside was now, by her request, taken back into the common fund, with the exception of what was due her for her work as cutter. The balance was employed in the establishment of a bank. For about a year Vi^ra Pavlovna spent the larger part of each day at the shop, and really worked as hard as any one else, according to the schedule of hours. When she saw the possibility of spending less time in the shop than a whole day, her wages were reduced in proportion. How should the profits be divided? Vi^ra Pavlovna wanted to bring it about that the profits should be divided equally among them all. They consented to this only towards the middle of the third year. Before that time they tried several different schemes. At first they divided the profits proportionally according to the wages earned by each. Then they came to the conclusion that if a girl missed work for a few days on account of illness or any other important reason, it would not be fair to reduce her share of the division money, which, properly speaking, had not been gained during those few days, but by the general course of the work and the general state of the shop. Then they went a step further, and agreed that the cutters and other girls who received extra wages, by delivering orders and other duties, were already sufficiently paid by their extra wages, and that therefore it would be unfair for them to get proportionally more than the others also in their share of the profits. The ordinary seamstresses, who had no extra duties, were so modest that they did not ask for any charge, although they saw the injustice of the other arrangement, which was due through their own vote. The others who had this extra compensation felt the awkwardness of availing themselves of the extra division, and when they once came into the spirit of the scheme, they entirely refused it. It is necessary, however, to remark that this temporary modesty, the patience of the ones and the refusal of the others, was not a remarkable step, taking into the consideration the constant improvement in the affairs of both sides. The most difficult task of all was to develop the idea that the ordinary seamstresses were all entitled to an equal share in the profits, notwithstanding the fact that some of them were earning more wages than others; that seamstresses who were working more successfully than others were already sufficiently compensated for the success of their work by getting better wages. The last change in the way of dividing the profits was accomplished in the middle of the third year, after the shop girls understood that the receiving of the profits was not the reward for the art of one or two of their number, but the result of the general character of the shop, the result of its arrangement, its aim; and this aim meant equality, so far as was possible, in the profits, for all participating in the work, without regard to their personal peculiarities; that upon this character of the union depended the participation of the workers in the profits. But the character of the union, its spirit, its arrangement, consisted in the participation of all. And for this participation of all, every member was a necessary factor. The silent acquiescence of the most hesitating and of the least gifted is no less beneficial for the preservation and development of the scheme, no less profitable for all of them, and for the success of the whole enterprise than the active zeal of the most lively and gifted. I omit a good many details because I am not describing the workshop, but I simply enter into it with sufficient fullness to illustrate Vi^ra Pavlovna's activity. If I mention some details, it is only because I wanted to show how Vi^ra Pavlovna acted, how she conducted the business step by step, patiently and tirelessly, and how firmly she kept up to her rule not to show her hand as mistress, but to explain, to advise, to plan, to offer her assistance, to bring to a successful issue the decision of her cooperatives. End of Part 3, Chapter 4a. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Part 3, Chapter 4b of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Marriage and Second Love, Chapter 4b. The profits were divided every month. At first each girl took her share, and spent it separately apart from the others. Each one had immediate necessities, and they were not in the habit of acting together. But when, after constantly participating in the business, they had acquired the habit of understanding the entire procedure of the work in the shop, Vi^ra Pavlovna turned their attention to the fact that in their business the quantity of orders varied in different months of the year, and that therefore it would be advisable during the most profitable months to put away a portion of their profits against those months when the profits were not so great. The accounts were kept with great accuracy. The girls knew that if any one of them left the shop, she would get without any difficulty her share of the earnings remaining in the depository. Therefore they consented to accede to this plan. A small reserve capital was established. It gradually grew. They began to look for various ways of applying it. From the very first, all understood that this reserve capital could be drawn upon in the way of loans by those members who had any extraordinary need of money, and that no interest would be charged for its use. Poor people have the idea that respectable help in money ought to be given without interest. After this bank was established, there followed a commission house for purchases. The girls found it more profitable to buy tea, coffee, sugar, footwear, and many other things through this shop, as it bought goods not at retail, but at wholesale, consequently cheaper. From this, in a short time, they branched out still further. They began to understand that it might also be possible to arrange for the purchase of the bread and provisions which they used to buy every day from the bakers' and retail shops. But here they saw that to do this they must live in one neighborhood. They began to gather into circles, each circle occupying one suite, and they tried to get quarters near the shop. Then the shop had to establish its agency to transact business with the bakeries and the stores. In a year and a half or so, almost all the girls were living in one large apartment, had one general table, and purchased their provisions in exactly the same way as is done in great establishments. Half of the girls were lonely souls. Some of them had old women as relatives, mothers, or aunts. Two supported aged fathers, and a good many had little brothers and sisters. On account of these family relationships, three of the girls could not live in the general apartment. One of them had a mother whom it was impossible to get along with. The second had a mother who was a tchinovnitsna, and did not want to live with peasant girls. The third had a drunken father. These only made use of the agency just the same as those seamstresses did, who were not girls, but married women. But, apart from these three, all the other girls who had relatives to support lived in the general apartment. They lived by themselves in one suite, two or three in one room, but their male or female relatives were given rooms according to circumstances. Two old ones had separate rooms, all the other old women lived together. For the little boys there was a separate room, and two others for the little girls. It was decided that the little boys could stay until they were 8 years old; those above that age would be put out to learn a trade.
There was an accurate account kept of everything, in order that the whole association might get used to the idea that no one was getting any advantage over anybody else, that they were not doing each other any harm. The accounts of the single girls in the apartment for rooms and board were very simple. After some hesitation, they decided to charge for a brother or sister under 8 years of age the fourth part of the expenses of a grown-up girl, and that then the support of a girl until she was 12 was to be reckoned at one-third. After she was 12, the price should be one-half of that of her sister. When the little girls should reach the age of 13, they should enter the shop as apprentices, if they did not succeed in establishing themselves otherwise, and it was decided that from 16 and upwards they should enter as full members of the union, provided they were found to be skillful seamstresses. For the support of the grown-up relatives, as much, of course, was charged as for that of the seamstresses. For separate rooms there was an extra charge. Almost all the old women and the 3 old men who lived in the union apartment busied themselves in the kitchen and in other domestic duties, and for this, of course, they were paid. All this can be told very quickly in words, and in reality it seemed very easy, simple, and natural when it was once accomplished. But everything was done very deliberately, and every new step cost a great many arguments, and every change was the result of a whole series of experiments. It would be very tedious and dry to describe the other details of the shop as particularly as we have told about the division of the profits. In regard to many points it is not necessary to speak at all, lest we should weary the reader, but we must briefly mention one or two other things. For instance, that the union had its agency for selling ready-made clothing, which was made at the time when they were not busy with orders. A separate store they could not as yet accomplish, but they made arrangements with one of the shops in the Gostinui Dvor. They established a little shop in the Pushing Market. 2 of the old women took charge of this little shop. But it is necessary to speak with a little more fullness about one side of the life of the union. Vi^ra Pavlovna, from the very first, began to bring them books. After she had given her directions, she began to read aloud. She would read half an hour or an hour, if she were not interrupted by the necessity of giving out new work. Then the girls took a rest from listening. Then followed some more reading, and another rest. It is hardly worth mentioning that the girls, from the very first, became interested in the reading. Some of them had been fond of it even before. In 2 or 3 weeks the reading during the working hours took the form of a regular course. In 3 or 4 months 2 or 3 good readers were found, who were delegated to relieve Vi^ra Pavlovna to read half an hour, and this half hour was reckoned as regular work. When the duty of reading aloud was taken from Vi^ra Pavlovna, who even before used to vary the monotony of reading by telling stories, began to speak oftener and more at length. Then her stories turned into a channel resembling elementary courses in various branches of knowledge. Afterwards, and this was a very great step, Vi^ra Pavlovna saw the possibility of introducing a regular course of instruction. The girls became so ambitious to learn, and their work went on so successfully that they decided to take, during their working day before dinner, a long rest for hearing the lessons. "Aleks6i Petrovitch," said Vi^ra Pavlovna once, while she was at the Mertsdlofs, "I have a favor that I want to ask of you. Natasha is already on my side. My sewing union is becoming a lyceum for all possible knowledge. Be one of its professors." "Well, what shall I teach? Latin, or Greek, or logic, or rhetoric?" said Aleks6i Petrovitch, laughing. "My specialty would not be very interesting, according to your opinion, and the opinion of another man whom you know." "Yes, you are needed, just because you are a specialist. You must serve as the buckler of morality in the special direction of our science." "That's true. I see that without me there would be no morality. Give me a professorship." "For instance, Russian history or international history." "Capital. But I will read this subject up, and I shall be taken as a specialist. Excellent. 2 occupations, to be a professor and a buckler." Natalia Andreevna, Lopukhov, 2 or 3 students, and Vi^ra Pavlovna herself were the other professors, as they called themselves in jest. Together with the course of instructions, they also arranged for amusements. They had evening parties, they had picnics out of town ; at first rarely, but afterwards, when they had more money, more frequently. They took boxes at the theatre. During the 3rd winter they took 10 places in the parquet circle during the Italian opera. How delightful, how exciting this was to Vi6ra Pavlovna. There was much labor and care, and she also had disappointments. The misfortune that befell one of the best girls in the union powerfully affected not her alone, but the whole shop. Sashenka Privitkova, one of the three girls whom Vi6ra Pavlovna herself found, was very handsome and was very modest. She was engaged to a good and kind young man, who was a tchinovnik. Once, as she was walking on the street rather late, some gentleman accosted her. She hastened her steps. He followed her and caught her by the arm. She snatched herself away from him and started to run, but by the motion of pulling away her arm she hit his chest, and on the pavement was heard the ring of the polite gentleman's watch. The polite gentleman caught Sashenka with perfect self-possession and with a feeling of legal right, and cried out, "Robbery! Police!" Two policemen came and took Sashenka to the station house. Meantime, nothing was known in the shop as to what had become of her, and they could not imagine where she could be lost. On the fourth day a kind soldier, attached to the station house, brought Vi6ra Pavlovna a note from Sashenka. Lopukh6f immediately went off to see about it. He was treated insultingly. He gave them back in their own coin, and went off to Serge. Serge and Julie had gone out of town to a great picnic, and did not come back for 2 days. 2 hours after his return, one of the officials begged Sashenka's pardon, and went to beg her bridegroom's pardon into the bargain. But he could not find the young man. The bridegroom had been to see Sashenka the evening before at the station, and having learned from the policemen who were placed in charge of her the name of the dandy, went to him and challenged him to a duel. Before he was challenged, the dandy apologized for his mistake in a very insulting tone, but after he had received the challenge, he burst into a peal of laughter. The tchinovnik said, "Here, then, you will not refuse this challenge," and slapped him in the face. The dandy seized a stick. The tchinovnik hit him in the chest. The dandy fell to the ground, and his servants hurried to the noise. The barin was picked up dead. He had been knocked violently to the floor, and struck his cheek on the sharp corner of a table. The tchinovnik was put in prison, a criminal suit was instituted, and no end could be foreseen to this case. What was the result? There was no result. Only from that time it was sad to look at Sashenka. The shop had several other experiences, not criminal like this, but likewise not very gay. Very ordinary occurrences, such as cause girls long tears, and young or middle-aged men not long but pleasant recreation. Vi6ra Pavlovna knew that according to the existing ideas and conditions, such occurrences were unavoidable, that young girls could not be kept in perfect safety either by their own care or by that exercised by others. It is just the same way as it used to be in old times, in regard to smallpox, before people learned to get rid of it. Now, whoever suffers from smallpox is himself to blame, and much more, those near to him. But once it was otherwise. No one was to blame except the miserable weather or the wretched town or village. For the person suffering from smallpox probably carried the contagion by not putting himself into quarantine until he got well. The same thing is true now of these stories. Some time in the future people may get rid of this kind of smallpox also. Means have been found for it, but people are not yet ready to adopt it, just as it took a long time, a very long time, for people to be willing to adopt preventatives against the smallpox. Vi6ra Pavlovna knew that this miserable weather was to be found mainly in cities and towns, and it gets victims even from the most careful hands. But this is a very poor consolation, when you know only that I am not to blame, my dear, for your sorrow, nor are you to blame yourself. Nevertheless, every one of these ordinary occurrences caused Vi6ra Pavlovna much grief and still more labor. Sometimes it was necessary to look up the girls in order to help them, but more frequently there was no need of hunting. It was only necessary to help, to pacify, to restore courage, to bring back self-respect, to reason, to bid them cease weeping. If you stop doing so, you will not need to weep. But her happiness was much more, oh, much more. Everything was happiness except these sorrows, and these sorrows were only exceptional and rare occurrences. Today or a half year you may be sorry for one, but at the same time you are glad for all others. And when 2 or 3 weeks have passed, you may be glad for this one too. Bright and gay was the ordinary course of the business, and it filled Vi6ra Pavlovna's heart with constant happiness. And if sometimes things went hard owing to these griefs, yet exceptionally happy circumstances compensated for them, and these arose oftener than her griefs. For instance, they succeeded in establishing the young sisters or brothers of one or another of the girls. On the third year, 2 girls passed their examinations as private teachers. What a happiness that was to them! There were several good things of this sort. But more often the cause of happiness for the whole shop and for Vi6ra Pavlovna was a marriage. There were a good many, and all were fortunate. The marriage passed off very gaily, there were evening parties before and after it, a good many surprises to the bride from her friends in the shop, and a dowry was given her from the reserve fund. And then, again, how much work Vi6ra Pavlovna had! She had her hands full, of course. One thing at first seemed to the shop indelicate on the part of Vi6ra Pavlovna. The first bride asked Vi6ra Pavlovna to be her nuptial godmother, but her request was not granted. The second did likewise, and was also refused. More often the bridal nuptial godmother was Mrs. Mertsdlova or her mother, who was also a very nice lady, but Vi6ra Pavlovna always refused. She would help dress the bride and escort her to the church, but only in the capacity of one of her friends. The first time they thought that the refusal was out of displeasure for something or other, but that was not so. Vi6ra Pavlovna was very glad of the invitation, only she did not accept it. The second time it was believed that it was from mere modesty. Vi6ra Pavlovna did not want to appear in public as the patroness of the bride, and indeed it was true that she avoided all appearances of being influential. She always took pains to bring others to the front, so that a good many of the ladies who came to the shop to give order could not distinguish her from the other cutters. But Vi6ra Pavlovna took the greatest delight when she was explaining to any one that the whole establishment was founded and supported by the girls themselves. With these explanations she tried to convince herself of what she wanted to believe, that the shop could get along without her, so that in time other shops might be established of the same kind, entirely spontaneously. And why not? Wouldn't it be a good thing? It would be better than anything else, even without any leadership, outside of the rank of seamstresses, but by the thought and planning of the seamstresses themselves. This was Vi6ra Pavlovna's pet dream. End of Part 3, Chapter 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 5, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Marriage and Second Love, Chapter 5. And thus 3 years have passed since the union was founded, and more than 3 years since Vi6ra Pavlovna's marriage. How quietly and busily passed these 3 years, how full they were of calmness, happiness, and all that was good. Vi6ra Pavlovna, after waking, long takes her ease in bed. She likes to take her ease, and as it were to doze, and yet she does not doze, but she thinks of what must needs be done. And so she lies, not dozing and not thinking, yes, she is thinking. How warm, soft, good, how comfortable it is to sleep in the morning. And so she lies and takes her ease, until from the neutral room — no, we must say from one of the neutral rooms, there are 2 of them now, because it is the 4th year of their wedded life — her husband, that is her milenki, says, "Vi^rotchka, are you awake?" "Yes, milenki." That is as good as to say that her husband may begin to make the tea — in the morning it is his work to make the tea — and that Vi6ra Pavlovna — no, in her room she is not Vi6ra Pavlovna, but Vi^rotchka — may dress herself. How long it takes to dress herself! No, it does not take her long — 1 minute, but she plays long with the water ; she likes to splash in it, and then she takes considerable time with her hair. No, she does not take very much time for it ; she arranges it in a minute. But she trifles with it, because she likes her hair. However, sometimes she is long busy with one of the important stages of her toilette, putting on her shoes. She wears elegant shoes ; she dresses very simply, but shoes are her passion. And here she comes out to tea, kisses her husband. "How did you sleep, milenki?" She talks with him at table about different trifles and serious things. However, Vi6ra Pavlovna — no, Vi^rotchka, because at morning tea she is still Vi^rotchka — drinks not as much tea as cream. Tea is only pretext for cream. She has more than half a cup of it. Cream is also her passion. It is hard to find good cream in Petersburg, but Vi^rotchka manages to find the best that there is without any adulteration. She dreams of having her own cow. Well, if business improves as it has been doing, it can be realized in a year's time. But now it is 10 o'clock. Milenki goes off to give his lessons or to business; he is employed in the office of a manufacturer. Vi^ra Pavlovna — now she is Vi^ra Pavlovna again until the next morning — looks after the house. She has one servant, a young girl whom she has to teach everything, and after you have taught her, it is necessary to break in a new one. Vi^ra Pavlovna does not keep her servants long ; they all get married. Within a half year, or a little more, you will see Vi^ra Pavlovna working on a collar or a pair of cuffs, preparing herself to be the bride's nuptial godmother. Here it is impossible to refuse. How is it possible to do otherwise, Vi^ra Pavlovna? You have made all the arrangements yourself ; there is no one besides you. Yes, there is a great deal of care about the house. Then it is necessary to go and give her lessons. She has a good many pupils, about 10 hours a week ; more would be too hard, and she would not have any time. Before the lessons it is necessary to stop in the shop for a little while, and on her way home she has to look in once more. And then comes dinner with the milenki. At dinner they almost always have company — one, more often two. More than two is impossible ; when they have two to dinner, it is necessary to do extra work, to prepare a new dish, so as to have enough. If Vi^ra Pavlovna feels tired when she gets home, dinner is made more simple. She sits till dinner time in her own room resting, and the dinner is put on as it was begun, without her help. But if she is not tired, affairs in the kitchen begin to boil and steam, and extra dishes appear at dinner, some baked dish, but more often something that can be eaten with cream ; that is, something that will serve as an excuse for cream. At dinner Vi^ra Pavlovna asks questions, and tells about things ; more often she tells stories. And how can she help telling them? How much news she has to tell about the shop ! After dinner she sits a quarter of an hour longer with the milenki. Then comes good by, and they each go to their own room, and Vi^ra Pavlovna lies down on her little bed, and takes her ease and reads, and very often she falls asleep, more often than not. Every other day she takes a nap for an hour or an hour and a half ; this is a weakness, and it is a weakness of a low character. But Vi^ra Pavlovna sleeps after dinner when she can get a nap, and she likes to go to sleep, and she feels neither shame nor regret for this low toned weakness. She then gets up, after sleeping or lounging for an hour or two, dresses, and goes again to the shop, and remains there till tea time. If they do not have company in the evening, then at tea she has another talk with the milenki, and for half an hour they sit in the neutral room. Then it is, " Good by, milenki." They kiss each other, and part till breakfast. Now Vi^ra Pavlovna sometimes works, or reads, or rests from reading by playing on the piano till very late, even till 2:00. She has a grand piano in her room. The grand was bought not long ago ; hitherto their piano was rented. This also was a great happiness, to own their own grand. It was cheaper too. It was bought at a bargain for 100 rubles, a small Erarovsky second hand. It cost 70 rubles to have it put in order, but the grand was of an excellent tone. Sometimes the milenki comes to hear her sing, but only seldom ; he is too busy. Thus goes the evening : work, reading, playing, singing, but reading and singing most of all. This is when they do not have company. But very often they have visitors, generally young people, younger than the milenki, and younger than Vi^ra Pavlovna herself. Their number includes the instructors of the shop. They esteem Lopukh6f very highly ; they consider him one of the best minds in Petersburg, and perhaps they are not mistaken. And their tie to the Lopukh6fs consists in this : they feel that it is profitable for them to talk with Dmitri Serg6itch. To Vi^ra Pavlovna they show immense respect. She even allows them to kiss her hand, not feeling that it is any degradation to herself, and she behaves towards them as though she were 15 years their senior ; that is, she behaves herself in such a way when she does not get into a gale, but to tell the truth, she very often gets into a gale. She likes to run, to frolic with them, and they are all delighted, and there is a great deal of dancing and waltzing. a great deal of simple running about, a great deal of playing on the piano, a great deal of talking and laughter, and probably more singing than anything else. But the running, laughter, and everything else does not in the least prevent the young people from absolutely and entirely and boundlessly worshipping Vi^ra Pavlovna, from respecting her, as may God grant respect for an older sister. As a mother, not even a good mother, is not always respected. However, singing is not frolicking, though sometimes one cannot get along without the nonsense. But for the most part Vi^ra Pavlovna sings seriously, and sometimes, when she does not sing, she plays seriously, and her hearers then sit in dumb silence. Not infrequently they have guests who are older, or who are of the same age as the Lopukh6fs. For the most part Lopukh6f's former classmates, or friends of his former comrades, 2 or 3 young professors, almost all bachelors, almost the only married people are the Mertsdlofs. The Lopukh6fs do not very often go out, and they go scarcely anywhere else than to the Mertsdlofs, or to Mrs. Mertsdlof's parents. These kind and simple-hearted people have a good many sons, who occupy important places in all possible official departments, and therefore at the house of the old people, who live in some comfort, Vi^ra Pavlovna sees a varied and different calibered society. Free, ample, active life, not without its luxuries, lying at ease in her soft, warm bed ; cream, or baked dishes and cream, — it is a life that greatly delights Vi^ra Pavlovna. Can there be any better life in the world? To Vi^ra Pavlovna it seems impossible. Well, in early youth nothing better can be imagined. But years pass on, and with the years things improve, if life goes on as it should, as it goes on with the few now, as it will pass with a good many in the future. End of Part 3, Chapter 5. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 6, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 6. Once, it was towards the end of summer, the girls gathered, according to their custom on Sunday, at the outskirts of the city for a picnic. During the summer they used to go out almost every holiday in boats to the islands. Vi^ra Pavlovna generally went with them, and this time Dmitri Serg6itch went along too, and that made this picnic remarkable. His company was a rarity, and it was the second time that he had been with them. The shop, when they heard about it, was greatly pleased. Vi^ra Pavlovna will be gayer than usual, and it may be expected that the picnic will be particularly hilarious. Some of them, who had intended to spend their Sunday otherwise, changed their plans and joined those who had decided to go. It was necessary to take, instead of 4 great hampers, 5, and afterwards the number was increased to 6. The company consisted of 50 people or more. There were more than 20 seamstresses (there were only 6 who did not take part in the picnic), 3 middle-aged women, a dozen children or so, mothers, sisters, and brothers of the seamstresses, 3 young men, bridegrooms, one was a watchmaker's apprentice, the second was a small dealer, and these 2 were not in the least inferior in manners to the third, who was a school teacher. There were 5 other young men of different ranks, among them even 2 army officers, and there were 8 university and medical students. They took with them 4 big samovars, great heaps of different baked things, huge reserve stores of cold veal and other eatables. The people are young, there will be much motion, and the fresh air besides. One can count on their appetites. There are half a dozen bottles of wine. For 50 people, including 15 young men, it does not seem a great supply. And in point of fact, the picnic turned out better than was even expected. They had everything. They danced in 16 couples, and then in 12, and also in 18. And in one quadrille they had even 20 out at once. They played high spy, about 22 couples of them. They improvised 3 swings between the trees, and in the intervals they drank tea and partook of luncheon. For half an hour, no, less, much less, About half the company listened to a discussion between Dmitri Serg6itch and two students, the most radical of all his younger friends. They found in each other's arguments inconsequentiality, moderantism, and bourgeoisism. These were the terms that they applied to each other, but in private each one had a special sin. One student, romanticism, and Dmitri Serg6itch was a schematist, and the other student believed in rigorism. Of course, a stranger would find it hard to keep up his interest in such a discussion longer than 5 minutes. Even one of the disputants, the romanticist, could not hold out longer than an hour and a half, then ran off to those who were dancing. But he did not run off ingloriously. He was indignant at some moderantist or other, almost with me, though I was not there at all, and, knowing that the cause of his indignation was not very old, he cried out, "Why are you talking about him? I will tell you the words which were said to me a few days ago by a respectable person, a very witty woman. Only till a man is 25 may he preserve intact the style of his thoughts." "I know who that lady is," said an officer, who, to the romanticist's mortification, joined the disputants. "It was Mrs. N. She said it in my presence, and she is really an elegant woman. But she was caught on the spot. Half an hour before she had said that she was 26 years old, and do you remember how we all roared?" And at this all four laughed, and the romanticist beat a retreat, laughing. But the officer took his place in the dispute, and the fun was much more lively than before until it was tea time. The officer, while showing up the rigorist and the schematist much more cruelly than the romanticist had done, was himself mournfully convicted of Auguste Comteism. After tea, the officer announced that as long as his age still allowed his style of thought to be intact, he would not refrain from joining other people of his age. Then Dmitri Serg6itch and, though it was much against his will, the rigorist followed his example. They did not dance in the dances, but they played high spy. And when the men decided to run races, to jump over the ditch, then the three thinkers distinguished themselves as the most agile champions of manly exercise. The officer received the first prize for jumping over the ditch. Dmitri Serg6itch, who was a very strong man, got into a great rage when the officer defeated him. He hoped to be first in this contest after the rigorist, who had easily lifted in the air and set down again both Dmitri Serg6itch and the officer together. For this feat aroused no ambition either in the officer or Dmitri Serg6itch. The rigorist was a recognized athlete, but Dmitri Serg6itch did not care to endure the affront of not being able to defeat the officer. Half a dozen times they grasped each other, and each time the officer floored him, though not without difficulty. After the sixth wrestling bout, Dmitri Serg6itch owned himself undoubtedly the weaker of the two. They were both exhausted. The three thinkers threw themselves on the grass. They continued the dispute, and now Dmitri Serg6itch recognized the value of Auguste Comteism and the officer of schematism, but the rigorist remained as before, a rigorist. They went home at 11 o'clock. The old women and children fell asleep in the boats. It was a good thing that they had plenty of warm wraps with them. But all the rest talked without ceasing, and in all the 6 boats there was no interruption to the jokes and laughter. End of Part 3, Chapter 6. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 7, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 7. 2 days later, at morning tea, Vi6ra Pavlovna remarked to her husband that she did not like the color of his face. He said that he had not slept well the night before, and that he had not felt well since evening, but it was of no consequence. He had caught a little cold at the picnic, of course during the time when he had been lying on the ground after their running and wrestling. He gave himself a little scolding for his carelessness, but he assured Vi6ra Pavlovna that it was a mere nothing, and he went to his business as usual. And at supper he said that apparently his ill turn had entirely passed, but on the following morning he said that he would have to stay at home for some time. Vi^ra Pavlovna, who had been greatly worried since the day before, became seriously frightened now, and insisted on Dmitri Serg^itch calling a doctor. " But I myself am a doctor, and can heal myself, if it is necessary ; but as yet there is no need of doing anything," said Dmitri Serg^itch, trying to smooth it off. But Vi^ra Pavlovna was inflexible, and so he wrote a note to Kirsdnof, adding that his illness was trifling, and that he asked him to call, simply to please his wife. Therefore Kirsdnof did not make haste. He stayed at the hospital till dinner time, and called at the Lopukh6fs at 6 o'clock in the evening. " Well, Aleksandr, I did well to call you," said Lopukh6f. " There is no danger, and I don't think that there is going to be any ; but I have inflammation of the lungs. Of course I could have cured myself without your aid, but for all that, please take my case in hand. It cannot be helped. It is necessary to satisfy my conscience. You see, I am not a bachelor, as you are." They made a long examination of the lung. Kirsdnof sounded his chest, and they both agreed that Lopukh6f was not mistaken. There was no danger, and in all probability there would be none. But the inflammation of the lung was severe. It would be necessary for him to stay in the house for 10 days, Lopukh6f for some time having neglected his illness, but yet it could be cured. Kirsdnof had to have a long talk with Vi^ra Pavlovna to quiet her alarm. Finally she was convinced that they were not deceiving her, that in all probability the illness was not only not serious, but not even difficult. But this was only in all probability. But are there not contingencies which arise contrary to all probability? Kirsdnof began to call twice a day on the sick man. They both saw that the illness was without complications and not dangerous. On the fourth morning Kirsdnof said to Vi^ra Pavlovna, " Dmitri is all right. Everything is going well with him. For 3 or 4 days more it may be hard, but it will not be more severe than it is to day, and then he will begin to gain. But I want to talk seriously about you yourself, Vi^ra Pavlovna. You do not act wisely in sitting up all night. He does not need a nurse ; he does not even need me. But you may harm yourself, all for nothing. Your nerves are already very much unstrung." For a long time he tried to reason with Vi^ra Pavlovna, but without avail. " I know it's nothing, and there's no reason in it, and I should be glad to, but I cannot, that is, glad to sleep in the night time, and leave her husband without a watcher." Finally she said, " All that you are telling me now he has already told me many times, as you know well. Of course I would have listened to him sooner than to you ; consequently I can't." Against such an argument there is no disputing. Kirsdnof shook his head and went away. He came to see the sick man at 10 o'clock that evening, and sat by his bedside together with Vi^ra Pavlovna for half an hour ; and then he said, " Now, Vi^ra Pavlovna, go and get some rest. We both ask you to. I'm going to stay here to night." Vi^ra Pavlovna hesitated. She herself knew, or more than half knew, that it was not necessary to sit all night beside the sick man, and here she is compelling Kirsdnof, who is a busy man, to waste his time. And what was it in reality? It apparently is not necessary. Apparently, but who knows? No, it is impossible to leave the milenki alone. Who knows what might happen? He may want a drink ; he may want tea ; he is so delicate, he will not wake up. Consequently, it is impossible not to sit by his side. But it is not necessary for Kirsdnof ; she will not allow it. She said that she would not go away, for she was not very tired ; that she was taking a great deal of rest in the daytime. " Under the present circumstances, I beg of you to leave us entirely to ourselves." Kirsdnof took her hand and led her from the room almost by main force. " I am really ashamed of her, Aleksandr," said the sick man. " What a ridiculous part you are playing, to sit up all night with a man who is not sick enough to need it. But I am very grateful to you. I could not even persuade her to hire a nurse when she was afraid to leave me alone. She would not trust me in anybody's hands." " If I had not seen that it was impossible for her to be calm when you were in somebody else's care, then, of course, I should not have disturbed my comfort. But now I hope that she will get some sleep. I am a doctor, and I am your friend." In fact, Vi^ra Pavlovna, as soon as she touched her bed, fell sound asleep. 3 sleepless nights in succession, 3 sleepless nights in themselves would not have been so trying, and the worriment by itself would not have been so trying, but the worriment together with the sleepless nights, without any rest in the daytime, was very dangerous. 2 or 3 days and nights more without sleep, and she would have been more seriously ill than her husband. Kirsdnof spent 3 nights more with the sick man, for it did not tire him much, because he slept very peacefully. Only out of carefulness he locked the door, so that Vi6ra Pavlovna should not see his unconcern. She suspected that he slept instead of watching. She was calm, however, because he was a doctor, and there were no grounds for fear, were there? He himself knows whether he ought to sleep or not. She was ashamed that she could not have been calm before, so as not to have disturbed him ; but now he paid no attention to her assurances that she would sleep even though he were not there. " You are to blame, Vi6ra Pavlovna, and therefore you must be punished. I do not trust you." But in 4 days it was perfectly obvious to her that the sick man was no longer sick. The proofs even to her skepticism were very clear. That very evening they were playing cards. Lopukh6f was half lying down, or was not even lying down at all, and he spoke in a very clear voice. Kirsdnof could stop his somnolent watching, and announce that fact. "Aleksandr Matv^itch, why have you entirely forgotten me? I mean me. You are always on good terms with Dmitri ; he calls on you very often. But you have not called on us till this sickness. It seems to me for half a year ; it's such a long time. And don't you remember, we used to be very good friends." " People change, Vi6ra Pavlovna. Then, again, I am working very hard, if I may say a word for myself. I call on scarcely anybody ; I have no time. Besides, I am lazy. You get so tired, being at the hospital and the medical school from 9 o'clock till 5, that you don't feel it possible to go anywhere else, or make any change, except from your uniform into your smoking jacket. Friendship is a good thing, but don't get angry if I say that a cigar on a sofa in a smoking jacket is better still." And in fact, Kirsdnof had not called on the Lopukh6fs for more than 2 years. The reader has not once noticed his name among the common guests, and among the frequent callers for a long time. He was the most infrequent of all. End of Part 3, Chapter 7. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 8. Of a Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Marriage and Second Love. Chapter 8. The sapient reader. I explain myself only to the masculine reader. My lady reader has too much understanding to be bothered with guessing, and therefore I do not explain to her, I say this once and for all. There are also among my masculine readers not a few who are not stupid, and to this class of readers also I do not need to make any explanation. But the majority of readers, and this number includes almost all literary men, and those who claim to be literary men, are sapient, and it is always agreeable for me to talk with such. And so the sapient reader says, " I understand how the affair is going to turn. A new romance is going to begin in Vi6ra Pavlovna's life, and in this Kirsdnof is going to play a part. I understand even more. Kirsdnof fell in love with Vi6ra Pavlovna long ago, and that was the reason why he ceased to call on the Lopukh6fs. Oh, what penetration you have, my sapient readers! As soon as you are told anything, then you say, ' I thought so,' and you plume yourself on your shrewdness. I bow before you, sapient reader." And thus in Vi6ra Pavlovna's life appears a new person, and it would be necessary to describe him if he had not already been described. When I spoke about Lopukh6f, I had some difficulty in distinguishing between him and his intimate friend, and there was scarcely anything more that I could have said about him that I should not have to repeat about Kirsdnof. And in fact, everything that the sapient reader can learn from the following description of Kirsdnof's characteristics will be a repetition of Lopukh6f's characteristics. Lopukh6f was the son of a meshchanin who was well to do for a man of his rank, that is, one who very often has meat in his shy. Kirsdnof was the son of a clerk in a provincial court, that is, a man who often has no meat in his shy, or in other words, not very often has meat in his shy. Lopukh6f in very early youth, almost from childhood, earned money for his own support. Kirsdnof, after he reached the age of 12, helped his father copy papers, and he gave lessons while he was still in the fourth class in the gymnasium. They both, by their own exertion, without connections, without acquaintances, made their own way. What sort of a man was Lopukh6f? In the gymnasium he did not succeed in learning French, and he did not go further in German than the declension of der, die, das, with few mistakes. But after he entered the medical school, Lopukh6f soon saw that he could not make great progress in science with the Russian language alone. He took a French dictionary, and such French books as happened to be at hand, and those that fell into his hands were Télémaque and the stories of Madame Gueuley, and several livraisons of our clever journal, Revue Étrangère. They were not very attractive books, but he took them, and though he was an eager reader, he said, "I shall not open a Russian book until I am able to read French fluently." And thus he learned French fluently. But he acted differently in regard to German. He rented a room in a house where there were a good many German laborers. It was a wretched hole. The Germans were tiresome. It was a long walk to the medical school, but he lived there until he had accomplished what he needed. Kirsanov did in a different way. He learned the German through different books, with a lexicon, just as Lopukh6f learned French. But French he acquired in a peculiar fashion, through one book, without a lexicon. It was the Gospels, a very familiar book, and he took the New Testament in the translation of Geneva. Then he read it over 8 times. The 9th time he understood it thoroughly, and so he mastered it. What kind of a man was Lopukh6f? This was what he was. One time he was walking in a shabby uniform on the Kamennoi Ostrov Prospect on his way from his lesson, for which he got 50 kopecks, 30 cents an hour, though he had to go a distance of 3 versts from the Lyceum. A distinguished somebody of imposing mien met him, motions him out of the way in the manner of men of imposing mien, and bears straight down upon him without giving way. But Lopukh6f at that time had a rule not to be the first to turn out for anybody except a woman. They bumped against each other with their shoulders, and this distinguished somebody, half turning about, said, "What a pig! What a hog you are!" But while he was preparing to continue the lesson, Lopukh6f made a full turn towards the distinguished somebody, took the distinguished somebody by the body, and deposited him in the gutter very tenderly. Then he stood over him and said, "Don't you move, else I will drag you farther where the mud is deeper." 2 moujiks passed, looked on, praised him. A tchinovnik passed, looked at him and did not praise him, but smiled sweetly. Some carriages passed by, no one looked out. It could not be seen who was lying in the gutter. Lopukh6f stood there for a time, then he took the distinguished somebody, not by the body this time, but by the hand, picked him up, led him upon the highway, and said, "Ach, my dear sir, how did you happen to get into this plight? You have not done yourself any harm, I hope? Allow me to brush your coat." A mujik passed by and began to help wipe the dirt off from the distinguished somebody. 2 Meshanins passed. They also stopped to help wipe him off. They wiped the dirt off from the distinguished somebody and departed. Kirsanov never had such an experience as that, but this was what happened to him. A certain lady, who had people to run errands for her, thought that it was necessary to have prepared a catalogue of the library left her by her husband, who was a follower of Voltaire and had died 20 years before. Why such a catalogue was needed after the lapse of 20 years is more than I can tell. Kirsanov was selected to arrange the catalogue at a salary of 80 rubles. He worked at it a month and a half. Suddenly the lady came to the conclusion that the catalogue was not necessary. She came into the library and said, "Don't take any more trouble about this work. I have changed my mind, and here's to pay you." And she gave Kirsanov 10 rubles. "Your ladyship," he gave the lady the benefit of her full title, "I have already done more than half the work. Out of 17 shelves I have already catalogued 10. Do you find that I have taken advantage of you as regards pay? Nicolas, come here and talk this matter over with this gentleman." Nicolas came in. "How do you dare to insult my maman?" "You are a milk sucker." An unjustifiable expression on Kirsanov's part. Nicolas was 5 years older than he. "You had better hear both sides first." "Help!" cried Nicolas. "Help! I will show you how to call for help." In the twinkling of an eye the lady screamed and fell in a swoon, and Nicolas felt that he could not move his hands, which were fixed to his sides as by an iron belt, and indeed they were pinned by Kirsanov's right hand, while his left hand had Nicolas by the jaw, ready to clutch his throat, and Kirsanov was saying, "Just see how easily I can choke you," and he squeezed his gullet. And Nicolas perceived that it was a very easy thing for Kirsanov to choke him, but Kirsanov's hand has already left his throat. He can breathe freely. And yet Kirsanov's hand is at his throat. And Kirsanov, addressing the Goliaths who appeared at the door, says, "Stay where you are, else I shall choke him. Get out of here, else I shall choke him." All this Nicolas understood in the twinkling of an eye. He made a sign with his nose which signified that Kirsanov was right in the case. "Now, brother, see me downstairs," said Kirsanov, again turning to Nicolas and continuing to embrace Nicolas as before. He went into the front room, went downstairs, followed from afar by the astonished gaze of the Goliaths, and on the last step he let go of Nicolas's throat, pushed Nicolas himself away, and went into a store to buy a cap, in place of the one which had remained as a prey in the possession of Nicolas. Now, what difference can you find between such people? All their most prominent features are features not of individuals, but of a type differing so greatly from that to which you are accustomed, sapient reader, that its general peculiarities hide the individual differences in them. These people, when seen amongst others, are like Europeans among Chinamen, whom the Chinamen cannot distinguish apart. In all of them they see one characteristic, that they are red-headed barbarians who do not understand any ceremonies. In their eyes the French are just as red-headed as the English. And the Chinamen are right, as they look upon it. All Europeans are like any one European, not individuals, but representatives of a type, and nothing more. All of them alike do not eat cockroaches and centipedes, they are alike in not cutting people into little bits, they all alike drink brandy and wine made from grapes and not from rice. And actually, even the one thing which the Chinamen see is their native custom, the drinking of tea, practiced in a diametrically different way from their way, with sugar and never without sugar. Thus, people of the type to which Lopukh6f and Kirsanov belong seem alike to people of a different type. Every one of them is a man, dauntless, firm, unwavering, capable of undertaking any matter, and if he undertakes it, he sticks so resolutely to it that it cannot slip out of his grasp. This is one side of their nature. Another side: each one of them is a man of irreproachable integrity, so much so that the question never even enters our mind, is it possible to rely on this person unconditionally? It is as clear as the fact that he breathes with his lungs. As long as the lungs breathe, such a heart is warm and unchanged. You can lean your head upon such a bosom. You can rest upon it. These general features are so prominent that the personal peculiarities are covered over by them. It is not long that this type has been in existence among us. In former times there were only isolated individuals who gave promise of it. They were exceptions, and as exceptions they felt lonely and powerless, and for that very reason they were inactive, or they fell into despair, or they felt exalted, or became romantic or fanciful. That is, they could not possess the chief characteristic of this type. They could not show any cool practicability, an even, well-regulated activity, or active, sound, good sense. Those were people who, though they had this very same nature, had not yet developed into this type. And this type is a recent growth. In my time it had not yet come into existence, though I am not very old. In fact, am not at all an old man. I myself could not have come to be such. I was brought up in a different epoch. And for the very reason because I myself am not of this type, I can, without the least hesitation, express my respect for it. Unfortunately, I do not give myself a word of praise when I say in regard to these people, they are good people. This type sprang up not long ago, and it is growing rapidly. It was engendered by the times. It is a sign of the times, and, shall I say further, it will vanish with its time, and not a long time either. Its already short life is doomed to be short in the future. 6 years ago these people were not to be seen. 3 years ago they were despised, and now... But it does not make any difference what is thought about them now. In a very few years, these people will be called upon, "Save us!" and whatever they will say will be believed by everybody. A few years more, and maybe not years but months, and they will be cursed, and they will be driven off the stage. They will be hissed and insulted. All right, hiss and cast insults, drive them away and curse. You have gained your benefit from them. That is sufficient for them, and amid the noise of hissings, amid the thunder of curses, they will leave the scene, proud and modest, stern and kind as they have ever been. And will nothing be left of them on the stage? No. How will the world get along without them? Wretchedly. But after them it will be still better than if they had not been. And years will pass, and people will say, "After they left, the world was better, but still it is bad enough." And when this is said, it shows that the time for this type has come again, and it will come again and be represented in greater numbers, in better forms, because then there will be more of good in the world. And again the same history will be repeated in a new light. And so it will come to pass that men shall say, "Well, now we are enjoying life." And then it will not be an exceptional type, because all people will be of this same type, and they will find it difficult to understand how there ever was a time when it was considered a peculiar type, and not the general nature of all people. End of Part 3, Chapter 8. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 9, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Marriage and Second Love, Chapter 9. But as Europeans among Chinamen are all of one face and one way of acting, only so far as the Chinamen are concerned, but in reality among the Europeans there are incomparably wider differences than among the Chinese, so in this apparently monotonous type the variety of individualities is developed into more classes and are more distinguishable from each other than among all the varieties of all the different types that are separate from each other. Here you find all sorts of people, Sybarites, ascetic, severe, and tender-hearted, and every other kind. But as the sternest of Europeans is very kind, the most cowardly is very brave, the most passionate is very moral in comparison with the Chinaman, so it is with these. The most ascetic of them deems it more necessary for all men to be more comfortable than is imagined by the people not of this type. The most passionate are more stern in their moral rules than the greatest moralizers not of this type. But all this they interpret according to their own fashion, and morality, comfort, and sensuality and goodness they understand in a peculiar way. And they all understand them in the same way, and not only do they all understand them in one way, but this one way is such a way that morality, comfort, goodness, and passion are all regarded as one and the same thing. But all this, again, is only when it comes into comparison with the understanding of the Chinaman. Among themselves a great deal of difference is found in understanding these things, according to the differences of their nature. But how now to bring into harmony this conflict of nature and understanding among themselves? In conversations about their own affairs among themselves, and only among themselves, and not among Chinamen, European natures give expression to their characteristics. Thus, among the people of this type, apparently there is a very great variety of natures when they are among themselves, and only among themselves, and not with strangers. We have had before us two people of this type, Vi^ra Pavlovna and Lopukh6f, and we have seen how their relations were arranged between them. Now there comes in a third person. Let us see what difference will be shown now that we have the possibility of comparing the other two with this one. Vi^ra Pavlovna sees before her Lopukh6f and Kirsanov. Hitherto she has had no choice. Now she has. End of Part 3, Chapter 9. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 10, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Part 3, Marriage and Second Love, Chapter 10. But it is necessary to say 2 or 3 words about Kirsanov's outward appearance. He, as well as Lopukh6f, had regular and handsome features. Some regarded the former, others the latter, as the better looking. Lopukh6f was rather thinner, had dark chestnut hair, gleaming dark eyes which seemed almost black, an aquiline nose, thick lips, and a rather oval face. Kirsanov had blond hair, inclining to a brownish shade, dark blue eyes, a straight Grecian nose, a small mouth, an oblong face, and a remarkably light complexion. Both were men of very tall stature and straight. Lopukh6f somewhat broader across his shoulders, Kirsanov somewhat taller. Kirsanov's outward circumstances were very good. He was now a professor. The largest majority at the balloting was at first opposed to him. Not only did they want to refuse him his professorship, but they would have taken away his doctor's degree. But this was impossible. 2 or 3 young men, and one, not a young man, from among his former professors, friends of his, long ago declared to the rest of the faculty that there was in the world a certain Virchow, and that he lived in Berlin, and also a certain Claude Bernard, and he lived in Paris, and certain others, whose names you could not remember, who also lived in various towns, and that Virchow, Claude Bernard, and the others were the stars, as it were, of the medical science. All this seemed extremely improbable, because we know all the stars of science. Burghoff, Hufeland, and Harvey was also a very distinguished man, who discovered the circulation of the blood. Then Jenner, who taught vaccination. And so we know them. But these Virchows and Claude Bernards we do not know. What kind of stars are they? However, the devil knows them. And here this very Claude Bernard spoke with respect about Kirsanov's works when Kirsanov took his degree. And so they could not help it. They had to give Kirsanov the degree of doctor, and a year and a half later they gave him a professorship. The students said that if he came into the faculty, the party of good professors would be increased. He had never practiced, and he said that he had given up the practice of medicine. But he used to spend long hours at the hospital. It happened that he dined there on some days, and even slept there many nights. But what has he done there? He said that he was working for science, and not for the sake of the sick. I do not cure, I only observe and make experiments. The students confirmed this, and declared that at the present time only quacks cured, because at this time it is impossible to effect cures. The hospital servants judged the matter in a different way. Well, this Kirsanov takes folks home into his palace. It must be a bad case, they used to say among themselves, and then they would say to the patient, "Keep up good heart. It takes a tough sickness to stand up against this surgeon. He is a master and a real father." End of Part 3, Chapter 10. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 11 of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Marriage and Second Love, Chapter 11. During the first part of Vi^ra Pavlovna's married life, Kirsanov used to be very frequently at the Lopukh6fs', as often as every other day, or, to speak more accurately, almost every day. And soon, almost on the very first day, he became very close friends with Vi^ra Pavlovna, nearly as much so as with Lopukh6f. It lasted this way for half a year. One time they were sitting all 3 together, he, the husband, and the wife. The conversation was going on as usual, without any ceremony. Kirsanov was doing the most of the talking, but suddenly he grew silent. " What has got into you, Aleksandr? What has made you so solemn all of a sudden, Aleksandr Matv^itch?" " Nothing in particular. I feel rather blue." " That does not happen to you very often," said Vi^ra Pavlovna. " I might say never, without some reason," said Kirsdnof, in a constrained tone. A few minutes afterwards he got up and went away, earlier than sometimes, taking his leave in his usual simple manner. 2 days afterwards Lopukh6f told Vi^ra Pavlovna that he had been to see Kirsdnof, who, as it seemed to him, had received him in a very strange way.
Kirsdnof apparently wanted to be ceremonious towards him, and this had always been an unnecessary formality between them. Lopukh6f had looked him straight in the face and said, " Aleksandr, you must be provoked with some one. Is it with me?" " No." " Is it with Vi6rotchka?" " No." " Then what is the matter with you?" " Nothing at all ; it is only in your imagination." " Why aren't you friendly towards me to day? You are not natural ; you are as though you were provoked." Kirsdnof began to pour out his assurances that Lopukh6f was mistaken, and in this way he managed to confirm the impression that he was provoked. Then afterwards it seemed as though he must have been ashamed ; he again became as unaffected, kind, friendly as could be desired. Lopukh6f, availing himself of the fact that the man seemed in his right mind again, asked him, " Now, Aleksandr, tell me the reason of your getting provoked." " I never thought of being provoked." And again he became disagreeable and disputatious. What a marvel ! Lopukh6f could not think of anything that might have offended him ; and this did not seem possible, considering all their mutual respect and warmth of friendship. Vi6ra Pavlovna also tried hard to recollect whether she could have offended him in any manner, and she too could think of nothing out of the way, for she knew just as her husband did that it was impossible as far as she was concerned. 2 days more passed. For Kirsdnof not to call at the Lopukh6fs for 4 days was a most unusual circumstance. Vi6ra Pavlovna even wondered, could he be well? Lopukh6f went round to see if he were really ill. How? Ill? He is still angry. Lopukh6f questioned him persistently. After repeated negations, he began to get off some disjointed nonsense about his relations with Lopukh6f and Vi6ra Pavlovna, that he loves and respects them very highly. But after all that had happened, they were not attentive enough to him. But in what respect? And this was worst of all, there was not the slightest hint in his bombastic talk. It was clear that the gentleman was eaten up by ambition. All this was so savage to witness in such a man as Lopukh6f considered Kirsdnof to be, and so the visitor said to his host, " Now listen. We have been friends, and the time will come when you will be ashamed of this." Kirsdnof, with affected humility, replied that, in fact, it must on his side be a mere trifle ; but what can be done, supposing he has been offended by many things? " Nu, what was it, then?" He began to bring up a good many occasions at which he had taken offence lately, all in such a style as this :" You said that the lighter the hair of a person, the nearer he is to dulness. Vi6ra Pavlovna said that tea was getting dearer. The one was a hit at the color of my hair, the other was a hint that I was eating you out of house and home." Lopukh6f's hands fell to his side. This man had gone crazy with his ambition, or, properly speaking, he has become a fool and a good for nothing. Lopukh6f returned home in a gloomy frame of mind. It was bitter for him to see such a warp in a man of whom he was so fond. To Vi6ra Pavlovna's questions as to what he had learned, he answered gloomily that it would be better not to speak about it ; that Kirsdnof had spoken disagreeable nonsense, and that he was probably sick. In 3 or 4 days, Kirsdnof, who had in all probability come to his senses and seen the savage disgracefulness of his behavior, came to the Lopukh6fs. He behaved himself as well as possible ; then he began to tell how mean he had been. From Vi6ra Pavlovna's words he perceived she had not heard from her husband of his absurdities. He sincerely thanked Lopukh6f for his consideration, and, as a punishment to himself, he began to tell the whole story to Vi6ra Pavlovna. He grew sentimental ; he excused himself, and said that he was sick, and again there followed some more nonsense. Vi6ra Pavlovna tried to say that he ought to stop talking about it, that it was a mere trifle. He clung to the word trifle, and began to rattle off the same sort of ridiculous nonsense as he had done before, in his talk with Lopukh6f. He very delicately and circumstantially began to develop the thought that of course it was a trifle, because he was aware of his insignificance in the eyes of the Lopukh6fs, but that he didn't deserve any more, and so on. And all this was said with the most underhanded, slyest hints, and at the same time with the most courteous expressions of respect and devotion. Vi6ra Pavlovna, hearing this, let her hands fall to her side exactly as her husband had done. When he had gone, they remembered that for several days previous to his entirely losing his balance, he had been strange. Before they had not noticed it particularly, or even perceived it. But now his former absurdities are explained. They were of the same kind, only more developed. After this, Kirsdnof began to call very often, but the continuation of their former simple relations was utterly impossible. From behind the mask of a respectable man there appeared such a long ass ear that the Lopukh6fs would have lost a great part of their respect for their former friend, even if this ear were hidden henceforth forever. But it continued to appear frequently. It would not show itself for any long time, and then it would hide itself, but it was pitiful, low, and ugly. They soon became entirely cold to Kirsdnof, and as he really had no pleasure in calling at the Lopukh6fs, he soon ceased to call. But he still used to meet the Lopukh6fs at the houses of friends. Some time afterwards the spite of the Lopukh6fs towards him grew less ; there was nothing serious the matter now. Lopukh6f began to call on him. In a year he even began to call at the Lopukh6fs again, and he was the same elegant Kirsdnof as of old, simple and honest. But he called seldom. It was evident that he hesitated and was ashamed when he remembered the stupid business of which he had been guilty. Lopukh6f had almost forgotten about it, and so had Vi6ra Pavlovna. But the cordial relations, once severed, had never returned again. According to outward appearances, he and Lopukh6f were close friends, and, in fact, they were so. Lopukh6f began almost to respect him as before, and called on him not unfrequently. Vi6ra Pavlovna also gave him back a portion of her former friendliness, but she saw him very seldom. End of Part 3, Chapter 11. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 12, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Marriage and Second Love, Chapter 12. Now Lopukh6f's illness, or, more properly speaking, Vi6ra Pavlovna's extraordinary attachment to her husband, compelled Kirsdnof to be more than a week in close, familiar intercourse with the Lopukh6fs. He knew that he was stepping in a dangerous path when he decided to spend whole nights with them, in order to take away Vi6ra Pavlovna's watch. How happy and proud he would have been when, 3 years ago, having noticed in himself some signs of passion, he had so strenuously succeeded in doing all that was necessary for the interruption of its development. How delighted he felt at this! 2 or 3 weeks he was drawn to the Lopukh6fs, but at that time he felt more satisfaction from recognizing his firmness in the struggle than pain from the deprivation. And in a month the pain entirely passed, and there remained only the pleasure of his uprightness. It was so calm and delightful in his soul. But now there was more danger than then. In these 3 years Vi6ra Pavlovna had assuredly undergone great moral development. Then she was scarcely more than a child ; now it is otherwise. The emotions stirred by her could no longer resemble the amusing attachment to a little girl whom you love, and at whom you smile at the same time. And not only morally had she developed. If the beauty of a woman is a real beauty, then, in our far north, a beautiful woman grows more beautiful every year. Yes, 3 years of life at such a period develop a great deal of good in the soul, in the eyes, in the features, and in the whole person, if the person is good and the person's life is good. It was a great danger, but only for him, Kirsdnof. What danger could there be for Vi6ra Pavlovna? She loves her husband. Kirsdnof is not so stupid and conceited as to look upon himself as a dangerous rival for Lopukh6f. And not out of false modesty does he think this. All respectable people who know him and Lopukh6f put them on the same level. And on Lopukh6f's side is the immeasurable advantage of having already won her love. Yes, won it. He has absolutely gained her heart. Her choice is already made, and she is satisfied with her choice. And she can have no thought of looking for something better. Isn't it good enough as it is? It is ridiculous to think about it. This fear on her account and Lopukh6f's would be a very stupid piece of self-conceit on Kirsdnof's part. And is it out of any such stupid nonsense that Kirsdnof should have to suffer a month, perhaps 2? Is it from any such nonsense that he should let a woman strain her nerves, and run the risk of serious illness by sitting by her husband's bedside? Is it worth while, for the sake of avoiding a trifling and short interference with his old quiet and well-regulated life, to let serious harm befall a man of no less worth? And this would have been dishonorable. And this dishonorable action is more disagreeable than the really not very severe struggle with himself which he would have to undergo, and the final end of which in the proud satisfaction of his own firmness there could be no doubt. Thus reasoned Kirsdnof when deciding to relieve Vi^ra Pavlovna from her idle watching. The necessity for the watching passed. For the preservation of propriety, so as not to make an abrupt stop, which would attract attention, Kirsdnof had to call 2 or 3 times more on the Lopukh6fs every day, then in a week, then in a month, then in a half year, and then his absence would be sufficiently explained by his occupation. End of Part 3, Chapter 12. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 13 of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Marriage and Second Love, Chapter 13. Everything was going well with Kirsdnof as he thought. His attachment was renewed and stronger than before, but the struggle with it did not present any serious suffering. It was easy. Here Kirsdnof was at the Lopukh6fs for the second time since Dmitri Serg6itch's cure was effected, and he was going to stay till 9 o'clock. That would be enough. Formality would be observed. Next he would call in 2 weeks' time, then the separation would be almost accomplished. And now it would be necessary to sit 1 hour more. And during this week the development of his passion had been about half scotched. In a month everything would be over. He is very well satisfied. He takes part in the conversation as naturally as possible, because he is rejoiced at his success, and his very satisfaction gives him greater unconcern. Lopukh6f expected to go out of doors for the first time on the morrow. On this account Vi^ra Pavlovna was in a remarkably lively state of mind. She was even more rejoiced than the invalid himself. The conversation turned upon the illness. They laughed about it, and they praised in a jocular tone Vi^ra Pavlovna's wifely self-sacrifice, who had nearly upset her own health by worrying over what was not worth worrying about. Laugh away," she said. But I know well that if you had been in my place, you would not have had enough strength of mind to act any way different." " What an influence the solicitude of others has upon a person," said Lopukh6f. " Now, the sick man himself is subjected to the delusion that he must take God knows what care of himself when he sees that people are worried on his account. I might have left the house 3 days ago, but I still stayed in the house ; and this very morning I wanted to go out, but I postponed it for 1 day more, so that there might be less danger." " Yes, you might have gone out a long time ago," said Kirsdnof in confirmation. " Now, I call this heroism ; and, to tell the truth, I am awfully tired of it. I should like to go out this instant." " My dear, it was for the sake of putting me at ease that you showed your heroism. But let us go out this very moment, if you are so anxious to put an end to your quarantine. I am going to run over to the shop for half an hour. Let's all go together. It will be very good of you, after your sickness, to pay your first visit to our union. The girls will notice it, and will be greatly pleased at such an attention." " All right. Let's go all together," said Lopukh6f, with noticeable satisfaction at the idea of breathing fresh air to day. " I declare, the hostess has shown fine tact," said Vi^ra Pavlovna. " It did not occur to me that perhaps Aleksandr Matv^itch might not care to go with us." " No, on the contrary, it is very interesting to me. I have been wanting for a long time to go there. Your thought is a happy one." In point of fact, Vi^ra Pavlovna's suggestion turned out propitiously. The girls were really delighted that Lopukh6f paid them the first visit after his sickness. Kirsdnof was greatly interested in the shop, and a man of his turn of thought could not help being interested. If a special cause had not prevented him, he would have been, from the very first, one of the most enthusiastic instructors in it. Half an hour, or maybe even an hour, in the shop passed before they knew it. Vi^ra Pavlovna led him through the different rooms and showed him everything. While they were returning from the dining hall into the working rooms, a girl, who had not been in the working rooms, came up to Vi^ra Pavlovna. The girl and Kirsdnof looked at each other. " Nastenka !"" Sasha !" and they embraced each other. " Sdshenka, my dear, how glad I am to see you !" The girl kept on kissing him, and laughed and cried at once. Coming to her senses from joy, she said, " No, Vi^ra Pavlovna, I am not going to speak about business now ; I cannot part from him. Come, Sdshenka, let us go to my room." Kirsdnof was no less glad than she. But Vi^ra Pavlovna noticed an expression of deep grief in his eyes after he recognized her. And this was not to be wondered at ; the girl was in the last stages of consumption. Nastenka had entered the union about a year before, and even then was very ill. If she had remained in the shop where she had been working till that time, she would have died. But in the union there was a chance for her to live somewhat longer. The girls entirely relieved her from sewing. It was easy for them to give her other work that was not harmful for her to do. She looked after the little interests of the shop ; she took charge of the closets ; she received orders, and no one could say that Nastenka was less useful than any one else in the shop. The Lopukh6fs went away without waiting for Kirsdnof to finish his interview with Nastenka. End of Part 3, Chapter 13. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 14, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Marriage and Second Love, Chapter 14. On the next day, early in the morning, Nastenka came to Vi^ra Pavlovna. " I want to tell you about what you saw yesterday, Vi^ra Pavlovna," she said. But for some time she was at a loss how to go on. " I would not want you to think ill of him, Vi^ra Pavlovna." " What do you mean? You must have a poor opinion of me, Nastasya Borisovna." " No ; if it were some one else besides me, I should not have thought of such a thing ; but you know I am not like other girls." "No, Nastasya Borisovna, you have no right to speak about yourself in such a way. We have known you for a year, and before that a good many of our union knew you. This proves that you do not know anything about me." " How so? I know a good deal about you. You have been a servant girl ; the last time you were with the actress N. After she got married, you left her, so as to avoid her father in law. You entered Y 's shop, and from there you came to us. I know all the particulars about it." Of course, I know that Maksimova and Shena, who know all about me, would not tell anything to anybody. But after all, I thought that you and the others might have heard about me. Akh! how glad I am they yonder don't know anything about it. And I am going to tell you, so that you may know what a good man he is. I have been a very bad girl, Vi^ra Pavlovna." " You, Nastasya Borisovna?" " Yes, Vi^ra Pavlovna, I have. I have been a very bold girl. I had not the slightest shame, and I used to be always drunk. And that's the reason that I am ill, Vi^ra Pavlovna, because with my weak lungs I used to drink too much." This was the third case of the kind that had come under Vi^ra Pavlovna's observation. These girls, who had behaved themselves with perfect propriety since their acquaintance with her, told her that hitherto they had been leading bad lives. The first time she was amazed at such a confession. But, after reasoning it over for several days, she asked herself, how about my own life? The filth in which I grew up was also very bad. However, it did not stick to me, and there are probably thousands of women who have grown up in purity in families worse than mine. Is there anything strange in the fact that those whom a happy chance has brought out from such degradation are not ruined? She listened to the second confession, and was not surprised, because the girl who made it had kept intact all the noble peculiarities of a human being: generosity, capability for genuine service, and softness of heart, had even preserved a great part of her innocence. Nastasya Borisovna, I have heard such confessions as you want to make, and it was hard for both of us, for her who spoke and for me who listened.
I shall respect you not less, but rather more than before, when now I know that you have endured a great deal. But I understand the whole story without listening. Let us not speak about it. There is no need for you to confess before me. I myself have spent many years in great sorrows. I am trying not to think about them, and I don't like others to speak about them. It's too hard. No, Vi^ra Pavlovna, I have a different feeling about it. I want to tell you what a good man he is. I want some one to know how grateful I am to him, and whom can I tell it to if not to you? What kind of a life I led, of course there is no need of speaking about that. It was of the same stamp as that of all such poor creatures. I only want to tell you how I became acquainted with him. It is so pleasant for me to talk about him, and besides, I am going to live in his house, and you must know why I am going to leave the shop. If telling this story will give you any pleasure, Anastasia Borisovna, I will gladly listen. Let me get my work first. Yes, but it is impossible for me to work. How kind these girls have been to let me have such work as agreed with my health. I shall be grateful to them all, to each one. Tell them, Vi^ra Pavlovna, that I asked you to thank them for me. I was walking on the Nevsky, Vi^ra Pavlovna. It was rather early when I went out. A student was walking along, and I accosted him. He did not reply, but crosses to the other side of the street. Then he sees that I am following him. I grasped him by the arm. "No," said I am not going to let you go, you are such a handsome little fellow." "But I beg of you to let go of me," he says. "No, come along with me." "I do not care to." "Well, then, I will go with you. Where are you going? I shall not leave you on any account." I was such a shameless girl, much worse than anybody else. Perhaps from the very reason, Anastasia Borisovna, that you were at heart more modest, more conscientious. Yes, it may be so. At least I have seen this in others, not at that time, of course, but afterwards. I understood it. When I told him that I was going with him at all events, he laughed and said, "If you want to, come along, but it will be useless." He wanted to teach me a lesson, as he told me afterwards. It was disagreeable to him to have me clinging to him. And so I went along, and I told him all sorts of absurdities, but he kept silent. And so we went to his rooms. For a student he lived then very comfortably. He used to get from his pupils about 20 rubles a month, and he lived all by himself. I stretched out on his sofa and said, "Nu, where is your wine?" "No," says he, "I shall give you no wine, but you can have tea if you want." "With whiskey," I said. "No, without whiskey." I began to do all sorts of foolish things, to be utterly shameless. He sat down and looked at me, but he did not show any interest, so offensive was it to him. Nowadays you can find such young men, Vi^ra Pavlovna. Since that time young men have been growing morally better, but then it was a very rare thing. I began to get angry, and I scolded him. "Since you are such a stick," I said, "so I am going." "What is the use of going now? You may as well have some tea. My landlady will bring the samovar right in, but don't abuse me." And all the time he addressed me formally. He said, "You had better tell me who you are, and how you came to do such things." I began to tell him everything that came into my mind. We make up stories to suit ourselves, and that's the reason no one ever believes us. But there are some, in spite of all that, whose stories are not made up. There are among us well-born and well-educated girls. He listened and said, "No, you have made up your story poorly. I should like to believe it, but it is impossible." At this time we were drinking tea. And then he said, "Do you know, your constitution makes it bad for you to drink. Your lungs are already very much injured by it. Let me examine you." Well, Vi^ra Pavlovna, you won't believe me, but I assure you that I felt ashamed. And yet what was my life? And how shamefully I had been behaving just a few minutes before. And he noticed it. "Don't be disturbed," he says. "I only want to examine your lungs." He was then only in the second class, but he knew a great deal about medicine. He was away ahead in science. He examined my chest. "No," says he, "you must not drink at all. You have very weak lungs." "How can we help drinking?" I asked. "We cannot get along without it." "And it is really impossible, Vi^ra Pavlovna." "Then you must give up the life that you are leading." "Why should I give it up? It's such a gay life." "No," says he, "there's very little gaiety in it." "Nu," says he, "I am very busy now, and you had better leave me." And I left him, feeling very angry because I had wasted my evening.
and I felt very much offended because he was such a passionless fellow, because we have our ambition in such matters, you know. And then in a month it occurred to me to go to the same place again. 'Come on,' says I, 'I'll go and see that stick again. I'll see if I can't wake him up.' This was just before dinner. I had gone to bed the previous night, and I had not been drinking. He was sitting with a book. 'Hullo, old stick,' says I. 'How do you do? What do you want?' Then I began again to do ridiculous things. 'I shall put you out,' he says. 'Stop. I told you that I did not like it. You are not drunk now, and you can understand, and you had better heed what I say. Your face shows that you are sicker than you were before. You must give up wine. Just fix your dress, and we will have a little talk.' Well, the fact was that my chest had already begun to pain me. He examined me again. He said that my lungs were in a worse state than before. He had a great deal to say. Yes, and my chest did pain me, and so I began to get sentimental, and I burst into tears. I did not want to die, and he was all the time threatening me with consumption. And I say, how can I give up my mode of life? My khozydika will not let me go. I owe her 17 silver rubles. We were always kept in debt, you know, so that we could not have any voice in the matter. 'Nu,' says he, 'I have no 17 silver rubles with me, but you come and see me day after to-morrow.' That seemed so strange, because I did not mean to give him any hint, and how could I have expected it? I did not believe my ears, and I wept still more violently, for I thought he was making fun of me. It is a sin and a shame to insult a poor girl when you see that she is weeping, and I did not believe him for a long time, until at last I saw that he was in earnest. And what do you think? He raised the money and gave it to me 2 days later, and even then I somehow did not believe it. 'How is it you do this when you do not want to take any favors from me?' I said. I paid off my khozydika and rented a separate room, but I had nothing to do, and I had no money. And so I went on living as before, that is, not exactly as before. What an improvement it was, Vi^ra Pavlovna! I used to receive only my acquaintances, my good friends, those who did not offend me, and I had no wine either. And therefore, what an improvement! And do you know how easy it was for me in comparison with what it had been before? No, after all, it was hard. And I want to tell you this. You know me. Am I not a modest girl? Who ever hears anything bad of me now? And here in the shop how much care I take of the children. And they all love me. And those old women cannot say that I am teaching them anything bad. And so I lived in this way. 3 months or so went by, and during this time I took good care of myself, because my life was peaceful. And though I was ashamed on account of the money, I did not look upon myself as a bad girl. Only at that time Sashenka used to come to see me, and sometimes I used to go and see him. And now I am coming to speak of the subject that I wanted to tell you about. He did not come to see me as the others did, but he looked after me to see that I did not return to my former weakness or get to drinking wine. And really the first days he helped me because I had a strong inclination for wine. And I was ashamed on his account. Supposing he should come in and see that I was drinking. And possibly, if it had not been for that, I should not have resisted, because my friends, very good young fellows, used to say, "I am going to send out for wine." But as I was ashamed on his account, I used to say, "No, it must not be." But otherwise I should have been tempted. The mere thought that wine was bad for me would not have been enough. And then in 3 weeks or so I grew stronger, my craving for wine passed, and I got out of the habit of drinking. And I kept laying up money to pay him back, and in 2 months I paid him up. How glad he was that I returned him the money! The day after he brought me some muslin for a dress, and some other things that he bought with that money. He used to come to see me after that just as a doctor calls to take care of an invalid. And a month after I had paid off my debt, he was sitting in my room and said, "Now, Nastenka, I begin to like your looks." And really it's true. Wine spoils the complexion, and its effects don't pass off suddenly. But by this time they had passed, and the complexion of my face had become more delicate, and my eyes were clearer. And then again, as I had got out of my former habits, I began to speak modestly, for you know my thoughts after I gave up drinking became modest, though I used to get entangled in my speech, and sometimes I used to forget myself on account of my former carelessness. But by this time I had got accustomed to behaving myself and to speaking more modestly. and as soon as he said that I pleased him, I was so happy that I wanted to throw myself on his neck, but I did not dare, and I refrained. And he said, "You see, Nastenka, I am not devoid of feelings." And he declared that I had become a nice, modest young girl, and he caressed me. And how did he caress me? He took my hand and laid it on his, and began to smooth it with his other hand. And he looked at my hand, and indeed at that time my hands were white and delicate. And so when he took my hand, you would not believe it, I blushed, after my life, Vi6ra Pavlovna, as though I had been an innocent baruishna. This is strange, but it is so. But with all my shame, it is absurd to say, Vi6ra Pavlovna, with all my shame it is true, I still said, "How is it that you are willing to caress me, Aleksandr Matv6itch?" And he said, "It is because you are a virtuous girl now, Nastenka." And the words "virtuous girl" that he called me affected me so much that I burst into tears. And then he said, "What is the matter, Nastenka?" and he kissed me. What do you think? When he kissed me, my head began to swim, and I forgot all about the past. Is it possible to believe, Vi6ra Pavlovna, that such a thing could happen to me after such a life as mine? Well, on the next morning I was sitting and weeping, and wondering what would become of me, and how should I live, poor creature that I was. All that was left for me was to throw myself into the Neva. I felt that I could not live such a life as I had been living. I might die, I might starve to death, but I could not live so any more. You see that I had been in love with him long ago, but, as he had not shown any such feelings towards me, I had no hope of ever winning his love, and my love died away within me, and I did not even know that I had it. And now it was all brought to light again, and of course when you feel such a love, how can you look upon anybody else with favor except the man whom you love? You yourself know that this is impossible. There is nothing else in existence except the one man. Here I was sitting and weeping. What can I do now, being as I have nothing to live on? And I really made up my mind to go and see him once more, and then go and drown myself. And thus I spent the whole morning weeping. But suddenly I saw him coming in, and he began to kiss me, and he said, "Nastenka, do you want to live at my house?" And I told him how I felt, and so I went to live at his house. That was a happy time, Vi6ra Pavlovna. I think that few have ever enjoyed such happiness. And he was always so kind to me. How many times it happened that I woke up and he was sitting with a book, and then he would come and look after me, and he would forget his book, and he would sit and keep watch over me. But what a modest man he was, Vi6ra Pavlovna. I could understand it afterwards when I came to read and find out how love is described in novels. I could judge then. But, with all his modesty, how he loved me. And what a feeling you have when a beloved man loves you! It is a happiness such as you can form no idea of. Let us imagine when he kissed me for the first time. My head even turned. I bowed before him. Such a feeling is sweet, indeed, but that was nothing in comparison to the feeling afterwards. Before the blood boils, you know, there is anxiety. And even in the sweet feeling there is more or less torment. So that it is even hard to bear it, although it is hardly worth while to say how blessed it is, because for such a minute you are ready to sacrifice your life. And there are some who do sacrifice their lives, Vi6ra Pavlovna. Therefore it must be a great happiness. But still it is not this at all. It is just the same as when you get lost in daydreams sometimes, when you are sitting alone and merely think, "Akh, how I love him!" And there is no worriment, no anxiety at all in this pleasantness, and you feel so calm, so easy in mind. So it is the same feeling, only 1,000-fold stronger, when this beloved man loves you. And how calm you feel, and the heart does not throb. No, for that would mean disturbance, and you feel nothing of that kind. But it is much smoother, and there is more pleasantness, and it beats so gently, and your chest expands, and you breathe freer. Akh, this is so, this is true. It is very easy to breathe. How easy! So that when an hour or two passes, like 1 minute, no, not a minute, not a second, there is no time at all, just as when you fall asleep and get up again. If you fall asleep, you know that much time has passed since you went asleep, but how has the time passed? It did not make up a single minute. And then again, it is the same thing as after you have been asleep. There is no weariness, but on the contrary, freshness, courage, as though you had been resting, and so it is, you have been resting. I said that it was very easy to breathe, and that is the very truth. What a strength in the glance, Vi^ra Pavlovna ! No caresses of friends can caress you in such a way, or give you such a sense of luxury as his glance. All the rest that is in love is not as comforting as this comfort. And how he loved me, how he loved me ! Akh, what a delight it was ! No one can imagine it, except the one who has experienced it. You know that, Vi^ra Pavlovna. You know, Vi^ra Pavlovna, that the look of even a woman makes me blush. Our girls will tell you how bashful I am. It is for that reason that I live in a separate room, and how strange it is, you would scarcely believe it. But you know all about it, and I need not tell you. But when you think about it, you cannot part from this thought. No, I am going to leave you, Vi^ra Pavlovna. There is nothing more for me to tell you. I only wanted to tell you how good Sashenka is. End of Part 3, Chapter 14. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 15, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Marriage and Second Love, Chapter 15. Nastenka finished telling her story to Vi^ra Pavlovna on other days. She lived at Kirsanov's house about 2 years. The signs of her threatening sickness seemed entirely to have disappeared. But at the end of the second year, when spring came, consumption suddenly appeared in its full development. The doctor thought that if she went away, she might count on staving off her death for a long while. They decided to part. To occupy her time in sedentary employment was also sure destruction. It was necessary for her to look for occupation as a housekeeper, chambermaid, nurse girl, or something of the kind, and with such a mistress as would not impose trying duties upon her, and in such a way that there should not be unpleasantness, and this was a very important thing. These conditions were hard to meet, but such a place was found. Kirsdnof had acquaintances among rising artists. Through them, Nastenka found a place as chambermaid with one of the actresses in the Russian theater, an excellent woman. As long as the actress remained on the stage, Nastenka was well satisfied to live with her. The actress was a refined woman, and Nastenka valued her place ; it would be hard to find another like it. Nastenka became attached to her because she never had any disagreeable scenes with her, and the actress, seeing this, became kinder than ever. Nastenka lived a quiet life there, and her disease ceased, or almost ceased, to develop. But the actress got married, renounced the stage, and made her home in her husband's family. And here, as Vi^ra Pavlovna had already heard before, the actress's father-in-law began to affront the chambermaid. Nastenka, let us suppose, was not subjected to temptation, but it occasioned a family quarrel. The former actress began to put the old man to shame ; the old man felt the shame. Nastenka did not want to be the cause of a family disorder, and even if she had wanted, she could not enjoy the peaceful life of her former situation, and she gave it up. That was about 2 years and a half since her parting from Kirsdnof. They had not seen each other at all during this time. He called upon her, but the happiness of the meeting affected her so unfavorably that he begged her not to let him call upon her for her own sake. Nastenka tried to live as chambermaid in 2 or 3 families, but everywhere she found so many worriments and unpleasantnesses that it seemed better for her to become a seamstress, though it was a direct step towards the development of her disease. The disease would have been developed from any such trying position, and so it would be better for her to be subjected to such a fate, but without the unpleasantness, and only from her own work. A year of sewing entirely undermined Nastenka's health. When she entered Vi^ra Pavlovna's union, Lopukh6f, who was then the doctor for the shop, did everything possible to stop the development of the consumption. He did a great deal, that is, so far as a man with so little real knowledge of medicine can do ; but the end was at hand. Nastenka had enjoyed the delusion universal among those who suffer from consumption, imagining that her disease was not very far advanced, and so she did not seek to see Kirsdnof. But for the last 2 months she had persistently asked Lopukh6f whether she had long to live. Why she wanted to know she did not say, and Lopukh6f did not feel that he had the right to tell her plainly about the approaching crisis, for he did not see in her question anything more than the universal attachment to human life. He tried to calm her. But she, as it often happens, could not be contented, for she kept aloof from that which might have given her days a glimpse of happiness. But now she herself saw that she had not long to live, and her feelings were dominated by this thought. But the doctor assured her that she must take care of herself. She knew that she had to believe more in him than in her own hopes, and therefore she did not look to see Kirsdnof. Of course this doubt could not last long. According as her last days approached, Nastenka's questions became more persistent. She either would have said that she had a particular reason for knowing the truth, or Lopukh6f and Vi6ra Pavlovna would have guessed that she had a particular reason in her questions, and 2 or 3 weeks, or maybe several days later, the result would have been the same as really happened, owing to Kirsdnof's unexpected appearance in the shop. But now the doubt was at an end, not brought by the further progress of her questions, but by this accidental circumstance. " How glad I am ! How glad I am ! I always have been wanting to catch a sight of you, Sdshenka," said Nastenka, when she took him to her room. " Yes, Nastenka, I too am no less glad than you. Now you shall not leave me again. Come back to my house," said Kirsdnof, who was drawn away by a feeling of sympathy and compassion. But after he said this, it occurred to him, " How could I have said that to her? She most likely is not aware of the nearness of the crisis." But she either did not understand at first the sense that could be drawn from these words, or she understood it and did not care to heed it, and her gladness at seeing once more the man whom she loved deadened her grief at the approaching end. At all events, she simply showed her happiness by saying, " How kind you are ! How could I have ever left you?" But after he left, she wept. Only now she either understood, or may have noticed that she had understood, what it meant for her to see him once more. " Well, it is of no use for you to take care of yourself any longer, but at least you shall enjoy the little of life that is left." And indeed she was glad. He never left her for a moment, except those hours when he had to be in the hospital or at the medical school. So she lived about a month, and he was always with her. And how much they talked about everything, what had happened since she had left his house, and still further recollections about her past, and how many pleasures she had. He even took her out to ride ; he hired a coupe, and he took her out every pleasant day into the suburbs of Petersburg, and she was greatly delighted. Nature is so dear to a human being that even this pitiable, miserable nature surrounding Petersburg, which costs millions and tens of millions of rubles, people are delighted with. He used to read to her, and they played loto, and she even tried to play chess, as though she had time to learn it. Vi6ra Pavlovna sometimes spent late hours at their house when returning from her walks, and still more often she used to call on the invalid in the morning, to distract her thoughts when she was alone, and when they were alone together, Nastenka had only one thing to tell her, how kind Aleksandr Matv6itch was, and how good, and how she loved him. End of Part 3, Chapter 15. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 16, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Marriage and Second Love, Chapter 16. 4 months passed. The watching over Nastenka and then his recollections about her deceived Kirsdnof. It seemed to him that now he was out of danger as far as Vi6ra Pavlovna were concerned. He did not avoid her when she came to see Nastenka and stopped to talk with him, and afterwards when she tried to console him. As long as he mourned for Nastenka, there was nothing in his feelings towards Vi6ra Pavlovna, except a friendly feeling of gratefulness towards her. But the reader has already learned to know what I mean by but, the same as he will always know beforehand what is going to follow the pages that he has already read. But, of course, Kirsanov's feeling toward Nastenka had not been the same as Nastenka's feelings towards him. He had long ceased to feel love for her, he only felt well disposed to her, as towards a woman whom he had loved long before. His former love towards her was only the thirst of a youth to love some one, no matter whom. Of course Nastenka was not his equal, because they were not equal in mental development. When he ceased to be a youth, he could only feel pity for Nastenka, and nothing more. Possibly he could be tender to her on account of old recollections and compassion, and that was all. His grief for her, in fact, was very soon appeased. But when his grief was a thing of the past, he imagined that he was still occupied with it, and after he saw that he did not really feel any grief, but only recollections of it, he saw himself in such relations with Vi^ra Pavlovna that he found that he was entrapped in a great misfortune. Vi^ra Pavlovna tried to distract him, and he gave himself up to it, for he considered himself safe, or rather not realizing that he was falling in love with Vi^ra Pavlovna again, or realizing that, by giving himself up to her care, he was drifting towards misfortune. Well, and what happened now in 2 or 3 months after Vi^ra Pavlovna began to console him for his grief for Nastenka? Nothing except the fact that he used to spend almost every evening at the Lopukh6fs', or escorted Vi^ra Pavlovna somewhere or other, frequently with her husband, but more often by himself. That was all that happened, but this was altogether too much, not only for him, but also for her. How did Vi^ra Pavlovna spend her days now? Till evening it was just the same as before. Now, here it is 6:00. At this time she usually goes alone to the shop, or she sits in her room and works by herself. But now, if she has to be at the shop in the evening, Kirsdnof was told about it the evening before, and he comes to escort her. On their walk to and from the shop — by the way, it was not a very long distance — they talk about various matters, generally about the union. Kirsdnof himself is now the most active helper there. Once there, she occupies herself in giving directions, and he, too, has a good deal to do ; for 30 girls ask not a few questions and favors, which it is most convenient for him to fulfill, isn't it? And during the intervals he sits and talks with the children, and here several of the young girls take part in this conversation about everything in the world, about the beauty of the Arabian stories, the 1001 Nights, a good many of which he had already told them, and about the white elephants, which are so esteemed in India, just as in our country a good many love white cats. Half the company think that this is not good taste, white elephants, cats, horses, for all these are albinos, a sickly species. You can see by their eyes that they do not enjoy such good health as the colored ones. But the other part of the company stand up for the white cats. And don't you know anything more about the life of Mrs. Beecher Stowe, whose novel we have all known because you told us?" asked one of the growing girls. No, Kirsdnof just now does not know it, but he will find out about it. It is very interesting to him, but now he can tell them something about Howard, who was almost as great as Mrs. Beecher Stowe. Thus passed Kirsdnof's talks or Kirsdnof's discussions with the little flock. One half of the flock, consisting of children, has been constantly the same, but the older half unceasingly changes. But now Vi^ra Pavlovna has finished her business, and she returns home with him to tea ; and they all three sit for a long time after tea. Now Vi^ra Pavlovna and her husband spend a much longer time together than when Kirsdnof was not there. Almost every evening that they spend together they have music for an hour or two. Dmitri Serg^itch plays, Vi^ra Pavlovna sings, Kirsdnof sits and listens. Sometimes Kirsdnof plays, and Dmitri Serg^itch and his wife sing duets. But now it often happens that Vi^ra Pavlovna hurries from the shop so as to have time to dress for the opera. Now very often they go to the opera, sometimes all together, and sometimes Vi^ra Pavlovna and Kirsdnof go by themselves, and besides, the Lopukh6fs have company more often than before — before not counting the young folks, for what kind of guests are young folks? They are only like nephews. The Mertsdlofs were almost their only visitors. Now the Lopukh6fs have made friends with 2 or 3 lovely families. The Mertsdlofs and two other families made arrangements to have every week, in their own circle, little evening parties with dancing. There used to be 6 couples, and even 8 couples of dancers. Lopukh6f scarcely ever goes to the opera or to these parties without Kirsdnof, but Kirsdnof very often escorts Vi6ra Pavlovna to these entertainments. Lopukh6f says that he much prefers to stay at home in his everyday coat on his sofa. And therefore only about half the evenings they spend together. But these evenings they are together with scarcely any interruptions. It is true, when the Lopukh6fs have no company besides Kirsdnof, the sofa often draws Lopukh6f from the parlor, where the grand piano stands. The piano has now been brought from Vi6ra Pavlovna's room into the parlor. But this does not save Dmitri Serg6itch very much. In a quarter or a half hour, Kirsdnof and Vi6ra Pavlovna give up the music and sit by his sofa. However, Vi6ra Pavlovna does not sit long by the sofa. She quickly arranges herself comfortably on the sofa itself, but in such a way that there is plenty of room for her husband also, for the sofa is wide. That is, there is not any too much room, but she would throw her arm around her husband, and so it is comfortable for him to stay there. And thus passed 3 months or more. The idyll is no longer fashionable, and I myself do not like it at all. That is, personally I do not like it, just as I do not like sauntering, do not like asparagus, several things, aren't there, that I am not fond of. But it is impossible for any one man to like all dishes and all ways of amusement. But I know that these things, which are not according to my personal taste, are very good things, that they are to the taste, or they would be to the taste of a vastly greater number of people than those who, like me, prefer chess-playing to sauntering, sauerkraut with hemp oil to asparagus. I even know that the taste of the majority, which does not share my enjoyment in chess-playing, would be glad not to share my taste for sauerkraut with hemp oil, are not worse than mine. And so I say, let there be in the world as many amusements as possible, or let them almost absolutely vanish from the world, but let sauerkraut with hemp oil remain, as an antiquarian rarity for a few such odd fellows as I. And likewise I know that for the huge majority of people, who are not in the least worse than I am, happiness must have an idyllic character, and I exclaim, let the idyll begin to reign over all the other characters in life. For a few originals who are not fond of it, there will be other forms of happiness, but the majority must have the idyll. As to the fact that the idyll is not in fashion, and therefore people shun it, that is no objection at all. They shun it just as the fox in the fable shunned the grapes. It seems to them that the idyll is inaccessible, and therefore they lay down their dictum, let it not be in fashion. But it is pure absurdity that the idyll is inaccessible. It is not only a good thing for almost all people, but it is very feasible. There ought to be no hardship in arranging it, only it must not be for one person or 10 persons, but for all. Now the Italian opera is an impossible thing for 5 people, but for the whole city of Petersburg it is very possible, as all see and hear. And so, too, the collected writings of N. V. Gogol, Moscow, 1861, would be an impossible thing for 10 people. But for the whole public it is very possible, and not expensive, as we all know. But as long as there is no opera for the whole city, it is possible for only a few very music-mad people to enjoy themselves at second-class concerts, and as long as the second volume of Dead Souls was not printed for the whole public, only a few of the most eager admirers of Gogol, not valuing the labor, prepared each for themselves manuscript copies. A manuscript is incomparably worse than a printed book. A second-class concert is very poor compared to an Italian opera, but both the one and the other are good in their way. End of Part 3, Chapter 16. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 17 of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 17. If a stranger had consulted Kirsdnof about the position in which Kirsdnof found himself after he came to his senses, and if Kirsdnof had been a perfect stranger to all the people who were concerned in the matter, he would have said to the one who came to consult with him, "To straighten out this affair by running away is too late. I do not know how the play will end, but for you to run or to stay is equally dangerous. But for those for whose peace you care, your running away would be still more dangerous than your remaining." Of course, Kirsdnof would have said this only to a man like himself, or like Lopukh6f, to a man of firm character and undoubted virtue. To other people it would be useless to give advice about such a situation, because these other people invariably act in such cases meanly and contemptibly. They put the woman to shame. They dishonor themselves, and then go out into their own society, and whimper or boast, and take delight in their heroic virtue, or their amorous irresistibility. With such people neither Kirsdnof nor Lopukh6f like to talk about the way that men of generous character should act. But Kirsdnof would have been right in telling any one his dictum that to run away now would be worse than to remain. It would have been to imply, "I know how you would act if you remained. You would act in such a way as not to expose your feelings, because only in this way you will not do ill by remaining. The task before you is so far as possible not to disturb the tranquillity of a woman whose life runs smoothly. But it appears that it is already impossible not to disturb it. The feeling that it is incompatible with her present relations is already, according to all probability, or rather, to use simpler language, already without any doubt, engendered in her, but as yet she does not know it. Whether it will spring up soon or not by herself without any interference on your part is uncertain. But your avoidance of her would be the very thing to call it out. Consequently, your going away would only be to hasten the matter, a thing which you want to avoid. But Kirsdnof argued the case not as a stranger, but as a participant. It seemed to him that to go away would be harder than to remain. The feeling impels him to remain. Consequently, would not to remain be the same thing as to yield to the feeling, to be tempted by its suggestions? What right had he to believe so absolutely that neither by words nor by looks he would not betray his feeling, would not bring it forth, and therefore it would be wiser to go away? In your own case it is very difficult to distinguish how far reason is tempted by the sophisms of inclination, because uprightness says, "Act, fight against temptation, then you have better chances for noble action." This is a translation from the language of theory into everyday speech. But the theory to which Kirsdnof adhered considers such lofty words as nobleness, to be ambiguous, obscure, and Kirsdnof in his terminology would have expressed himself thus: "Every man is an egotist. So am I. Now the question comes up, is it more profitable for me to go away or to remain? If I go away, I crush in me my personal feeling. If I remain, I am liable to disturb my feeling of human dignity by some stupid word or look which may be caused by this individual feeling. The individual feeling may be crushed, and by my peace of mind may be again restored. I may be again satisfied with my life. But if I once act against my human nature, I shall lose forever the possibility of peace, the possibility of self-satisfaction. I shall poison all my life. My position is like this: I am fond of wine, and before me is a flask with very good wine. But I have a suspicion that this wine is poisoned. I cannot tell whether my suspicion is well founded or not. Must I drink this flask of wine, or shall I pour it out so as not to be tempted by it? I must not call my decision either noble or even virtuous; these are too high words. I must simply call it coldly calculating common sense. I throw away the flask. Thus I deprive myself of some pleasure. I cause myself some displeasure. But by doing so, I secure my health, that is, the possibility of having a great deal of such wine to drink, which I shall surely know is not poisoned. I simply do not act foolishly, and that is all the praise that I deserve. End of Part 3, Chapter 17. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 18, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Marriage and Second Love, Chapter 18. But how could he withdraw? His former game of making believe offended, of exhibiting some mean feature of his character so as to depend upon it, would not work. Twice to perform the same trick is impossible. A second performance like the first would only have revealed the design of the first, would have shown him up as the hero not only of the new, but also of the former affair. Yes, and generally speaking, it is necessary to avoid any abrupt cessation of relations. Such an avoidance would be easier, but it would be theatrical. It would arouse attention, that is, at the present time, it would be mean and contemptible, or, according to Kirsanov's theory of egotism, it would be a stupid miscalculation. And so there remained only one, and the most tormenting means, that is, an unobtrusive renunciation carried out in a slow and unnoticeable manner, so that it might not be seen that he was giving them up. This action is very difficult. It requires great tact to disappear from sight, so that your motion is not noticed when you are watched by bright eyes. But it could not be helped. He had to do it in this way. However, according to Kirsanov's theory, it was not tormenting at all, but rather agreeable. For the harder a deed is to accomplish, the gladder you are, on the selfish theory, at the strength and skill which you have shown while successfully accomplishing it. And indeed, he fulfilled it successfully. He did not betray his attention by one word too much or one word too little, or by a look. As before, he was free and jocular with Vi^ra Pavlovna. As before, he made it evident that he enjoyed her society, but there appeared various things to hinder his coming to the Lopukh6fs as often as before, or remaining there a whole evening as before, and the result was that Lopukh6f had to seize him more often than before by his arm or the lapel of his coat with the words, "No, old fellow, you can't get rid of this discussion so easily," and by far the larger part of the time that Kirsdnof spent at the Lopukh6fs he tried to stay by his friend's sofa. And everything was arranged so gradually that it was not noticed at all how the change was developing. Interruptions came along, and Kirsdnof not only brought them up as excuses, but, moreover, was sorry. This did not happen every time, for too great show of sorrow would not do, that such an interruption happened. And these interruptions seemed to be so natural, so unavoidable, that the Lopukh6fs themselves pushed him from the house, reminding him that he had forgotten his promise to be at home, because such and such an acquaintance whom he ought to see was coming to his house. Or he forgot that if he did not call to-day on such and such a person would be offended. Or he had forgotten that he ought to work for at least 4 hours, and ought he not to sleep a little to-night in preparation for it? Why, it's 10 o'clock already, and he must not talk any more. He must go and take up his work. Kirsdnof, moreover, did not always listen to them when they reminded him. He would not go to see his acquaintances, he would let his friend get angry, or the work would not run away, so he would spend the evening with them. But these interruptions kept growing more frequent, and scientific operations began to steal unmercifully one evening after another from Kirsdnof. They might go to the deuce, according to his opinion, and sometimes he used to say this aloud. That is, his scientific occupations or his acquaintances had been imposing upon him more than usual. How they did impose upon him! This also he used to say aloud. And so it seemed to him, and the Lopukh6fs saw very well how it was, that he was getting to be very popular, and so there always came up more and more people to whom he was necessary, and then he must not treat his work carelessly, for there was no excuse for his being so lazy. And indeed, he had been very lazy during the last few months, and it would be hard for him to begin work again. "But you must work, brother Aleksandr," and she would say, "It's time, Aleksandr Matv^itch." The maneuver was a difficult one. For week after week it was necessary to prolong this wheeling to the left and around, and the turn was made so slowly, so steadily, like the hands of a clock. Look at it as attentively as you please. You cannot see that it is turning, but it does its work silently. It steadily goes away from its former position. And what pleasure Kirsdnof, as a theorist, had in watching his skill in putting this into practice. Egotists and materialists act only for their own pleasure. And Kirsdnof, laying his hand on his heart, could say that he was playing this game only for his own pleasure ; he delighted in his skill and his boldness. Thus passed a month, and maybe somewhat more, and if any one had reckoned, he would have found that during this month his friendliness to the Lopukh6fs had not diminished a hair's breadth ; but fourfold less time he spent with them, and simultaneously he reduced to almost a half the time that he used to spend with Vi^ra Pavlovna. 1 month more, and while their former friendship still remained, the friends would see each other but little, and the thing would have its hat on. Lopukh6f's eyes were sharp. Don't they really see anything? No, not a thing. But Vi^ra Pavlovna? And Vi^ra Pavlovna notices nothing? But does she notice no change in herself? Vi^ra Pavlovna notices no change in herself. Only Vi^ra Pavlovna dreams a dream. End of Part 3, Chapter 18. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 19, of A Vital Question, or What is to be Done, by Nikolai CHERNYSHEVSKY, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole, 1852 to 1935, and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Marriage and Second Love, Chapter 19. Vi^ra Pavlovna's Third Dream. And Vi^ra Pavlovna dreams a dream. After tea she had a talk with her milenki, and went to her room to lie down, not to sleep ; it was too early to sleep. Why, it was only 9:30. No, she did not even undress ; she only lay down to read. And here she is reading as she lies on her little bed, but the book falls away from her eyes, and Vi^ra begins to think, " What is the reason that lately I've been feeling lonesome occasionally, or not exactly lonesome, or does it merely seem so? No, it is not lonesome, but I only just happened to remember that I wanted to go to the opera this evening, but this Kirsdnof, attentive fellow that he is, went too late to get tickets. He might have known that when Bosio is singing, it is impossible to get 2-ruble tickets at 11 o'clock. Of course he cannot be blamed ; he must have been working till 5 o'clock, surely till 5 o'clock, though he didn't confess it, and yet he is to blame. No, after this, I'd better ask the milenki to get tickets, and I guess I'd better go to the opera with my milenki too. Milenki would never be so stupid as to let me go without tickets, and he is always glad to go with me. My milenki is such a sweet fellow. On account of this Kirsdnof, I have missed hearing Traviata. I would go every night to the opera, if there were opera, no matter how bad it might be, provided only Bosio sang the chief role. If I had such a voice as Bosio, it seems to me I would sing all day long. I wonder if I could get acquainted with her. How could I manage it? That artillerist is well acquainted with Tamberlik. Could it be done through him? No, it is impossible. What an absurd thought! What is the good of getting acquainted with Bosio? Would she sing for me? Of course she has to save her voice. And how did Bosio succeed in learning Russian? How purely she pronounces! But what absurd words! Where could she have found such wretched poetry? Yes, she must have studied out of the same grammar which I did. Those verses were quoted in it to illustrate the use of quotation marks. How stupid it is to quote such verses in a grammar! Though it would not be so bad if the poetry were better, but there is no need of thinking about the meaning of the verses. All one needs to do is to hear her sing, " The hours of pleasure make the most of, the years of youth give up to love." What ridiculous poetry! Wrong accent in the second line. Make the most of. But what a voice, and what feeling she puts into her singing! And her voice is vastly sweeter than it used to be, incomparably better. It is wonderful. How could it improve so much? And here I was wondering how I could get acquainted with her, and she herself has come to call upon me. How did she find out that I wanted her to? Yes, you came to call on me a long time ago, says Bosio, and she speaks Russian. I called upon you, Bosio? How could I have called upon you when I was not acquainted with you? But I am very, very glad to see you. Vi^ra Pavlovna pushed aside her bed curtain so as to give Bosio her hand. but the cantatrice laughs, and it seems that it is not Bosio at all, but Demerich in the role of the gypsy Rigoletto. Only the gaiety of the laughter is Demerich's, but the voice is still Bosio's, and she runs away and hides herself behind the bed curtain. How disagreeable that this bed curtain hides her, and before there was no bed curtain at all. Where did it come from? Do you know why I came to you? And she laughs, as though she were Demerich and at the same time Bosio. Who are you? You are not Demerich, are you? No. Are you Bosio? The songstress laughs. You learn rapidly, but now it will be necessary for us to attend to what brought me here. I want to read your diary with you. I do not keep a diary. I never kept one. Look here, what is that lying on this little table? Vi^ra Pavlovna looks. On the table near the bedstead is lying a copybook with the inscription, V. L.'s Diary. Where did this copybook come from? Vi^ra Pavlovna takes it, opens it. The book is written in her own hand. But when? Read the last page, says Bosio. Vi^ra Pavlovna reads. Again, I am often obliged to stay alone whole evenings. But that's nothing. I am used to it. Is that all? Asked Bosio. That's all. No, you did not read it all. There is nothing more written there. You cannot deceive me, says the visitor. What is this? From behind the bed curtain comes forth a hand. What a handsome hand! No, this wonderful hand does not belong to Bosio, and how does this hand come out from the curtain without pushing it apart? The hand of the new visitor touches the page. From under the hand appear new lines which were not there before. Read, says the visitor. And Vi^ra Pavlovna's heart begins to feel oppressed. She has never seen these lines before. She did not know that they were written, but her heart is oppressed. She does not wish to read the new lines. Read, repeats the visitor. Vi^ra Pavlovna reads. No, it is tiresome for me to be alone. Once I did not feel the loneliness. Why is it tiresome for me now when it did not used to be? Turn back a page, says the visitor. Vi^ra Pavlovna turns a page. The summer of this year? Who writes diaries like that, thinks Vi^ra Pavlovna. It should have been written 1885, June or July, and have the day of the month. But here it stands. The summer of this year. Who keeps diaries in that way? The summer of this year. We go picnicking in our usual way into the suburbs, to the islands, and this time Milenki goes along with us. How enjoyable it is to me. Akh! So it is August, is it? What day of the month? The 15th? Or no, the 12th? Yes, yes. It was about the 15th. It was after that excursion that my poor Milenki became sick, thinks Vi^ra Pavlovna. Is that all? That's all. No, you don't read everything. What is this, says the visitor, and again through the unparted bed curtain comes the wonderful hand, and again it touches the pages, and again on the pages appear new words, and again Vi^ra Pavlovna reads against her will the new words, "Why doesn't my Milenki come along with us oftener?" Turn one leaf more, says the visitor. My Milenki has so much to do, and it is all for my sake. For my sake he is working, my Milenki, and that is the answer, thinks Vi^ra Pavlovna, happy at the thought. Turn one page more. What honest, noble people these students are, and how they respect my Milenki. And I enjoy myself with them just as though they were brothers, and we have no ceremoniousness. Is that all? That is all. No, read further. And again appears the hand and touches the page, and again come forth new lines, and again Vi^ra reads the new lines. The 16th of August, that is on the second day after our visit to the island. No, it was exactly the 15th, thinks Vi^ra Pavlovna. All the time the Milenki spoke with that Rakhmetov, or as they called him out of jest, the rigorist and his comrades. But he spent hardly quarter of an hour with me. That is not true. He spent nearly half an hour with me, thinks Vi^ra Pavlovna, besides the time when we were sitting together in the boat. The 17th of August. Yesterday the students spent a whole evening with us. Yes, it was on the evening when the Milenki was taken sick. Milenki talked with them the whole evening long. Why did he spend so much time with them and so little with me? He is not working all the time. He himself says that he is not working all the time, that without rest it is impossible to work, that he takes a great deal of rest, that he thinks about nothing else except taking a rest. Why does he think by himself and not with me? Turn over one leaf more. July of the present year, and every month of the present year, and until Milenki became sick, then last year and before that too. 5 days ago the students called on us, and yesterday too. I carried on with them, it was so gay. To-morrow or day after to-morrow they will call again, and again it will be gay. Is that all? That is all. No, read further. Again appears the hand, touches the page, and again from under the hand come new lines. And again, against her will, Vi^ra Pavlovna is reading them. The beginning of the present year, especially at the end of spring. Yes, it used to be gay with these students, but that was all. But now I often think it was childish nonsense. Such nonsense will amuse me for a long time yet. Probably even when I have come to be an old woman, when I myself will not be of the age for playing, I shall delight in the youthful games which will remind me of my childhood. For even now I look upon the students as younger brothers, but I should not like to become a Vi^rotchka always, when I want to rest from serious thoughts and labors. I am now Vi^ra Pavlovna, and to enjoy oneself like Vi^rotchka is only agreeable at times, but not always. Vi^ra Pavlovna sometimes wants such happiness that she might still remain Vi^ra Pavlovna, and this happiness comes only with one's equals in life. Turn back several pages more. I have opened a sewing union, and went to Julie to ask for orders. Milenki stopped at her rooms to get me. She kept us to breakfast, and she ordered champagne, and she forced me to drink 2 glasses. We began to sing, run, shout, wrestle. How gay it was! Milenki looked on and laughed. "Is that really all?" asked the visitor. And again appears the hand, and again from under the hand appear new words, and again Vi^ra Pavlovna reads against her will. Milenki only looked on and laughed. Why didn't he join in with us? That would have made it still gayer. Was it that it was improper? Or didn't he care to have a part in our sport? No, it was not in the least improper, and he might have done it. But he has such a nature. He not only does not interfere, he also approves, but that is all. Turn one page back. I went with Milenki for the first time since my marriage to see my parents. It was hard to see the life that oppressed and stifled me before my marriage. My Milenki, from what a horrible life he saved me. And that night I had a horrible dream, and my mamenka reproached me for being ungrateful, and she spoke the truth, but such fearful truth that I began to groan. Milenki heard my groan and came into my room, and I was singing all the time, in my dream, because my loving bride came and consoled me. But Milenki wanted to act as my dressing maid. How ashamed I was! But he is such a modest man. He only kissed my shoulder. Is that all that is written? You cannot deceive me. Read. And again from under the visitor's hand appear the new words, and Vi^ra Pavlovna reads them against her will. This seems to me rather insulting. Turn several pages back. To-day I was waiting for my friend D. on the boulevard near the new bridge. There lives a lady at whose house I expected to be a governess, but she was not willing to take me. I returned home with D. very despondent. I was thinking in my room before dinner that it would be better to die than to live as I am living now. And suddenly, at dinner, D. says, "Vi^ra Pavlovna, let us drink to the health of my bride and your bridegroom." I could hardly refrain from tears in the presence of all, from joy at such an unexpected salvation. After dinner I talked a long time with D. about how we should live. How I love him! He is leading me out from the cellar. Read it all. There is nothing more to read. Look. Again from under the visitor's hand appear new lines. "I do not want to read," says Vi^ra Pavlovna in fear. She has not yet distinguished what is written in those new lines, but already it is horrible to her. "You cannot help reading when I bid you to read. Read." Vi^ra Pavlovna reads, "Do I only love him because he led me out from the cellar? Not himself, but my salvation from the cellar?" Just turn back once more and read the very first page. It is my birthday to-day. To-day I spoke for the first time with D. and fell in love with him. I never before heard such noble and consoling words from any one. How he sympathizes with everything that demands sympathy, wants to help everything that needs help. How sure he is that happiness is possible for all people, that it must be, and that anger and woe are not forever, that a new and bright life is rapidly approaching us. How joyfully my heart expanded when I heard these assurances from this learned and serious man, for they confirmed my own thoughts. How kind he was when he spoke about us poor women. Every woman would love such a man. How clever he is, how generous, how kind. Good. Turn again to the last page. But I have read that page. No, that is not the last one yet. Turn one leaf more. But there is nothing on this leaf. Just read. Do you see how much is written on it? And again from the touch of the visitor's hand appear lines which were not there before. Vi^ra Pavlovna's heart grows cold. I do not want to read. I cannot read. I command you, you must. I cannot, I will not. Then I will read for you what is written. Just listen. He is a noble man, a generous man. He is my savior. But generosity gives rise to respect, confidence, and readiness to act in unanimity, friendship. A savior is requited by gratefulness, by devotion. That is all. His nature maybe is quicker than mine. When the blood is boiling, his caresses burn into the heart. But there is another demand, a demand for quiet, calm caresses, a demand for sweet dreams and a tender sentiment. Does he know it? Do our natures agree? Our demands? He is ready to die for my sake, and I for his. But is that enough? Does he live in his thoughts for me? Do I live in my thoughts for him? Do I love him with such a love as my soul craves? Before I did not realize the demand for a quiet, tender feeling. No, my feeling for him is not — I do not want to listen any more. Vi^ra Pavlovna throws away the diary with indignation. " You wretch ! You abomination ! I never asked you to come. Leave me." Her visitor is laughing with a still, good-humored laugh. " No, you don't love him. These words were written with your own hand." " I curse you !" Vi^ra Pavlovna wakes up with this exclamation, and quicker than she could make out that it was only a dream that she had seen, and that she had waked up, she starts to run. "My dear, take me in your arms. Protect me. I dreamed such a terrible dream." She snuggled up to her husband. " My dear, caress me, be tender to me, protect me." " Vi^rotchka, what is the matter with thee?" The husband embraces her. " Thou art all of a tremble." Her husband kisses her. " Thou hast tears on thy dear cheeks. There is a cold sweat on thy brow. Thou wert running barefooted over the cold floor, darling. I am kissing thy little feet to put some warmth into them. Yes, fondle me, save me. I dreamed a horrible dream. I dreamed that I did not love thee." " My dearest, whom dost thou love, if not me? No, it is an idle, absurd dream." " Yes, I love thee ! Only caress me, fondle me, kiss me. I love thee, I want to love thee." She embraces her husband passionately. She clings to him, and when he has pacified her with his caresses, quietly falls asleep, kissing him. End of Part 3, Chapter 19. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.